Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. When school ended, Haruto said his goodbyes to his classmates before heading over to Nozaki's side. Once Amitaru finished packing up, Haruto asked, "All set?" "Yeah, I'm ready. Shall we go?" Amitaru, as usual, wasn't much of a talker. He walked ahead, while Haruto quietly followed beside him. As they left the school, their unusual pairing caught some attention. Akika, who was walking home with her friends, noticed and curiously came over to ask about it. However, Haruto didn't reveal that Amitaru was a shoujo manga artist. Instead, he casually brushed it off, saying he was just visiting Amitaru's place. Akika seemed eager to tag along, her eyes gleaming with interest, but Kenshin quickly came up with an excuse about safety and convinced her to stay behind. Meanwhile, Ayuri stood off to the side, watching Haruto and Akika's easygoing conversation with a cold expression. Though her gaze briefly landed on Amitaru, she soon turned back to Haruto, wondering why he had suddenly decided to get close to Amitaru. On their way home, Amitaru stopped by a store to pick up some groceries. Haruto, realizing his own fridge was running low, considered grabbing some as well. After eyeing the fresh ingredients, he hesitated for a moment before deciding he'd just come back tomorrow. "I live alone, so I handle all my own meals," Amitaru explained as they walked. Haruto nodded in understanding. "Same here. But have you always lived on your own?" "I used to live with my family, but when I started high school, they finally allowed me to move out. The fact that my manga got serialized helped convince them." Chapter 95, Why Are You Acting Like a Girl? Nozaki Amitaru's apartment was quite a distance from where Haruto lived, though their routes home were generally in the same direction. His apartment was just a bit further north, which meant Haruto wouldn't have to walk too far alone at night. "Come in." When they arrived at the entrance, Nozaki pulled the key from his pocket and unlocked the door. Stepping inside first, he grabbed a pair of guest slippers and placed them in front of Haruto. "Well then, excuse me for intruding." Haruto glanced around the spacious entryway and a long hallway beyond. Compared to his own place, this apartment was significantly larger. After neatly placing his shoes by the door, he slipped into the slippers and followed Nozaki inside. The living room alone was nearly one-third the size of Haruto's entire apartment. There was a dining table with chairs, and a bookshelf filled with dictionaries and books about illustration. Haruto wasn't particularly knowledgeable about art, but he recognized a couple of common dictionaries and a few literary classics. "This place is huge. Feels a lot more spacious than my apartment. The view outside is nice too. It's a great place to live. I checked out a lot of places, but this one just felt right, so I chose it. Work can wait. Let's get dinner ready first." "So you've already decided to keep me here and make me work for you, huh?" Nozaki smiled. On his usually expressionless face, the sudden grin had an oddly mischievous edge. "Need any help? Help me prep the ingredients. Take out the meat and vegetables. Peel and cut the potatoes and carrots." Haruto took the groceries Nozaki had bought, rinsed them thoroughly, and started preparing them. Both of them were fairly competent in the kitchen, so working together, it didn't take long before dinner was ready. They sat across from each other in the living room, eating the meal they had just made. "I think this is the first time I've ever had dinner with another guy my age. Aren't you close with Yashai and Sakamoto? I always see you guys hanging out together." "I've had lunch with them before, but never dinner. Since they live farther away, they usually head home before it gets dark." "I see." Nozaki nodded and continued eating in silence. Haruto glanced at the boy sitting across from him and found himself at a loss for words. They ate quietly, without unnecessary conversation. Even though they took their time, two guys eating dinner together wouldn't take all that long. Before long, the meal was finished. Nozaki collected the dishes himself, washing everything in the sink and tidying up the kitchen. When he returned to the living room, the atmosphere shifted. "All right, time to work. I need you to fill in the black areas I've marked." He picked up a stack of manga pages from his desk and handed them to Haruto, pointing to the places marked with an X. "I just need to fill these in with black?" "Yeah, just that." Haruto glanced down at the unfinished pages in his hands, then looked up at Nozaki. After a brief pause, he picked up a pen and got to work. The detailed and intricate artwork in front of him made him hesitate for a moment, but soon enough, he was focused solely on filling in the black areas. Nozaki, sitting across from him, worked silently as well. The only sound in the room was the soft scratching of pens against paper. Once Haruto was fully absorbed in the task, he didn't even notice Nozaki getting up and heading to the bathroom. His focus remained entirely on the manga pages in front of him, his hand moving steadily across the paper, filling in each section with precision. By the time Nozaki returned and stretched his stiff neck, he noticed that most of the pages he had given Haruto were already done. That fast? He reached for the completed pages and inspected them carefully. The technique wasn't anything exceptional, but it was clean and met the standard. More importantly, the speed was impressive. Nozaki's gaze shifted to Haruto, and his expression subtly changed. I want him to keep doing this for me. Haruto, sensing an odd chill, paused and looked up only to find Nozaki staring at him with an intense, almost hungry expression. Why are you looking at me like that? Hey, Haruto, do you have any plans after school? Like a date with my girlfriend? Nozaki's ears twitched slightly. A girlfriend? Nakano, or maybe Sawamura? No, neither. That's not the point. Why are you asking? No reason. I was just thinking you're really good at filling in black areas. Interested in becoming my assistant? No. Just so we're clear, I only came here to borrow notes. Don't expect me to keep doing this for you. That's a shame. Nozaki sighed, looking genuinely disappointed. He glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. It was already past 10. It's already 10? Yeah, it's... Huh? Haruto followed his gaze to the clock and realized with a jolt that it was later than he expected. His plan had been to leave by 8, but now it was already approaching 10:30. Pulling his phone out of his pocket, he checked the screen, only to find several missed calls and unread messages. He had his phone on silent, with only vibrations for notifications. He had felt the buzzing a few times while working, but his focus had been entirely on filling in the black areas. Thoughts like just one more section and I'll check my phone after this page had kept him from stopping. His mild perfectionism had, once again, gotten the better of him. He quickly typed out a reply, letting them know he was at a friend's house and heading home soon. Then, he stood up and looked at Nozaki. Family? Nozaki asked. Yeah. It's late, and I'm basically done here anyway. Haruto sighed, glancing at the neat stack of completed pages on the desk. I'm heading home. Alright. Be careful on your way back. Nozaki lowered his head, already returning to work. Seeing his focus shift so quickly, Haruto could only shake his head and head for the door. The streets were quiet as Haruto made his way home, the streetlights casting a pale glow along his path. Wearing his school uniform, he walked alone through the night, his footsteps echoing slightly. The route home felt emptier than it did during the day. Without the usual crowds, the silence around him felt oddly hollow, making him quicken his pace. He wasn't afraid, just eager to get home and rest. But as he passed by a small park, he suddenly heard something unusual. A muffled whimper. A strained voice. He stopped in his tracks and turned toward the park, eyes narrowing as he peered into the darkness. Is someone there? Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. A low, urgent voice cut through the night. A quiet, stifled sound followed. Haruto's breath hitched. The hesitant and worried voice of a young man, mixed with the harsh, impatient commands of a woman, made Haruto slow his steps unconsciously. He softened his footsteps, walking quietly along the path outside the park. Perhaps because of the distance, the voices weren't entirely clear. You're too slow. Just take it off already. Ugh. No. I don't want to. Why are you acting like a girl? Hurry up and squat down. Ugh. Curious, Haruto glanced into the park. The dense foliage of the trees obscured his view, making it difficult to see clearly. In the depths of the shadows, he could just barely make out a trembling figure crouching down, delicate and frail-looking. In front of that person stood a woman with a noticeably plump figure. A black rope extended from the boy's neck to the woman's hand. I spend so much money on this every month. This is what I'm paying for. Hurry it up. Hearing that, Haruto withdrew his gaze. He had no further interest in whatever was happening there. Without another thought, he quickened his pace and left the park behind. About half an hour later, he finally arrived back at his apartment. Standing by the roadside, he glanced at the Kira household next door, now completely dark. He then walked to his own door, took out his keys, and stepped inside. The familiar scent of home, the familiar surroundings, it all made him relax. He shut the door behind him, slipped off his jacket, and hung it neatly on the rack before heading to the kitchen for a glass of water. As he stood there, staring at his room, he suddenly realized he wasn't sure what to do next. Guess I'll take a bath and go to bed. There was nothing particularly pressing to do. With that thought, He headed toward the bathroom. Since he had gone to bed later than usual, Haruto woke up slightly later the next morning. The incessant ringing of his alarm dragged him out of sleep. He sat up with a yawn, stretched, and got out of bed. A quick Washington get dressed. As he contemplated whether he should make breakfast or even prepare a bento for later, the doorbell rang. Opening the door, he found Setsuna and Sekai standing there. "Good morning, Setsuna." "Morning. Yo, Mamazu-kun, you don't look too great. Did you stay up late last night?" "Yeah, I got home a bit late. I was at a friend's place helping with something. Didn't leave until around 10. Noticing the way Setsuna's gaze lingered on him, Haruto added, "It was a guy." He turned back inside. Since there was still plenty of time before they had to leave, he grabbed the last few ingredients from his fridge and quickly fried an egg for breakfast. "Are you going to your classmate's place again today?" Setsuna asked as she watched him eat. Haruto paused mid-bite at Setsuna's question. He glanced at the girl in front of him, her eyes holding a hint of something unspoken, and shook his head lightly. "No, I won't be going again. He had some backlog of work he hadn't finished, and when he found out I could help, he asked me to lend a hand. We managed to get most of it done yesterday, so at least for this week, I won't have to go back." Thinking back to last night, when Amitaru had all but roped him into being his assistant, Haruto chuckled to himself. He finished his simple breakfast, placed the dishes in the sink, and picked up his school bag. "Alright, let's go. Time for school." Setsuna looked like she had more to say but ultimately just nodded, keeping her thoughts to herself. Quietly, she followed Haruto out of the apartment. Sekai, on the other hand, was unusually silent today, with an expression that no one knew what she was thinking about. By the time they arrived at school, Amitaru was already there. He looked the same as always, though Haruto had a feeling that after he left last night, Nozaki had likely continued working for a while longer. Honestly, Haruto sometimes wondered if Nozaki's sluggish reactions were simply due to chronic sleep deprivation. "Morning. Morning." Exchanging casual greetings, Haruto took his seat and placed his bag down before turning toward Nozaki. "What time did you go to bed last night?" "Around midnight. Maybe 1? Can't really remember." "Why?" "Just curious. Do you always stay up that late?" "If I don't, I won't make my deadlines. And I'd rather not deal with my annoying editor. As long as I submit my work perfectly on time, I can avoid seeing them. That's very important to me." "Editor?" Haruto was a little surprised at first, then remembered mangaka usually had an assigned editor to oversee their work, coordinate schedules, and offer feedback. He had heard that editors sometimes suggested changes to the content as well. If the relationship between a mangaka and their editor wasn't good, it could turn into a serious headache. Looking at Nozaki's annoyed expression, it was obvious that he held some strong opinions about his editor. Haruto thought back to his own experiences dealing with feedback, how frustrating it could be when someone nitpicked his work, even if they were technically right. He could understand Nozaki's irritation. "Can't you just switch editors?" "I think it might be possible." Nozaki suddenly looked deep in thought, his eyes showing a spark of interest. It was clear that the idea had never occurred to him before, and now he was seriously considering it. "Class is starting." The voice of Kuriyuzuki rang through the classroom as she entered. With that, the students quickly returned to their seats. Haruto, too, ended his conversation with Nozaki and turned to face the front, quietly preparing for the lesson. Chapter 96, How Does It Taste? "Haruto, it's lunchtime. Want to join us?" As the lunch break began, Akahizuyashi and Yuji Sakamoto habitually called out to Haruto. Sitting at his desk, Haruto looked at the two standing by the door and waved his hand slightly, signaling that they could go ahead without him. He wasn't going to the cafeteria. "Same as always, huh? Oh well, I guess it's just the two of us then." Akahizu pouted like a sulking girl before heading off to the cafeteria with Yuji. Haruto, still seated, was just about to leave for the courtyard when a figure approached his desk. A quick glance was enough. Long, golden hair cascading down to her waist. Haruto didn't need to look closely to recognize her. Thought a rectangular box wrapped neatly in a furoshiki one was placed on his desk. Haruto's gaze lingered on the bundle for a moment before shifting to the girl beside him. "Is this a bento? You haven't been preparing your own lunches properly lately, have you? So I asked my mom to make an extra portion. Well? Do you want it or not?" Ariri stood with her arms crossed, watching him. Haruto glanced around the classroom, noticing the other students still inside, before looking back at the bento. His eyes softened with nostalgia. Without a word, he stood up, picked up the bento, and grasping Ariri's hand walked out of the classroom. Oh, he's holding her hand. So he really does prefer Sawamura, huh? Compared to a blonde beauty, I guess Nakano just doesn't stand out as much. They haven't been spending much time together lately. But Sawamura's been getting bolder. Guess when a beautiful girl takes the initiative, she really does have the upper hand. Damn it, Namazo. The moment the two left, the classroom erupted into murmurs. Having just stepped outside, Haruto and Ariri heard every word loud and clear. Noticing this, Haruto immediately let go of Ariri's hand. A flicker of disappointment crossed her face. Following silently behind him, Ariri walked alongside Haruto, not toward the courtyard, but instead up to the rooftop. Finding a quiet spot with few people around, they sat down. Haruto placed the bento on his lap, unwrapped the furoshiki, and opened the box. A rich aroma filled the air. It was indeed a meal prepared for two. He turned to Ariri, who sat calmly beside him, before setting the bento between them on the bench. How did you ask Sayuri to make an extra lunch? The box was divided into 3 compartments, carefully prepared side dishes in one, and 2 portions of white rice in the others. Haruto picked up a serving, grabbed a pair of chopsticks, and asked Sayuri. I just told her to make an extra one. She seemed really happy about it and prepared yours without hesitation. She didn't ask anything else? Nope. Thinking about Sayuri's personality, Haruto found this reaction unsurprising. She had always been incredibly tolerant when it came to Ariri. Just from Ariri's brief request, Sayuri had likely jumped to conclusions, assuming that her daughter had finally found a boyfriend and eagerly preparing the extra meal. Haruto picked up a piece of broccoli and put it into his mouth. Lightly boiled, seasoned with salt, the taste was unmistakably Sayuri's cooking. The flavor and texture were just as he remembered. It had been a long time since he'd eaten her food, so he wasn't sure if it tasted exactly the same, but the familiarity was undeniable. He ate in silence. Ariri, watching him quietly, alternated between glancing at Haruto and staring down at the meal her mother had prepared. How does it taste? It's normal. Is that so? Haruto continued eating quietly, chewing his food with care. After a moment, he raised his head and looked up at the sky. I've just gotten used to her cooking, so it doesn't feel special anymore. Besides, back then, I was the one who cooked more often when we were together. When you stayed at my house, too, you were the one always in the kitchen. Back then, I thought your connection with my mom was just because we were classmates. I really was an idiot, huh? Ariri bit her lip, watching him with a complex expression. I thought our relationship, that the person you liked might be me. But in the end, I was the only one left in the dark. Do you think my mom ever realized that I had feelings for you? Sayuri? The conversation grew heavier. Love wasn't something dictated by whom at first. Haruto sighed deep down, he regretted it. By the time he had realized his feelings for Sayuri, he had already completely fallen for her, losing sight of everything else around him. Thinking back, it was possible. She probably had some idea. And from the way you reacted so strongly back then, she likely saw it clearly. Haruto trailed off, lowering his head as he quietly finished his meal. Ariri bit her lip harder, her eyes filled with longing, anger, hope and deep sorrow. She watched him intently but, seeing that he had nothing more to say, lowered her head and resumed eating in silence. You haven't seen her since, have you? After a long pause, Ariri spoke again. When school started, after you collapsed, I saw her from a distance. Just a glimpse. Aren't you going to meet her again? Maybe it's all in the past. Haruto cut her off, his eyes meeting hers. Finishing the last few bites quickly, he set his now empty bento box aside. Thanks for the meal. Chapter 97, I don't know Mr. Ishizuka, please take care of this document. Placing the file on a young man's desk, Maika watched him as he worked diligently. She didn't leave right away, instead, she smiled at him. Even though he had dark circles under his eyes, he remained focused and hardworking. The young man had just joined the company this year, a simple, ordinary-looking guy. However, when it came to work, he was incredibly dedicated. His personality was cheerful and kind, with a touch of youthful innocence that, rather than being off-putting, made him quite likable. Understood, Ms. Kira. I'll take care of it right away. Ishizuka glanced up at her, nodded, and reached for the document. But just as he was about to start, Mai suddenly asked him a question. So? How are things going with Miss Yuzuki? Huh? A faint blush crept onto Ishizuka's face. He stole a shy glance at Mai before lowering his head awkwardly, scratching it as he hesitated over his response. After a moment of thought, he finally gathered his courage and looked up at her. Miss Kira, what kind of gifts do you like? I was thinking of getting something for Miss Yuzuki, but I have no idea what she'd appreciate. I was hoping you could give me some advice. What kind of gifts do I like? Hearing his question, an image suddenly popped into Mai's mind, Haruto wrapped up in a ribbon like a gift. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and an enigmatic smile flickered across her lips before quickly disappearing. Looking back at the young man in front of her, she shook her head lightly. And why are you asking me, exactly? If it's just to make Miss Yuzuki happy, I'd say a simple box of sweets should do the trick. Wouldn't that be too casual? She's been working really hard lately juggling her job and taking care of Asahi, so I wanted to give her something special to cheer her up. The Yuzuki they were referring to was Aishizuka's love interest, and Asahi was her son. That's right, the young man, who had never even been in a relationship before, had fallen for a woman who already had a child. Her husband had passed away, and Aishizuka struggled with the emotions this situation brought. Many people in the company were aware of this. At first, no one knew about Aishizuka's feelings, and quite a few single women had taken an interest in him. But over time, as he made no effort to hide it, word spread, and soon, everyone knew. The women who had once admired him felt a twinge of disappointment, but instead of giving up completely, they started offering him advice. Meanwhile, the men in the office treated it like gossip, eagerly sharing their so-called wisdom on relationships with older women. Has your job been keeping you too busy? You've already met Asahi, haven't you? Last time, you said you went over to Miss Yuzuki's house and became friends with him. Yeah, Asahi's a really good kid. I guess it makes sense he's Miss Yuzuki's son, after all. We got along right away, so I don't think she dislikes me. Watching Aishizuka smile so earnestly, Mai couldn't help but think if a single mother willingly let a young man into her home, that already meant something. But since Aishizuka hadn't quite figured it out yet, she decided to let him reach that realization on his own. For someone who was normally so confident and energetic, he seemed surprisingly unsure when it came to matters of the heart. Since you've already built a connection with Asahi, why not offer to help take care of him? If Miss Yuzuki is busy with work, you could pick him up from school and look after him for a bit. That might bring you and her closer together. I see. That's a great idea. Aishizuka's face lit up in understanding, his excitement growing by the second. Mai, watching his reaction, was momentarily at a loss for words. Well, Asahi could serve as the perfect bridge between you two. Over time, even if you're not officially family, you'll start to feel like one. I get it now. Good. Now, focus on your work. Once you're done, you can put more effort into deepening your relationship with Miss Yuzuki. Right. I'll be heading out, then. Leaving Aishizuka with his tasks, Mai casually offered him some encouragement before heading back to her office. After tidying up her things, she left the company for the day. On her way home, she found herself lost in thought. She realized she wasn't all that different from Aishizuka except, while he had fallen for an older woman, she had fallen for someone younger. Setsuna and Haruto have been spending way too much time together lately. Maybe I should enroll her in a cram school to keep her occupied? Her thoughts grew more conflicted as she neared her neighborhood. But then, something caught her attention. Standing near a utility pole along the familiar street leading to Haruto's apartment was a striking figure. Draped in a vivid red floral kimono, the woman held a folding fan in her hand. Her long, silky twin tails of purple hair cascaded down her back, and a few strands gently framed her face. Her gaze was fixed in the direction of Haruto's apartment, her expression unreadable. Mai's eyes locked onto the mysterious figure, unable to look away. Bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, the figure before her cast a long, elongated shadow, filled with a sense of hesitation and sorrow. Standing still, Maikira found herself momentarily entranced. As she slowly regained her senses, her brows furrowed slightly, and she followed the person's gaze toward Haruto's apartment. After a moment of silence, she double-checked where the person was looking. Indeed, their eyes were fixed on the exact room where Haruto lived. The truth she had inferred from Haruto's rather skilled techniques last time had been weighing on her mind. And now, seeing a strange woman standing at the street corner, staring at his apartment, immediately put Mai on high alert. With measured steps, she approached the woman and took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Hello. The unexpected voice snapped Sayuri out of her daze. She hadn't even realized she had been standing there so lost in thought. Turning around, she found herself facing the source of the voice. The woman had her long hair neatly tied up and was dressed in a professional office outfit, giving off an air of sophistication. Sayuri was slightly surprised but nodded politely in greeting. Hello. Are you looking at that apartment? Do you know someone who lives there? Mai deliberately avoided mentioning Haruto's name. She wasn't sure if this woman knew him or if she was even aware that it was his residence. This was a test to see if the woman recognized the place. Sayuri glanced at the woman before her and slowly unfolded her folding fan, covering the lower half of her face. Noting the cautious look in Mai's eyes and a subtle probing in her words, she immediately sensed that this woman had some kind of relationship with the man who lived there, one she wasn't privy to. Yes, I was looking at that apartment. But I wasn't planning on meeting anyone there. I just happened to wander here on my walk, and for some reason, the sight of that place felt oddly familiar. So I stopped for a moment. Do you know the people who live there, ma'am? I do, to some extent. My daughter's boyfriend lives there. Your daughter's boyfriend? Sayuri was taken aback. The woman in front of her didn't look old at all. She might even be around the same age as herself. If that were the case, her daughter would likely be around Sayuri's age. She turned back to glance at the apartment again, then looked at Mai, recalling the scene she had witnessed last time, the image of a girl embracing a young man. A look of realization dawned on her face. A neighbor? Yes, a neighbor. For some reason, Mai felt a peculiar interest in this young woman before her. After a moment's thought, she extended an invitation. Would you like to come over for a visit? If you have any questions about that place, I might be able to provide some answers. Sayuri was briefly surprised by the sudden invitation. She glanced back at the apartment, the place that had been lingering in her thoughts lately. After a short hesitation, she shook her head. No, though I am curious about some things and would love to chat. I have some matters to take care of at home. I should be heading back. I see. That's a shame. Though her invitation was declined, Mai didn't seem particularly disappointed. She glanced back toward her own home and pointed in its direction. My house is right there. If you ever have time, feel free to drop by. If I get the chance, I certainly will. Exchanging polite smiles, Sayuri withdrew her gaze and took one last look at Haruto's apartment before turning to leave. It was about time to head home and prepare dinner for Sayuri. Lately, she had noticed something odd about her daughter. It wasn't as if Sayuri was outright avoiding her, but every time she came home, she would immediately retreat to her room. She asked me to prepare 2 bento boxes today. Could she have gotten a boyfriend? Walking along the familiar road home, Sayuri mulled over her conversation with Mai. Their daughters seemed to be around the same age, give or take a little. Since Mai's daughter already had a boyfriend, the idea of Sayuri dating didn't seem all that surprising. If Sayuri had found someone she liked, Sayuri wouldn't object. In fact, she would be thrilled if her daughter could quickly deepen her relationship with someone special. After all, their house had always felt too empty with just the two of them. If Sayuri could bring someone new into their lives, maybe even let her experience the joy of being a grandmother sooner rather than later, that would be wonderful. Imagining her quiet evenings in the living room, Sayuri couldn't help but hope Sayuri would have at least 2 children. Back home, inside her bedroom, Sayuri suddenly shivered. A strange chill ran down her spine. She paused for a moment, looking around her room before shaking it off and returning to her drawing. Lately, she had been working on stories about daughters competing with their mothers for love. More recently, she had shifted to drawing tales of daughters secretly having illicit affairs with their mothers' lovers. As for the changes in her creative direction and mindset, well, that was something best left unspoken. Meanwhile, Mai stood at the doorway of her house, watching as Sayuri's figure disappeared down the street. Only then did she turn and step inside. The house was quiet, her daughter was nowhere to be seen. Changing out of her work clothes, she casually tossed her stockings into the laundry basket in the bathroom before slipping into her lounge chair. Then, she made her way to the fridge. I forgot to buy groceries. I meant to do it yesterday, but I completely forgot. If I go now, all that's left will be discounted leftovers. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to check if Haruto had any food to spare. Leaving her house, she walked to the street corner and glanced at his apartment again, her mind still lingering on the strange woman from earlier. There was something eerily familiar about her, an inexplicable sense of déjà vu that unsettled Mai. Picking up her pace, she soon arrived at Haruto's door. Ringing the doorbell, she stepped inside. The moment she entered, she saw Setsuna sitting on the couch, reading a book, while Haruto was at his desk, furiously writing. Setsuna lifted his head slightly at Mai's arrival, acknowledged her with a glance, and then returned to her book. As for Haruto, he was so absorbed in his work that he hadn't even noticed her. Haruto, do you have any food left? Huh? Oh, Mai-san, you're here. Food? Yeah, I just bought some fresh ingredients earlier. I'll cook dinner, then. You keep working, don't waste time on small things. Do your best. Okay. Watching Mai take over the kitchen so naturally, Haruto thought to himself that she probably had no idea what he was actually writing about. If she knew. His eyes fell on the manuscript in front of him, over 50,000 words written so far. If I can push it to 100,000 words, that should be enough. Though longer manuscripts bring in more revenue. With that thought, Haruto took a deep breath and continued writing. It wasn't until dinner was ready that he finally lifted his head. Lost in his thoughts, he avoided looking at Mai and Setsuna. But as he picked at his food, Mai suddenly spoke up. By the way, Haruto, I ran into a woman outside your apartment today. She was staring up at your place. Do you know her? Haruto stiffened, immediately recalling the recent incident of his missing underwear. Who? A woman in a brightly colored floral kimono, with twin ponytails. Oh, and she had a folding fan. Mai watched as Haruto's face went rigid. He forced an awkward smile before quickly lowering his head. I don't know. Not don't recognize but don't know? Mai and Setsuna exchanged sharp glances before both sets of eyes landed on Haruto. They stared at him, unblinking. Chapter 98, A Bad Dream. Haruto didn't want to talk about it, and neither Setsuna nor Mai pressed him for answers. They simply kept their thoughts to themselves, their gazes lingering on Haruto for a moment before quietly returning to their dinner. After the meal, Setsuna and Mai went home together, leaving Haruto alone in his room, lost in thought. He pinched the bridge of his nose, trying to make sense of things. He had no idea why Sayuri had appeared nearby or why Mai had taken notice of her. But if she was around, it meant she had likely noticed him too. Is it the same as Ariri's situation? Sitting silently in his room, Haruto couldn't figure out what was going on. If Sayuri's circumstances were really the same as Ariri's, then things were about to get complicated. A strange mix of emotions welled up in his heart. A part of him wanted Sayuri to remember and seek him out, but another part resisted the idea of disrupting the peace he had chosen. Lowering his head, he absent-mindedly glanced at his desk and pulled open a drawer. Inside lay a thick stack of manuscript paper. He stared at it for a moment before shutting the drawer again. He wasn't in the mood to write anything. His eyes flicked toward the clock on his desk. It was still early. Even if he went to bed now, he doubted he'd be able to sleep. Maybe I'll take a walk. Grabbing his wallet and turning off the lights, Haruto stepped out into the night. Without a particular destination in mind, he walked aimlessly until he found himself in front of a convenience store. As the familiar chime of the store's entrance bell rang, he stepped inside, casting a glance toward the counter. The cashier was the same one he had encountered twice before. She noticed him as well, her eyes widening slightly in surprise before her cheeks flushed red. Quickly, she lowered her head, avoiding his gaze. Haruto found her reaction a bit odd but didn't dwell on it. He wandered through the aisles, casually browsing. Stopping by the magazine section, his gaze lingered momentarily on a few swimsuit photo books. He picked one up, flipping through the pages. The models posed seductively, but aside from that, there wasn't much novelty. Since he had little interest in swimsuits, he never really understood why so many people were drawn to these kinds of photo books. The models had nice figures, sure, but nothing particularly extraordinary. Honestly, instead of spending money on this, he felt he'd rather find a quiet cafe and enjoy watching high school girls pass by on the street. It would probably be more relaxing. After flipping through a few pages, he put the book back and picked up a weekly manga magazine instead. He recalled Nozaki Amitaru's pen name Yumino Sakiko, but he had no idea which magazine he was serialized in. I forgot to ask him last time. He only knew Nozaki wrote shoujo manga but had no clue which publication featured his work. Still, the manga in his hands looked interesting, so he decided to buy it. As he made up his mind, a familiar voice called out to him from behind. Ah! Mimizu-kun, you're here too? Turning around, he saw Sayuri Sekai. She was dressed in a simple gray pajama set, apparently out to pick up something from the store as well. Haruto hadn't expected to run into someone he knew. He gave her a small nod. Good evening. Is Setsuna already asleep? She should be home resting by now. This is usually around her bedtime. Sekai slowly approached him. In truth, she had been lying in bed unable to sleep. After some hesitation, she had picked up her telescope and glanced toward Haruto's apartment only to see him heading out. Without thinking, she had quickly thrown on some clothes and followed his path, eventually finding him here, flipping through photo books in the store. At first, she wasn't sure how to approach him, especially after seeing how intently he was looking at those pictures. It felt awkward to interrupt. So, she had waited for a bit. When she saw him pick up a manga instead, she finally worked up the courage to speak. Mimizu-kun, are you here to buy manga? Not really. I just didn't feel like staying home, so I came out for a walk. I happened to find something interesting, so I figured I'd grab a copy. What about you? Me? I couldn't sleep, so I came to buy some milk. I didn't expect to run into you. From behind the counter, the store clerk observed their conversation. She had noticed Sekai's behavior from the moment she entered, how she hesitated before approaching, how she had clearly been paying attention to the boy. The cashier's eyes drifted toward Haruto, who was now at the counter purchasing his magazine. She glanced at what he was buying, particularly the largest size product he had picked up earlier. So, he had a girlfriend, or at least someone close to him. But that girl and him didn't seem to have a particularly intimate relationship. And Haruto himself? Well, he didn't seem to be using those products for himself either. The cashier silently lowered her head, deciding it was best not to get involved in pointless gossip. Well then, buy your milk and head home soon. Haruto said after confirming Sakai's reason for being there. It's dangerous for a girl to be out alone at night. Having said that, he smiled faintly, picked up his manga, and headed for the register. Watching his calm demeanor and the way he kept his distance, Sakai bit her lip lightly. Slowly, she turned toward the dairy section. The cashier scanned his purchase. 420 yen. Haruto pulled out his wallet, placed the money on the counter, and took his manga, absent-mindedly pocketing the receipt. As he turned to leave, he caught sight of Sakai emerging from the area where milk was. Alright, I'll be off. Get home safely, and don't forget to rest. Yeah. She forced a smile, though her heart felt unsettled. She watched as Haruto's figure faded into the night, swallowed by the darkness. The cashier hesitated for a moment, glancing at the girl in front of her. She wanted to say something to remind her that the boy she was interested in might already have a girlfriend. But after thinking it over, she realized there was no real reason to bring it up. Besides, she scanned the milk, took the girl's payment, and watched as she left the convenience store alone. In the quiet store, the cashier let out a soft sigh. Back home, Haruto didn't spend much time on the manga. He flipped through it absent-mindedly, finished reading in about an hour, then set it aside on his desk. After a quick wash, he went to bed. Haruto, this is our daughter. Little Sayuri held the baby in her arms, her expression full of tenderness. Haruto looked down at the infant, noticing how her delicate features bore a slight resemblance to his own. A gentle smile spread across his face as he reached out, brushing his index finger lightly against the baby's tiny hand. Our daughter. As he watched Sayuri, radiating a mother's warmth and love, Haruto felt deeply moved. You've been through so much, Sayuri. No. Just knowing that she's our child makes all the hardships worth it. Right now, all I feel is happiness. We'll always be together, Haruto. Yes. We'll always. Just as he was about to promise her a future together, everything around him turned black. The warm scene disappeared into an abyss of darkness. A stark white sheet filled his vision. Beside it, a swollen, bloodless hand lay motionless. Haruto opened his mouth, but no words came out. His body trembled as he forced himself forward, his steps slow and unsteady. Kneeling beside the lifeless form covered by the sheet, his gaze fell upon the familiar ring on that pale, unmoving hand. Ah! 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 Once again. Had he lost everything once again? Ah! Ha! Ha ha ha! Ah! A deep, suffocating despair crashed over him. It felt as if even his heartbeat had ceased. A hollow emptiness spread through him, numbing his mind. Everything around him blurred into a lifeless gray. The sound of birds chirping faintly reached his ears as his damp eyelids slowly fluttered open. A dream? He lifted a hand to wipe his eyes. The tears hadn't yet dried. Tilting his head slightly, he felt a dampness on his cheek. Sitting up, he reached for his pillow completely soaked with tears. Taking a deep breath, he tried to steady himself. Lifting the blanket, he got out of bed, running a hand through his hair in frustration. Grabbing the pillow roughly, he yanked off the pillowcase and headed to the washing machine, throwing it in without care. Then, he stepped into the bathroom. Staring at his reflection in the mirror, he took in his reddened eyes and pale complexion. He turned on the faucet, splashing cold water on his face. After taking a moment to regulate his breathing, he looked a little better. Just hearing about Sayuri once was enough to shake me this badly? His head ached. Pressing his fingers to his temples, he sighed before stepping out of the bathroom. He quietly prepared breakfast, but when he sat down to eat, he found that every bite was difficult to swallow. Forcing himself to finish, he left the dishes behind and packed his bag. Without much thought, he left the apartment early. Looking toward the Kira household, he wondered if Setsuha had woken up yet. Not wanting to meet her right now, he kept his pace slow, walking towards school with a heavy expression. He arrived in the classroom and slumped into his seat. You don't look so good today. Did you have a nightmare? During a break, Akika approached his desk, noticing his distracted demeanor. Yeah, a really bad one. You locked me in a basement and tied me to a bed. Then I woke up. Eh? A dream like that? But why would you have that kind of dream? Are you secretly hoping for that kind of development? If that were the case, I'd be smiling right now instead of looking like this. So, would you prefer it if Sawamura tied you up instead? Huh? Haruto glanced at Akika, who was smiling playfully. But her eyes held a sharp glint, as if analyzing his reaction. He sighed, clenching his fist and pressing it against his forehead, taking a deep breath. My reaction would probably be even worse. Oh, Akika's eyes gleamed with amusement, her expression unreadable. At lunchtime, Haruto left the classroom alone. Sitting quietly in the courtyard, he soon noticed a familiar figure in a white lab coat just like before. She was there again. Futaba, we meet again. Eating alone today? Aren't you alone too? Futaba Ryo pursed her lips slightly, a bit shy, but she still gathered her courage and sat down beside him. Stealing a glance at him, she quickly noticed his pale complexion. She hesitated for a moment before speaking. You don't look well. I had a pretty bad dream. Must have been serious if it's affecting you this much. She studied his face. Normally, nightmares faded from memory upon waking. But whatever he had seen in his dream clearly wasn't ordinary. Yeah. It was something really awful. But it's already in the past. I have to keep moving forward, right? Yeah. She watched him carefully. His forced smile didn't seem like the expression of someone who had truly moved on. But since they hadn't known each other for long, she wasn't sure how to comfort him. So, she simply stayed by his side in silence. Looking up, Haruto gazed at the sunlight filtering through the leaves, warming his face. He closed his eyes. After school, Haruto approached Arire's desk, knocking lightly on it. Are you free after school? No. It's about Sayuri. Didn't you already say you didn't want to be involved anymore? Yesterday's conversation still weighed on Arire's mind. Now, seeing Haruto standing before her, bringing up Sayuri again, she didn't want to give in so easily. Then I'll go find Sayuri myself. Let's go. Grabbing her bag with a scowl, Arire didn't hesitate anymore. Just hearing Haruto say he'd go to her mother directly was enough to make her drop her resistance. Without another word, she stormed out of the classroom. Under the curious gazes of their classmates, Haruto silently followed her out. Chapter 99, Is this what they call a fate? Although Arire had claimed she was busy, the moment they left the school, she completely changed her attitude. Instead of discussing things in the classroom, she dragged Haruto along for a day out. The two wandered through the bustling shopping district in Shinjuku before finally settling down in a cafe in Shibuya. So, what did you want to talk to me about? Holding her coffee, Arire's mood had noticeably improved despite Haruto's reluctance. For her, the fact that Haruto had sought her out was already a good sign. Even if it was only because of Sayuri, it meant that when he needed someone to talk to, she was the one he turned to. And if that was the case, it was an opportunity for them to grow closer. At this point, Arire no longer cared about what Haruto truly thought. She just wanted him to stay by her side. Whether it was painful or sweet no longer mattered. Has Sayuri remembered something, just like you? Haruto stared at his cup of coffee. It was expensive. He wouldn't have stepped into such a cafe if the matter wasn't important. But since he was already here, there was no point dwelling on that. His gaze shifted to Arire, studying the girl sitting across from him. He remained silent for a moment before cutting straight to the point, not wanting to waste time on unnecessary small talk. Arire's expression flickered slightly, and she pressed her lips together. She had anticipated that whatever Haruto wanted to discuss wouldn't be a simple topic otherwise, he wouldn't have come to her directly. Thinking about what her mother had once told her regarding Haruto, Arire's mood turned a bit complicated. However, after a glance at the boy before her, she decided to ask why he was so concerned about this. You saw her? Someone spotted her near my apartment. Just because she was near your apartment doesn't mean anything unusual, does it? It's not that far away. Even if she was in the area, it's not exactly strange. So, she has remembered something, hasn't she? Haruto caught on to the unnatural tone in Arire's voice immediately. A brief moment of thought was all he needed to piece together the answer. His mood sank slightly. No. Arire frowned under Haruto's scrutiny, feeling irritated at his distrust. But since he already suspected that Sayuri had started recalling things about him, she figured it would be best not to complicate matters further. She decided to reveal part of the truth. She only had a few vague dreams about you and mentioned you once or twice, but she doesn't know your name. She doesn't remember anything concrete about you. Then why is it that both you and Sayuri are starting to recall things from back then? Arire fell silent. Haruto, too, stopped speaking. Instead, he listened to the soft jazz playing in the cafe for a moment before turning his attention back to Arire. You don't want Sayuri to remember me, do you? What do you plan to do? Haruto thought back to last night's dream. He had no desire to experience something like that again. I won't seek her out. So if Sayuri ever brings me up in conversation, you know what to do, don't you? That's all. That's all. What else could I do? Move back to Itamari? That would indeed ensure he never met Sayuri again. But then Arire wouldn't be able to see him either. And besides, Sayuri had already been to his apartment before. If she really did recall everything, she could still find him even if he left. Staring at Haruto with a slightly gloomy expression, Arire eventually nodded. I understand. Then, let's leave it at that for now. With an agreement in place, Haruto saw no reason to prolong the conversation. He took a small sip of his coffee before standing up. I'm heading back. Leaving the cafe, he walked directly toward his apartment. Meanwhile, Ayuri remained seated, staring at the chandelier above her with a faint sense of disappointment. Is there really nothing else we can talk about besides my mother? Sighing, she reached for her coffee, but just before taking a sip, her gaze drifted to the cup Haruto had left behind. For a moment, she was tempted. But in the end, she refrained from doing anything embarrassing. She wasn't that desperate yet. Even if the future still seemed bleak, as long as she kept trying, she believed she would eventually see hope for victory. Walking home alone, Haruto had managed to get some of the answers he wanted, but his mood hadn't improved. If anything, it had worsened. He sighed as he looked at his apartment building in the distance. Everything had suddenly become much more complicated. Shaking his head, he continued forward. But just as he turned a street corner, he collided head-on with someone. Stumbling back a couple of steps, Haruto barely managed to steady himself. The other person let out a soft "ah" but didn't fall either. "Sorry, wasn't looking where I was." He lifted his head, about to apologize properly. But the moment he saw who it was, his entire expression froze. Ayuri hadn't gone home. Meanwhile, Sayuri, having been alone all day, had been feeling restless. She decided to go out for a walk, but somehow, she found herself wandering near his apartment again. The realization made her pause. Was she turning into some kind of stalker? Why did she keep ending up here? And why did merely standing near that apartment fill her with a strange sense of peace? Sayuri couldn't find an answer. Lost in thought, she slowly walked forward. Then, suddenly, she collided with someone. Neither of them had been walking particularly fast, so thankfully, neither fell. But Sayuri still felt a slight ache in her chest from the impact. Just as she was about to look up and scold the careless person, she heard his voice. And her mind went blank. It was a voice she couldn't quite place, yet it felt inexplicably familiar. She looked up at the boy before her. The moment she saw his face, her breath hitched. She had only ever caught a glimpse of his side profile before, but now, seeing him up close, it was strange. He looked so familiar. So nostalgic. Almost as if she had known him for a long, long time. Without even thinking, her lips moved on their own. Haruto. The name left her mouth naturally, as if it had always been there, waiting to be spoken. And the moment she said it, she saw the expression on his face shift: shock, surprise, unease, pain, and nostalgia. Haruto stood frozen, staring at her. He couldn't believe it. Just earlier, he and Ayuri had agreed on how to handle this situation. He had promised not to approach Sayuri. Yet in the very next moment, here she was, standing right before him. And the worst part? She had just called out his name. Haruto clenched his jaw. The emotions welling up inside him were unbearable. Lowering his head, he fell into silence. He couldn't answer her. He didn't know how. Sayuri hesitated. Seeing the reaction on the boy's face, the way he lowered his head only deepened her confusion. Why did he look so shaken? We should be meeting for the first time, right? You're Mimizu Haruto, correct? I'm Sawamura Sayuri, Ayuri's mother. Nice to meet you. It was a perfectly normal introduction, yet hearing it made Haruto feel indescribably uncomfortable. A dull ache spread through his chest, as if something inside him was about to shatter. But he forced himself to adjust his emotions, slowly lifting his head with a gentle smile. Ayuri has mentioned you before. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Sawamura. I apologize for earlier. I was lost in thought and wasn't paying attention. He wore an apologetic smile, but his mind was a complete blank. He had no idea how to process what he was feeling, so he simply chose to stop thinking altogether. No, it's nothing serious. But you really should be more careful when walking. Daydreaming can be dangerous, you know. I'll be more mindful. Sayuri studied the young man in front of her. Beneath that calm and smiling exterior, there seemed to be layers of emotions she couldn't quite understand. And yet, for some reason, looking at him filled her with an odd sense of nostalgia. The atmosphere between them grew quiet. Back when school first started, I wanted to thank you for helping Ayuri. Sayuri eventually said, breaking the silence. She hesitated before asking, have we met before? She wasn't sure why, but the question had been nagging at her. Haruto's lips parted slightly, but in the end, he simply replied, no, we haven't. I'm from Itamori, and I only moved to Tokyo before the school year started. This is our first meeting, Mrs. Sawamura. I see. For some reason, she felt disappointed. A strange urge came over her, a deep, inexplicable desire to pull this boy into her arms. The feeling was so intense that it frustrated her. Why did he feel so familiar? I have something to take care of, so I'll be going now. Haruto said, his voice steady. Ah, okay. Sayuri wanted to say more, but the words wouldn't come. She could only watch as he turned and walked away. His figure slowly disappeared into the distance, reappearing moments later at the entrance of a nearby apartment building. She saw him open the door, step inside, and vanish from sight. Placing a hand over her chest, Sayuri felt her heartbeat quicken. This encounter had left her with nothing but confusion and unanswered questions. Taking a deep breath, she turned around and made her way home. When Sayuri got back, her mother was nowhere to be seen. Not thinking much of it, she changed out of her school uniform and, as usual, retreated to her room. She put on her thick glasses, sat at her desk, and quietly began drawing. Sayuri. About half an hour later, Sayuri's voice came from outside the door, followed by a knock. Sayuri stepped into Sayuri's room and approached her daughter, sitting beside her with a conflicted expression. Sayuri, sensing something was off, saved her work and turned toward her mother. What's wrong? Did something happen? No, it's nothing serious. Sayuri murmured, hesitating for a moment. Then, as if unable to hold it in any longer, she asked, have you ever met someone who felt strangely familiar, even though you were sure you'd never seen them before? Someone who felt familiar? The first person who came to Sayuri's mind was Haruto. She bit her lip and stared at her mother. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? I met someone today. I know I've never seen him before, but for some reason, he felt incredibly familiar. I even had this strange urge to hug him. He? You know him too, Mamazi Haruto, that boy. Sayuri had no idea what her daughter was thinking, so she spoke frankly, recounting the strange encounter. Propping her cheek up with one hand, she let out a troubled sigh. Sayuri, on the other hand, fell completely silent. She took a deep breath, trying to process what she had just heard. You ran into Haruto? Haruto? That's quite an affectionate way to call him. Does that mean? Sayuri's gaze shifted to her daughter, her curiosity piqued. Something about Sayuri had been off lately, and now, she couldn't help but feel even more intrigued. Did you see him too? Ignoring her mother's teasing tone, Sayuri frowned. Her expression turned serious. You really saw him? She asked again, her tone intense. Sayuri, sensing how serious her daughter was, nodded. I did. I bumped into him while I was out for a walk. He apologized quite sincerely. Did you feel anything unusual? Sayuri's expression hardened, her gaze locked onto her mother's. Would her mother be like her? Would seeing Haruto bring back lost memories? Would she suddenly remember everything? Unusual? Sayuri thought for a moment before nodding. There was definitely something. It felt like I've known him for a long time. Almost like. Her voice trailed off. Like I've always been waiting for him. Chapter 100, A Midnight Visit. Sayuri had thought that she and her mother were standing at the same starting line, both wearing roller skates. But she never expected that even after making an early start, her mother would still overtake her with a perfect cornering maneuver. As she gazed at the blushing, slightly flustered Sayuri, Sayuri fell into silence. Lying on the bed, Haruto held Setsuna tightly in his arms, burying his face in her hair. The familiar, refreshing scent helped ease his unsettled heart just a little. Haruto. Setsuna murmured. Did something happen? Sensing that something was off with him, she asked gently. Haruto leaned back slightly, meeting her gaze. For a moment, he hesitated, his eyes flickering toward the balcony before settling back on her. Should he tell her? If he told her about Sayuri, she probably wouldn't understand the situation. Even if he explained everything, it would only complicate things further. After a brief moment of hesitation, Haruto lowered his head again, pressing his face against the crook of her neck as he spoke in a muffled voice. I had a nightmare last night. I haven't been feeling great all day. But when I hold you like this, I feel at ease. It wasn't a lie. The nightmare had indeed left him unsettled, lingering in his mind throughout the day. Running into Sayuri had only added to his unrest, but there was no need to bring that up with Setsuna. Feeling his arms tighten around her, Setsuna's emotions grew complicated. Haruto had always seemed so mature, but seeing him like this so vulnerable gave her a new perspective on him. It made him feel more real, more tangible. And yet, she had a gut feeling that he wasn't telling her everything. As night fell, Mai returned home and made her way to Haruto's apartment. Seeing him lying in bed like that, she couldn't hide her surprise. What's wrong with Haruto? The scene before her daughter, wearing an apron, preparing dinner, while Haruto lay there like an injured child somehow gave her the impression of a husband idling at home while his wife took care of the household chores. Mai turned her gaze towards Setsuna, who was still focused on cooking, and asked, did something happen? He said he had a nightmare last night and hasn't been feeling well since. Setsuna replied. A nightmare? Mai was taken aback. She recalled her conversation with Haruto the previous day, then turned to look at him. He was lying there, staring blankly at the ceiling, a dejected expression on his face completely different from his usual self. Intrigued by this rare sight, Mai walked over to him and waved a hand in front of his face. Haruto slowly blinked, his half-lidded eyes shifting toward her. Mai-san, you're back. I'm back. Welcome home. Thanks. But what's with you? A nightmare really got you this down? Haruto remained silent. He wasn't surprised that Mai had taken an interest in this. He had expected as much. Meeting her gaze, he hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yeah. Glancing briefly at her daughter, who was still busy cooking, Mai then turned back to Haruto and crouched down beside the bed. The way her tight skirt hugged her curves made her movements seem particularly graceful. Leaning in close, she whispered in his ear. Because of that woman? Haruto's body tensed. He inhaled sharply, his eyes snapping fully open as he turned to look at her, lips pressing into a thin line. As I thought. Mai murmured, her lips curving into a small smirk. You have quite the history with her, don't you? Haruto didn't answer. Instead, he sat up and, under Mai's watchful gaze, got out of bed and walked over to the kitchen to help Setsuna with dinner. Watching him, Mai's expression grew thoughtful. She studied him intently, her smirk deepening. She had made up her mind. She would get him to tell her everything. After dinner, Setsuna and Mai returned to their own apartment. As they walked together, Setsuna glanced at her mother. What did you and Haruto talk about? You spoke with him when he was lying in bed, didn't you? Otherwise, he wouldn't have suddenly come over to help me with dinner. Oh, I just told him that you seemed busy and could use some help. That's all. Why? Setsuna turned her gaze away, muttering under her breath, liar. Watching her daughter stride ahead and open the apartment door, Mai slowed her pace. Had she been neglecting her daughter too much lately? Did she notice something? Mai shook her head slightly and stepped inside, closing the door behind her. Go take a bath first. She told Setsuna with a gentle smile before retreating to her room. Inside, she opened her closet and took out a shopping bag. Reaching inside, she pulled out a brand new lace lingerie set, something she had casually picked up while passing by a shop on her way home from work. A small, amused smile played on her lips. And this. Pushing the lingerie aside, she pulled out the outfit that had been tucked at the bottom of the bag. Just looking at it made her cheeks flush slightly. Half an hour later, after Setsuna finished her bath, Mai quickly stowed away the shopping bag and stepped out of her room, casually reminding her daughter to rest early before heading into the bathroom herself. Standing in the living room, Setsuna watched her mother disappear behind the bathroom door, her expression unreadable. After a brief pause, she turned and silently retreated to her own room. At 1 a.m., a soft ringing noise stirred Mai from her bed. The alarm was faint, barely loud enough to be heard beyond her room. But since she hadn't truly fallen asleep, it was more than enough to wake her. Lifting the covers, she tiptoed over to her closet and retrieved the shopping bag. After slipping on a light robe, she carefully made her way to the front door. The apartment was shrouded in darkness, save for the dim moonlight filtering in through the windows. Peering toward Setsuna's bedroom door, she confirmed that her daughter was still asleep. Good. She didn't wake up from the noise. Mai pressed her lips together and exhaled slowly. Then, with careful precision, she turned the lock. Click. Her heart nearly stopped. She froze for a moment, glancing back toward Setsuna's room. No movement. She's still asleep. Relaxing slightly, Mai slowly pushed the door open and stepped outside. The moment the door shut behind her, she let out a breath of relief. Standing in the dimly lit corridor, illuminated by the glow of street lights, she clutched the shopping bag and quietly made her way down the stairs. Stopping in front of Haruto's apartment, she reached out and pressed the doorbell. Meanwhile, inside the dimly lit room, Haruto sat at his desk, having spent the past few hours writing. He had penned nearly 5,000 words before exhaustion finally overtook him around 10 o'clock. Drifting into sleep, he found himself in a bright, spacious home, surrounded by familiar yet strangely distant figures. Women he recognized, each carrying a child in their arms. A vision of the future. No. This is just a dream, isn't it? Realizing the illogical nature of what he was seeing, Haruto didn't wake up immediately. Instead, he allowed the dream to continue, indulging in its peaceful, happy atmosphere. A faint smile graced his lips as he relished the fleeting joy of the dream. Then, just as the dream showed him sneaking away for a secret rendezvous with a lover, the sound of the doorbell shattered the illusion. Ding dong. His eyes fluttered open. Still groggy, he sat up and looked toward the door. The persistent ringing continued. Dragging himself out of bed, he shuffled over and pulled the door open only to find Mai standing there. "What time is it?" he asked, his voice hoarse. "Around 1 in the morning," she replied, smiling. Mai stepped into the apartment, quietly closing the door behind her. Holding a shopping bag in one hand, she moved closer to Haruto, wrapping her arms tightly around him. Now fully awake, Haruto was still groggy and too tired to react much. He sighed as he took in the sight of my standing in his home at this hour. It's already past midnight, he muttered. But we barely have time during the day, don't we? Mai replied with a small smile. She placed the bag on the desk, reached inside, and pulled out a delicate set of lingerie. Then, without hesitation, she began unbuttoning her shirt. Haruto froze. Sitting on the edge of his bed, he could only watch in stunned silence. That woman. And you. Mai hesitated, then bit her lip before continuing. What exactly is your relationship with her? She's just a classmate's mother. Haruto replied, taking a deep breath and closing his eyes. I don't believe you. Mai murmured. For nearly an hour, Mai had pressed Haruto for answers, but he gave her nothing. Still, as she finally left his apartment, she seemed satisfied. Haruto, however, remained on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, his face void of emotion. Slowly, he closed his eyes again. Before he knew it, he had drifted back into sleep. The morning rain drizzled outside, tapping softly against the window. It was the kind of weather that made people reluctant to get out of bed, especially after being interrogated in the middle of the night. Haruto sat up with a groan, his body still aching with exhaustion. Moving sluggishly, he made his way to the bathroom. After freshening up, he returned to the kitchen and quietly prepared breakfast. Eating alone, he glanced at his unmade bed. It won't dry in this weather anyway, he thought, deciding to leave it as it was. He then gathered up the trash and took it outside. As he stepped out, dressed in his school uniform, he tossed the trash into the designated area and glanced toward the Kira residence. Then, without hesitation, he turned and headed toward school. Upon entering the classroom, Haruto placed his umbrella in the back of the room and settled into his seat. Not long after, Airi arrived. The blonde girl scanned the classroom the moment she walked in. As soon as her gaze landed on Haruto, she wasted no time. Dropping her bag onto her desk, she walked straight over to him, rapped her knuckles against his desk, and then beckoned him with a finger. Without another word, she turned and left the classroom. Haruto sighed, rubbing his temples before reluctantly following her. Once outside, they found a quiet corner away from prying eyes. Airi glanced around, making sure no one was nearby, before turning her sharp gaze onto him. You met my mom? It was an accident. Haruto replied. What happened? Airi frowned. Just yesterday, he had been asking for advice on how to handle his situation with Sayuri. He had insisted that he wouldn't be seeing her again. And now, less than a day later, he had literally run into her? I wasn't paying attention while walking home, Haruto admitted. At a street corner, I just happened to bump into her. Honestly, I never would have thought something that coincidental could happen. Murphy's Law, I guess. Murphy's Law? Airi narrowed her eyes. You don't look so good. Did you not get enough sleep last night? Haruto turned to the window, watching the raindrops trickle down the glass. Murphy's Law states that when you realize something bad might happen and want to avoid it, that's when it's most likely to happen. If something can go wrong, it will, no matter how small the chance. He paused, then shifted his gaze back to Airi, his exhaustion evident. Did Sayuri mention running into me? Yeah. Airi replied. She told me about it last night, right after she got home. Chapter 101, You and Mimizu-kun. Are you two dating? But she hasn't completely remembered her past with you yet. As long as you don't see her again in the future, there shouldn't be any problems. Airi's words lingered briefly in the air as she gazed at the young man in front of her. Her tone was calm, but her words made him let out a weary chuckle. It wasn't that he didn't want to avoid Sayuri, it was that avoiding her had become impossible. She already knew where he lived. How was he supposed to escape now? I'd love to avoid her, but she already knows where I live. What else can I do? Move. For a moment, he stared at her, unable to tell if she had been planning this all along. The way she suggested it so decisively made him wonder if she had been waiting for an opportunity to convince him to leave the neighborhood. I still have some savings, she added. Airi's unwavering attitude left him speechless. She was even willing to use her own money to help him move. After a moment of silence, he let out a sigh. Moving isn't an option, so don't count on it. Then aren't you worried? Living there, running into my mom all the time? If she sees you with your little girlfriend and it triggers her memories, don't you think? She trailed off, but he understood exactly what she was implying. She didn't need to spell it out. He knew full well what could happen if Sayuri regained her memories. In the best-case scenario, she would simply pretend nothing happened, return home, and cut ties with him completely. But in the worst-case scenario, Airi watched him, reading the hesitation on his face. She stepped forward and reached out, gently placing her cool hand against his cheek. He instinctively pulled back. There's actually another way, she said. He looked at her warily. What? We could just tell my mom we're dating. You're joking. As long as she believes it, that's enough. Even if she does remember, she won't try to contact you if I'm in the way. It was a logical plan. But as he looked at her, his expression became complicated. He remained silent for a moment before simply walking away, back toward the classroom. Ariri watched his retreating figure, pressing her lips together before slowly relaxing them again. Then, she followed after him. At lunchtime, Haruto found himself sitting with two of his classmates, Yuji Sakamoto and Akahiza Yashi. You and Sawamura, huh? You two seem a little too close, Yuji commented, giving him a knowing look. Haruto had just unwrapped his sandwich when the question caught him off guard. It wasn't just Yuji. Akahiza was also looking at him curiously. It wasn't a secret that Haruto often spent time with both Eri and Akiko Nakano, and the class was buzzing with speculation. She and I just got to know each other well because of something that happened before. Kind of like new neighbors who moved in next to each other. That kind of relationship. Haruto replied. That's a pretty vague way to put it, Yuji remarked. So, you're not dating Sawamura? No. What about Nakano? Akiko Nakano? Akahiza's eyes gleamed with curiosity. No, we're just friends. Friends as in dating friends? No. Just friends. Akahiza eyed him suspiciously but, seeing that Haruto wasn't budging, gave up and returned to his meal. Soon, the conversation shifted to video games, and the topic was dropped. The rest of the school day passed uneventfully. After sitting through all his classes, Haruto just wanted to go home and get some rest. His body was still exhausted from the previous night's interrogation. As he left the classroom and walked toward the school gates, he suddenly noticed someone walking beside him. Ariri. He turned to look at her. What is it? Nothing. This is the way home. Haruto glanced at her, realizing there wasn't much he could say to that. He sighed and continued walking. Their silent companionship didn't go unnoticed. Students heading home from Toyosaki Academy couldn't help but sneak glances at them. It had only been 2 weeks since the school year started, but Ariri's golden hair had already made her one of the most recognizable figures on campus. She was beautiful, eye-catching, and unmistakable. Seeing her walking side by side with a boy naturally attracted attention. Not that Haruto particularly cared. After a while, when they reached the shopping district, he abruptly turned and walked in. Ariri hesitated for a moment before following him inside. I thought you were heading home, Haruto said, glancing at her. Why are you following me? You can come here, but I can't. She shot back. He sighed. There was no arguing with her. Ignoring her presence, he started shopping for groceries while she trailed beside him. Hey, Haruto. Back for more veggies? One of the shopkeepers called out. Then, his gaze shifted to Ariri. Oh? And who's this? Your girlfriend? What a cute young lady. Here, take these on the house. You two lovebirds can share them. Wow, you got yourself a girlfriend already? Another vendor chimed in. Lucky guy. Be sure to treat her well. Young love is a beautiful thing. An elderly lady added with a smile. As shopkeepers eagerly handed out freebies, Haruto couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Meanwhile, Ariri took a bite of the taiyaki one she had been given, eyeing him curiously. You seem to know a lot of people here. I come by often to buy ingredients, so I got to know them. I see. They finished shopping and started heading home. Normally, this would be where Ariri and Haruto would part ways. But, unsurprisingly, she kept following him. Haruto glanced at her. This isn't your way home. So, shouldn't you be going back now? I don't really feel like going home yet. Besides, I need to check if my mom is hanging around your apartment. If she is, I'll take her home. That was actually a pretty good excuse. Since he couldn't argue against it, he stayed quiet and kept walking. They continued in silence, side by side, until suddenly, Haruto stopped in his tracks. Ariri was about to ask why he had stopped when she followed his gaze forward and immediately pressed her lips together. It was almost eerie, the way mother and daughter seemed to have some kind of telepathic connection. Not too far ahead, Sayuri was standing near Haruto's apartment. As if sensing their presence, she turned around. And there they were, her daughter, and the boy from her past. Ariri? She blinked, then her gaze shifted to Haruto. And Mimizu-kun? Ariri's mood plummeted. She had hoped, even expected, that she was the only one aware of the truth. But now, standing here, face to face with her mother, she realized the illusion was crumbling. Frowning, she took a step forward, placing herself in front of Haruto as she faced her mother. What are you doing here? I was just out for a walk. The house is so quiet when you're at school. Sayuri replied, smiling gently. Is something wrong? Ariri fell silent. A walk? Sure. But why did she always seem to end up here? And then, Sayuri's eyes flicked between her and Haruto. You and Mimizu-kun. Are you two dating? No. Haruto denied it immediately. Eri, who hadn't even processed what Sayuri had just said, barely had time to react before his firm answer crushed the fleeting thought she hadn't even realized she had. Huh? You're not dating? Sayuri blinked in surprise. But you two always go home together, and last time, Eri even asked me to make lunch for two. Wasn't that for Mimizu-kun? Haruto glanced at Eri but still shook his head. We're not dating. We're not dating. Eri interrupted before he could say anything that might trigger her mother. We're just close friends. So, Mom, you can head home now. Before Haruto could continue, Eri swiftly cut him off, making sure to steer the conversation in a different direction. Oh my, Eri, are you already pushing your mother away? Sayuri clutched her chest in exaggerated heartbreak. If you get married someday, am I going to be left all alone? Oh, how sad, how lonely. Eri fell silent. But Sayuri, noticing the subtle change in both her daughter and Haruto's expressions, straightened up slightly. Her teasing smile softened as she looked at Eri. Then, without another word, she slowly walked past her. Well then, I'll be heading home first. Eri, don't stay out too late. With those parting words, Sayuri's figure gradually faded into the distance. Eri stood there in silence, watching her mother's retreating back. As for Haruto, he let out a long breath, tilting his head up to look at the vast blue sky overhead. It stretched endlessly, deep and boundless. He closed his eyes. Then, without another word, he began walking toward his apartment. Eri hesitated, glancing between Haruto's back and the direction her mother had left. After a brief moment of indecision, she followed after him. Why don't we go visit Mimizu-kun's place today? Sakai suddenly suggested, catching Setsuna off guard. It was after school, and the girls had been idly wondering what to do when Sakai came up with the idea of dropping by Haruto's apartment. Think about it, he lives alone, right? He must get lonely sometimes. If the three of us visit, we can keep him company. She reasoned. Besides, last time we had a study session at his place, didn't we? It wasn't a waste of time, and he seemed really happy about it. Setsuna remained silent. Seeing her lack of response, Sakai leaned in closer, her voice playful yet oddly persuasive. And she added, this way, you can spend more time with him, Setsuna. If you don't, who knows? Some other girl might take advantage of the opportunity and steal him away. Hearing Sakai's words, Kotonoe Katsura looked at her, unsure how to feel about the comment. Then, she glanced at Setsuna only to notice that she seemed tempted. Chapter 102, a new thought. Eri insisted on following him, and Haruto didn't turn her away. He opened the door and stepped inside his apartment, with Eri trailing behind. As she entered, she closed the door behind her. Inside the apartment, Haruto casually poured her a cup of tea. Where's that little girlfriend of yours? Glancing around the living room, Eri's gaze settled on Haruto, her tone laced with curiosity as she abruptly brought up Setsuna. Haruto wasn't quite sure what was going through her mind, why she had suddenly chosen to mention Setsuna. Setting the tea down on the table in front of her, he answered nonchalantly. She has school, just like you. She looks so young. You really don't have any reservations about that? Haruto didn't argue. At a glance, Setsuna did indeed appear far younger than she actually was. Even though she was already a high school student, most people on the street would likely mistake her for a middle school or perhaps even younger. In today's society, with improved nutrition, many children matured quickly and looked much older than their actual age, making it difficult to determine age at a glance. But for someone like Setsuna, who was already older but still looked so childlike, it was a rarity. Every time he interacted with her, there was a fleeting moment of hesitation in his heart. But Haruto knew better. Setsuna wasn't as young as she appeared, so he never let that thought linger. She's not a child. He glanced at Eri beside him, feeling the need to at least defend himself, even if his words lacked conviction. Eri, however, didn't dwell on the subject. She had only mentioned it in passing. Seeing Haruto's indifferent reaction, she realized she might have chosen the wrong topic. She took a seat, picking up the tea and taking a small sip. Her gaze once again landed on Haruto. So, about your mother. What do you plan to do? She seems to have misunderstood some things, and from what I can tell, she doesn't remember you clearly or have any strong emotions toward you. The conversation shifted back to Sayuri. Upon hearing Eri's words, Haruto slowly walked to the window, looking out over the scenery beyond. His eyes instinctively sought out the familiar direction of the Sawamura household, a place he had visited many times before. It felt anything but unfamiliar. The image of Sayuri from earlier surfaced in his mind. His lips curled slightly in reminiscence, only for his smile to fade into something more bitter. She had forgotten everything from the past. Turning back toward the living room, he met Ariri's gaze before stepping forward and sitting beside her. If she's already forgotten, then that's for the best. There's no need for history to repeat itself. Even if she does remember. Would you really support me being with Sayuri? As his words fell, Haruto saw the shift in Ariri's expression. Clearly, the thought was something she still found difficult to accept. His gaze lingered on her face for only a moment before he withdrew it, leaning back and staring up at the ceiling. Silence settled between them. Ariri bit her lip, struggling to suppress the strong sense of discomfort and anger rising within her. Just imagining Haruto and her mother together again was unbearable. Yet, she also felt powerless to stop it. She didn't want the same tragedy to repeat. Her only course of action now was to prevent Haruto from approaching Sayuri. As for what happened beyond that, she wouldn't interfere. As the two sat in silence, deep in their own thoughts, the doorbell suddenly chimed. Ding-dong, the soft chime echoed in the quiet room. Ariri turned to Haruto, who in turn glanced back at her. It's probably Setsuna, back from school. What do you plan to do? Feeling that there was little left to discuss with Haruto, Ariri stood up. As Haruto made his way to the door, she followed behind him. Expecting to see only Setsuna outside, Haruto was surprised when he opened the door to find 3 girls standing there. Similarly, the trio hadn't expected to see someone else in Haruto's apartment. Sakai's eyes flickered with confusion and intrigue, while Kotonoa blinked, her gaze shifting suspiciously to Haruto. Setsuna's mood darkened the moment she saw the blonde girl standing behind Haruto. Without a word, she fixed her gaze on Ariri. You've got quite a few visitors today. I'll be heading home. Remember what you said, neither you nor I want history to repeat itself. Ariri offered a small smile before slipping on her shoes and leaving, not even looking back. Watching her retreating figure, Sakai leaned in close to Setsuna and whispered. You're just letting her leave? Setsuna ignored her and stepped into the apartment. Haruto greeted her with his usual gentle smile, but today, Setsuna's expression remained muted. Without returning the smile, she simply looked at him deeply before walking past him and into the living room. Sakai and Kotonoa exchanged glances before following her inside. As the girls took their seats in the living room, Haruto closed the door and walked over to prepare tea. Meanwhile, Setsuna's gaze wandered around the room. The bed was neatly made, the floor spotless, and the desk free of any signs of disturbance. Though Ariri's lingering scent still faintly clung to the air, it was only in the spot she had sat in. Haruto placed the tea on the table before taking a seat himself. Across from him, Setsuna fixed him with a serious stare. What was she doing here? Ariri? Nothing much. She just stopped by to talk. Haruto knew Setsuna would mind, but explaining the details wasn't easy. Instead, he kept his response vague. Noticing that Setsuna wasn't satisfied, and that Sakai was watching him with a knowing smirk, he quickly added, she lives nearby. On her way home from school, she happened to run into her mother, and there was a bit of a misunderstanding. She just needed a place to hide for a while. Setsuna held his gaze for a moment longer before looking away. The name Sawamura Ariri sounded familiar, but she couldn't quite place why. Had she seen her before? Sakai studied Haruto, thinking back to the golden-haired girl. She did seem somewhat familiar, though they had never spoken before. Meanwhile, Kotonoa kept her head lowered, staring into her teacup. She recalled a recent encounter on the street where Haruto had been with someone else. Not this girl, someone different. She glanced at Haruto with mixed emotions, debating whether to tell Setsuna. The room fell into a short silence before Sakai broke it with a playful smile. So quiet. It's getting a little awkward. Mimizu-kun, you know, you really shouldn't be bringing girls home so casually. Even someone as kind as Setsuna can be sensitive about these things. Raising a delicate finger, she playfully scolded him. The quiet atmosphere dissipated as she laid everything bare, making things feel much more normal. 3 pairs of eyes turned toward Haruto. Being under their scrutinizing gazes, he immediately understood that Sakai was offering him an easy way out. So, he quickly went along with it, promising that he'd be more careful in the future and wouldn't casually bring other girls into his apartment. Setsuna, you shouldn't overthink it. Sakai continued. If you can't trust anyone else, surely you can trust Mimizu-kun, right? After all, she smiled and trailed off, her eyes flickering toward Haruto. Setsuna glanced at Sakai, then silently shifted her gaze back to Haruto. In her mind, she compared her to Ariri Spencer Sawamura, the blonde twin-tailed girl who was often on her mind. There wasn't exactly no comparison to be made, but if she had to be honest, Ariri did have the upper hand. Still, she kept these thoughts to herself. She remained seated quietly, saying nothing. Sakai had already teased her like this, what else could she say? Besides, Haruto had always been kind to her, looking after her with care. Someone like that. She She really had no reason to doubt him. With that, she accepted the situation without any further protest. Kotonoha, however, cast a slightly surprised look at Sekai. She now had a deeper understanding of the bond between Sekai and Setsuna. Once everything was out in the open, the atmosphere naturally lightened. The four of them fell into their usual routine, chatting idly, discussing their schoolwork, and working together on assignments. With their combined efforts, they finished their homework with ease. "It's still early," Sekai remarked. "Even if we go home now, there's not much to do. Kotonoha, do you have any plans for tonight?" "Oh. No, nothing in particular." "Then why don't you stay over at Mimizu-kun's place tonight?" "Huh? And no. I mean, what are you even saying?" That's Kotonoha instantly panicked, her face flushing red. Sekai laughed mischievously, while Setsuna shot her a sharp, piercing glare, the kind that could be called a death stare. Feeling the intensity of her gaze, Sekai quickly shut her mouth and bowed her head in apology. "I'm very sorry." Despite her apology, she glanced outside at the bright sky, then suddenly changed the topic. "Hey, have you guys ever heard of the Fox Spirit game?" "Oh, the one where the coin moves across the paper?" Haruto had some vague recollection of it. He'd heard rumors, urban legends, really, about this so-called game. No one really knew who invented it, but over time, it had transformed from a mere pastime into an eerie occult ritual. Kotonoha, who had never really had friends before, was unfamiliar with such things. Meanwhile, Setsuna, having spent a lot of time around Sekai, a notorious chatterbox, had picked up bits and pieces about it. Yeah, that's the one," Sekai said excitedly. "It's done late at night, in a dark and quiet place. Two people place their fingers on a coin and slide it over a special paper while chanting a spell. If done correctly, the fox spirit will answer their questions." She looked around mysteriously, trying to build suspense. Haruto, however, was unimpressed. Setsuna merely cast a sidelong glance at Sekai and ignored her. Kotonoha, on the other hand, was intrigued. It wasn't that she had any burning questions to ask, she was simply curious about something she'd never heard of before. "Really?" she asked. "Of course. But sometimes strange and terrifying things happen." "To something scary?" Kotonoha blinked. Sekai was just about to launch into a ghost story when Haruto cut in. "I don't understand," he said. "If people have questions, why don't they just go to a proper shrine and pray for guidance from the gods? Why rely on some shady fox spirit instead? Are gods like Tenjin or Inari somehow less reliable?" At his words, Sekai fell silent. Setsuna sighed, looking at him with mild exasperation. Kotonoha, however, seemed to ponder his words seriously, nodding as if she found them reasonable. Chapter 103, The Fox Spirit Game. Sometimes, girls aren't ones to talk about science and logic. Instead of visiting the readily available shrines scattered everywhere, they seem to prefer divination games like Kakuri-san. It's said that such games can summon low-level spirits, and Kakuri itself is even referred to as an angel. Haruto had no idea what this had to do with angels, but games like this had already been popular since the 1870s. Even now, they remained a common pastime among middle and high school students. Glancing at Sekai sitting beside him and Setsuna across from him, he thought, well, high school girls were basically just older middle schoolers. Makes sense. "I want to try it too," Setsuna said calmly, her gaze fixed on Haruto. Like him, she didn't believe in things like fox spirits. But she was still curious enough to give it a try. "That makes two of us." Sekai turned her gaze toward Kotonoha, who sat silently beside Haruto, then at Haruto himself. Her eyes held a certain pressure, urging the two of them to join. Haruto sat quietly, sipping his tea, unfazed. Kotonoha, on the other hand, hesitated. She glanced at Sekai, who was brimming with excitement, then at the ever-silent Setsuna. Finally, she raised her small hand. "Tea then. I'll join too." "Great. That makes 3 votes. Now, Mimizu-kun, are you still going to hold out?" Sekai tilted her head slightly, leaning toward Haruto with a sly smile. Haruto, who had little interest in such games, let out a soft sigh before giving a small nod. "Since everyone wants to try, I'll join as well. But isn't this the wrong time for it?" He glanced outside. The sun was still high in the sky. If the stories were true, spirits wouldn't show up in broad daylight. Though Haruto wasn't particularly superstitious, he was at least aware of the basics. Yeah, it's usually done at night, especially in quiet, dark places. That's when it's supposed to be most effective. But since we're just playing for fun, it doesn't really matter. Let's wait until dusk. After all, twilight is called the hour of meeting demons. Seeing Sekai's growing enthusiasm, Haruto remained indifferent, lowering his gaze back to his tea. But in his peripheral vision, He noticed something. Kotonoha was sneaking glances at him. When he turned his head slightly to look at her, she quickly averted her gaze, lowering her head. Her hesitant expression and evasive eyes caught Haruto's attention. They hadn't interacted much, so why was she acting so strangely? Perplexed, Haruto studied her for a moment before shifting his gaze away. Across from him, Setsuna furrowed her brows slightly. If he kept staring at Kotonoha any longer, she might actually get annoyed. The room fell silent, each of them simply waiting for twilight to arrive. Sekai, in the meantime, started explaining the rules and precautions of the Fox Spirit game to Setsuna and Kotonoha, who weren't familiar with it. Watching Kotonoha nod along, saying I see. While Sekai smirked mischievously, Haruto had a feeling Sekai wasn't acting out of pure goodwill. She likely had some ulterior motive. Springtime meant the sun set quickly. Unlike summer, when daylight lingered until 7 or 8 in the evening, in spring, the sky darkened around 5. The girls, who had been waiting in the room for quite some time, now sat around a freshly cleared table. A white sheet of paper lay before them, marked with yes and no numbers, and hiragana 1 characters. A single coin rested at the center. They sat in the dim twilight, without turning on any lights. Each person extended a single index finger, lightly touching the edge of the coin. The coin was small, leaving barely any space for all 4 fingers. Alright, let's begin. First, we ask. Sekai said, glancing at the others before starting the game. Fox Spirit, have you arrived? The coin trembled slightly. Haruto barely applied any pressure, watching as Sekai subtly nudged it toward yes. He didn't interfere and let it happen. Setsuna, noticing the trick, lost much of her interest. Instead, her gaze shifted toward Haruto. Kotonoha, on the other hand, seemed puzzled. She alternated her gaze between the coin and Sekai. Sekai, pretending not to notice Kotonoha's stare, pressed on. The Fox Spirit is here. Now, we can ask it questions. Fox Spirit, who does Sekai say ing like? As soon as Sekai finished speaking, Setsuna moved the coin toward the hiragana section. Sekai, caught off guard, could only watch as Setsuna deliberately placed the coin on the character, ha. By the time Sekai reacted and tried to push it elsewhere, it was too late. The coin had already landed. Her lips tightened as she looked at Setsuna expressionless. Then she turned to Haruto calm as ever. Realizing she was the only one feeling flustered, a bitter feeling spread through her chest. She turned to Kotonoha. Since Setsuna and I have asked questions, it's your turn, Kotonoha. Fox Spirit, what I saw. Was it really what I think it was? A strange question. The others let the coin drift freely. Setsuna didn't care. Sekai was indifferent. Haruto had no idea what she meant, but instinct told him that moving the coin to no would be the right call. The coin floated around before landing on no. Kotonoha slowly raised her head, her gaze settling on Haruto. Seeing that he didn't react or even look at her, she let out a quiet breath of relief. But when she turned to Setsuna, their eyes met. Setsuna studied Kotonoha's expression, uncertain about the significance of her question. But she had a vague feeling it involved Haruto. With Sekai still there, Setsuna kept her thoughts to herself. After Kotonoha's odd question, Sekai turned to Haruto. Now, Mimizu-kun, your turn. Fox Spirit, who will I marry? Without much thought, Haruto immediately tried to push the coin toward the, section Setsuna's character. But just as he began, he realized the coin wouldn't budge. Kotonoha was pressing down. Setsuna, however, was pushing toward Sekai. She resisted. Out of all the questions, this was the one she refused to let go of. Her playful demeanor faded. She bit her lip, struggling to move the coin toward, instead. Setsuna glanced at Sekai, then at Haruto. After a moment of hesitation, Haruto applied more pressure. The coin shot off the paper, landing on the floor with a sharp sound. Sekai's face went pale. She clenched her lips, staring at the fallen coin. Sekai. Haruto's gaze shifted from the scratched-up paper to the coin, then finally to Sekai beside him. Without a word, Sekai stood up, picked up the coin, and without looking at anyone, Setsuna, Kotonoha, or Haruto, she silently walked toward the door. The creak of the door opening. Then, a quiet click as it closed behind her. And just like that, only 3 remained in the room. Kotonoha, having an idea of why Sekai left, hesitated. She glanced at the fading light outside the window, then slowly stood up. It's getting late. I should go too. Yeah. The air was thick with an awkward tension. Haruto gave Kotonoha a small smile. She returned it with a polite nod, bid them farewell, and turned toward the door. As he watched her leave, Haruto's gaze eventually landed on Setsuna. Say ing. She. I've known for a long time, so it's not a surprise. I just didn't expect her to react so strongly. Setsuna said calmly. I'm not mad. Her voice was composed as always. But after a brief pause, she lowered her gaze before lifting it again, meeting Haruto's eyes. Earlier, when Kotonoha said she saw something. Was it about you? Huh? The sudden question caught him off guard. He shook his head. I don't know. I really have no idea. Setsuna pulled out her wallet, retrieved a coin, and placed it on the worn-out paper. Though the sheet was covered in scratches from the earlier struggle, the letters and numbers were still clearly visible. Let's continue. The fox spirit game? Yeah. She placed her finger lightly on the coin, then looked at Haruto expectantly. He hesitated for a moment before sighing and pressing his fingertip to the other side of the coin. Fox spirit, was what Kotonoha sorely related to Haruto? The coin began to move. Haruto didn't apply any force, yet it slowly slid toward yes. Fox spirit, does Haruto really not know anything about it? This time, Haruto pressed slightly, guiding the coin toward yes. As the coin reached its destination, Setsuna glanced at him. Fox spirit, does Haruto really like me? The coin wavered. Setsuna tried to push it toward no. But Haruto pressed back, steering it toward yes. Even with Setsuna resisting, the final result was inevitable. Then, one last question. Setsuna's gaze lingered on him, as if assessing his answer. Fox spirit. What is the relationship between Haruto and my mother, Karamai? Haruto's fingers twitched. He sat in silence, staring at Setsuna with an expression that was both confused and wary. The coin didn't move. Setsuna didn't push it. She simply watched him. Then, she withdrew her hand from the board, shifting her gaze toward the refrigerator. It's getting late. My mom should be coming home soon. Let's prepare dinner. Yeah. Haruto stood up, following her to the fridge. He wasn't sure what she was thinking. Had she noticed something? Or was she choosing not to ask? His mind was a mess, but in the end, he remained silent. They worked together to prepare dinner, saying nothing to each other. In the quiet of the kitchen, the tension lingered. By the time they had finished cooking, another 30 minutes had passed. And then, right on cue, Mai stepped into the apartment. She immediately noticed it. The strange, almost suffocating atmosphere that was unlike any other day. Chapter 104, Unexpected Confrontation. The moment Mai stepped into the house, she immediately sensed that something was off. Unlike the usual silence, today's atmosphere felt heavy, almost oppressive. Her gaze instinctively landed on Haruto, noting the somber expression on his face. Then, she looked at her daughter. As always, Setsuna's face was unreadable, showing no emotion whatsoever. What's wrong? The mood today feels strange. Haruto. Did you do something? Hearing Mai's question, Haruto sighed inwardly. He hadn't expected her to bring up such a sensitive topic the moment she walked in. Because Setsuna had been by his side the entire time, he hadn't had the chance to contact Mai and warn her to be careful. At the dining table, Setsuna remained silent as ever. But after hearing her mother's words, she glanced at Mai before calmly shaking her head. No, nothing happened. Dinner is ready, we should eat first. Mai looked at Setsuna, then shifted her gaze back to Haruto, hoping for some sort of explanation. But when she met his eyes, all he did was shake his head slightly. With no useful information to go on, Mai could only sigh and take her seat at the dining table. She watched as Haruto stood up, bringing the food over. Soon, the three of them were seated together, quietly eating dinner. All right then, let's eat. Still feeling lost, Mai picked up her chopsticks and started eating. Haruto, watching her, also felt uncertain. He glanced at Setsuna's calm demeanor and realized that perhaps he had overreacted. Closing his eyes briefly, he steadied himself and decided not to overthink things. Silently, he joined in the meal. The three of them sat together in the same room, eating as if nothing had happened. The quiet stretched on, uninterrupted, until dinner was over. Afterward, Haruto took it upon himself to handle the cleanup, carrying the dishes to the sink and washing them alone. Meanwhile, Mai turned her attention to Setsuna. Setsuna. Is something wrong? Did something happen today? No, nothing happened. Setsuna paused for a moment, then added in a seemingly casual tone, but last night, Mom slept very soundly. Mai's expression stiffened. She looked at her daughter, and for a moment, her gaze wavered, as if uncertain where to land. But then, as if forcing herself to stay composed, she met Setsuna's eyes again. Even so, her gaze lowered slightly, avoiding direct eye contact. Did I? Maybe I was just exhausted from work. That's probably why I slept so deeply. I see. Mom works so hard all the time. Setsuna's expression softened slightly. She withdrew her gaze from Mai and didn't press the matter further, remaining seated quietly. At the sink, Haruto continued washing the dishes, listening to the conversation in the living room. He felt that the atmosphere had eased somewhat, so he glanced up, observing the mother and daughter facing each other. His eyes darkened with complexity. After thinking it over, he had originally believed that as long as they were careful, nothing would go wrong. Haruto hadn't expected it, but in the end, Setsuna still found out. It reminded him of the time when his relationship with Sayuri had been exposed to Ariri. However, unlike Ariri's fiery personality, Setsuna's reaction was far more subdued. After clearing the dishes, Haruto returned to the living room, only for Setsuna to suddenly speak up. "Mom, could you head home for now? I have something to discuss with Haruto." My blinked in surprise. "Is this something even I need to avoid?" Setsuna nodded calmly. My sighed, a trace of resignation in her expression. She felt a little left out but didn't push the matter. Instead, she stood up and said gently, "All right then, I'll head home. Setsuna, don't stay out too late." Without another word, Mai quietly left the apartment. Now, only Haruto and Setsuna remained, sitting silently across from each other. Haruto was the first to break the silence. "What do you want to talk about? Are you mad?" Haruto asked. Haruto turned his gaze to her, unfazed. He felt a little guilty, sure, but it wasn't enough to make him feel anxious. Looking at the delicate girl beside him, her doll-like face as expressionless as ever, Haruto realized that he rarely saw emotions play out on Setsuna's features. Even now, when she had every right to be upset, she merely asked him that question in her usual calm tone. A little. A little? Haruto had expected her to be much angrier. He studied her carefully, wondering if she was just hiding her true feelings. But from her demeanor and expression, she didn't seem all that upset. "I'm mad because you lied to me," Setsuna admitted plainly. Her voice was neutral, but Haruto could sense the weight of her words. She should be angrier. Both he and Mai had hidden the truth from her. But when she considered who they were to her, her mother, who had raised her since childhood, and the boy she had feelings for, resentment felt impossible. Instead, all she felt was helplessness. Mom was the one who initiated it, wasn't she? Haruto hesitated. Setsuna sighed. "I thought so." She seemed unsurprised. "You're decisive when it comes to rejecting Sekai, but the moment someone pushes back even a little, you waver." "Why? Do I?" Haruto frowned slightly, not realizing this about himself. Setsuna stared at him in silence before letting out a soft sigh. "I've never truly known you, Haruto," she said quietly. "Because you've never really looked at me." Then, she stood up and left the room. Haruto sat still, staring at the closed door. After a long moment, he sighed and collapsed onto his bed. "Never truly looked at you, huh?" He couldn't deny it. Mai returned home and immediately went to take a bath. When she emerged from the bathroom, she spotted Setsuna entering the house. On her daughter's face, she saw something she almost never did: loneliness. "Setsuna. I'm tired. I'm going to rest." Without another word, Setsuna turned and walked to her room. But just before she closed the door, her gaze lingered on Mai for a moment, sweeping over her figure before she shut herself in. Haruto lay on his bed, pressing his face into the pillow as if trying to smother himself. Of course, it was futile. After a while, he turned his head and stared at the ceiling, his eyes dry and unfocused. "I still need to take a bath," he muttered. Just as he was about to head to the bathroom, bzzz. Bzzz, his phone vibrated. Haruto glanced at the screen in mild surprise before picking it up. "Father?" A steady male voice came through the receiver. "Haruto, you've been in Tokyo for some time now. How are you adjusting?" It was his father, Mimizuto Shiki. Once a folklore researcher, now the mayor of Hida City. Originally, the Mikaguchi family was a prestigious household, but his father had abandoned his surname, his research career, and even an arranged marriage to be with his mother, Mimizu Futaba. Eventually, he was elected mayor of Itamari. Perhaps because of that, after learning Oshiki had a son, the estranged Mikaguchi family softened their stance. Though they had distanced themselves for years, they occasionally visited Itamari to see Haruto. "It's completely different from Itamari," Haruto replied, "but I'm getting used to it." "Good. A big city has many temptations. Don't lose sight of your purpose. You went to Tokyo to study and get into a good university. Once you have that, you can obtain anything you want. There's no need to dwell on fleeting emotions. Love at your age is just hormones." Haruto remained silent. His father's words gave him a strange sense of déjà vu. Then, he remembered his last conversation with Mitsuha. Since then, she hadn't contacted him once. His thoughts clicked into place, and he instantly understood why his father had suddenly called him. "Did Mitsuha say something?" "No, I just heard from your mother that you seem to have gotten a girlfriend in Tokyo." The first image that surfaced in Haruto's mind was Sayuri, the girl he once loved. But almost immediately, that image was replaced by Setsuna. He fell silent for a moment, his emotions slightly complicated. Thinking back to how his father had once opposed his choices, he let out a soft sigh. Yeah, she's a year younger than me, but she's also a high school student. No matter what kind of girl she is, now is not the time for romance. Don't let a girl make you lose sight of yourself. Sitting in his office, Mamazu Toshiki spoke in a steady tone, offering his son some fatherly advice. When he had first heard about Haruto's relationship from his wife, his initial reaction had been anger. But that was quickly followed by hesitation. He knew his own past well. Haruto also understood what had happened between him and his mother. Because of this, Toshiki worried about the kind of example he had set for his son. After much deliberation, he had decided that a warning was necessary. I understand. Haruto's response was brief, but as he reflected on his life in Tokyo, he realized something. Both times he had came to this city, he had quickly been swept away by a woman's warmth. His purpose. His father's words made him regain a bit of clarity. As long as you can keep up with your studies, I won't be too strict with you. Unlike Mitsuha, you've always been a steady person. You know what you should do. I understand. Take care of yourself. I will. A long silence followed. Toshiki wasn't sure what else to say to his son. Even when they had lived in the same house, they hadn't talked much. Now, with the distance between them, it was even harder to find a topic of conversation. Do you have enough money for living expenses? Haruto, who had been considering ending the call, perked up slightly at the mention of money. However, after a brief pause, he pursed his lips and shook his head. It's enough. I don't need more. All right. You have school tomorrow, don't you? Get some rest. You too. The call ended. Haruto exhaled deeply, holding his phone in his hand. Hearing his father's voice again, reconnecting in this way after returning to his youth, was strangely grounding. Placing his phone back on his desk, he sat in silence for a long time before finally getting up and heading to the bathroom. That night, Haruto had a strange dream. A pure white fox appeared in his vision. Without thinking, he reached out to stroke its fur. The fox's face, soft and enchanting, revealed an expression of pleasure, almost human-like. It even snuggled into his arms. So cute. Haruto murmured in admiration as he held the fox in his arms. But then the fox's body slowly changed. It grew slender limbs, and its delicate, fur-covered hands reached out, gently pushing him down onto the ground. Morning came. Haruto woke up to find sunlight streaming through his window. It's already morning? He sat up, rubbing his chin as he tried to recall his dream. Something about it had been strange, but the details were already fading from his memory. Shaking off the lingering drowsiness, he got out of bed and made his way to the bathroom. But the moment he stepped inside, he noticed something. His dream. That white fox. Realization hit him, and he fell silent. Looking down at himself, he sighed. Quietly, he changed into a fresh pair of underwear, soaking the soiled one in hot water with a generous amount of disinfectant. Then, as if nothing had happened, he left the bathroom and began preparing breakfast. He wasn't too bothered. A young body, full of energy, this sort of thing wasn't unusual. After finishing his meal alone, he grabbed his school bag and left his apartment. On his way to school, Haruto glanced toward the Kira household and spotted Sakai standing at her usual spot. Their eyes met. Haruto gave her a slight nod and a small smile before turning and continuing on his way. Behind him, Sakai tightened her grip on her bag, watching his retreating figure in silence. Chapter 105, Hideyoshi's maid outfit. You're here alone? In the afternoon, on the way to home economics class with his classmates, Haruto happened to pass by the science lab. Through the door, he spotted Futaba Ryo standing alone in a white lab coat. Pausing at the entrance, he glanced up at the sign above the door and then back at the girl inside. Casually, he asked, "Are you by yourself?" The girl, hearing his voice, looked up in surprise at the unexpected visitor. "Why are you here, Mamazu-kun?" Ryo was somewhat taken aback. Due to her exceptional academic performance and talent in the sciences, the school had granted her special privileges, allowing her to spend more time in the lab. But from what she knew, Haruto wasn't part of the school's special student program. Seeing him appear out of nowhere made her wonder, had he skipped class? But at the same time, she doubted that was the case. "I have home economics next. I was heading to the classroom with everyone, but I got held up for a bit. Class hasn't started yet, so it's no big deal. But what about you? Why are you here alone?" I see." Haruto took another look at Ryo standing inside the lab, but he had no particular intention of joining her or chatting further. After a brief glance around the room, he withdrew his gaze. "Well, Class is about to start. I should get going. Let's talk later. Okay. Rio silently watched as the boy turned away, his footsteps fading into the distance. When his figure finally disappeared, she slowly lowered her gaze to the equipment on the lab table. Absent-mindedly, she picked up a flask and gently swirled the liquid inside. But despite the movement, her thoughts were elsewhere. After a moment, she let out a quiet sigh. What were you up to just now? By the time Haruto arrived at the home economics classroom, he found himself in a rather interesting group. His assigned partners were Ikiki Nakano and Nozaki Amitaru. Meanwhile, Ayuri Spencer Sawamura and Hinami Aoi had been grouped together separately. As soon as he stepped up to their workstation, Ikiki casually inquired, though her tone was more curious than suspicious. Haruto didn't think much of it and answered honestly. I ran into someone I knew and stopped to say hello. That's all. With that, he turned his attention to the kitchen counter, tying an apron around his waist just as the teacher walked in and class began. Cooking wasn't something Haruto particularly loved or disliked, it was simply a skill he didn't mind improving. Learning new recipes was always useful. That said, for some reason, every dish they had learned in class so far was something he already knew how to make. Did we learn the same recipes last time? He tried to recall his past school experiences but wasn't sure. Maybe I picked them up during class back then? The passage of time had blurred his memories. In any case, the content of these two lessons wasn't new to him, which made class feel somewhat dull. Ikiki, on the other hand, seemed to be paying full attention, though her eyes often strayed toward Haruto. Her gaze wasn't just one of curiosity, it held something deeper, something wistful. That look made Haruto feel slightly uneasy. Meanwhile, Nozaki Amitaru barely made his presence known. He simply stood there quietly, occasionally glancing between Ikiki and Haruto, or even toward Ayuri's group. His serious expression made it seem as if he were gathering material for one of his manga. When the instructor finished explaining the lesson, it was time for the students to start cooking. Working efficiently with Nozaki's help, Haruto prepared the dish with practiced ease. Ikiki, who hadn't had much of a chance to contribute, was visibly impressed. Haruto-kun, you're really skilled at cooking, she remarked, watching him work. You'd make the perfect house husband. Glancing at Nozaki, she added, and I didn't expect Nozaki-san to be so good at cooking, either. This level of skill is pretty simple. As long as you pay attention in class, anyone can do it easily. In fact, not being able to do this would be more surprising. Nozaki Amitaru responded as calmly as ever, neither boasting nor looking down on anyone, just stating his understanding in a matter-of-fact way. Haruto, who knew him well, wasn't surprised by this response. Meanwhile, Ikiki blinked, looking up at the tall Nozaki before shifting her gaze back to Haruto. Hey, Haruto, if you have some free time, why not become my housekeeper? Just prepare 3 meals a day for me so I can always enjoy your cooking. A house husband series, huh? Nothing. Seeing Ikika's confused expression, it was clear she hadn't caught his reference. Haruto wasn't surprised, he didn't expect her to know about it in the first place. If anything, he would have been more shocked if she did. Sounds good. If the pay is right, I wouldn't mind applying. In that case, I'll have to discuss it with my dad first. Sure. They continued chatting about random things, neither taking the conversation too seriously. Eventually, as class ended, the 3 of them finished up their cooking, cleaned the dishes, and left the home economics classroom together. On the way back to class with Nozaki, Haruto once again passed by the science lab. Taking a quick glance inside, he noticed that Futraba Rio was no longer there. It made him pause for a moment, a slight sense of curiosity surfacing, but he didn't dwell on it. Instead, he simply continued back to class with Nozaki. As soon as he sat down, Akahizuyashi leaned in, his voice filled with excitement. Haruto, do you have any plans for tomorrow? Tomorrow? Yeah, it's Saturday. You don't have anything in the afternoon, right? I'll probably just be at home resting. Why? It's nothing major. I just happened to hear about the maid cafe where Hideyoshi is working. Akahizu lowered his voice, leaning even closer, whispering like he was revealing some forbidden secret. Haruto involuntarily shuddered, his gaze slowly shifting toward Hideyoshi Kinoshita, who had already taken his seat. With his androgynous appearance, he looked just like any other guy in the classroom. Haruto wasn't particularly interested in maid cafes. However, hearing that a classmate of his was working at one was surprising, to say the least. You saw it with your own eyes? With a sly smile, Akahizu moved even closer. Reaching into his pocket, he carefully pulled out a photo and discreetly handed it to Haruto. Shielded by Akahizu's body, Haruto accepted the photo. It was a picture of Hideyoshi wearing a pink maid outfit. Silently, Haruto pocketed the photo, closed his eyes for a moment, and then exhaled. I'm free. Give me back the photo. Since Hideyoshi was sitting right there in the classroom, Haruto couldn't just pretend he hadn't heard anything. Without hesitation, he returned the photo to Akahisa, watching as his friend clutched it like a prized treasure and carefully tucked it back into his chest pocket. Haruto let out a small, almost imperceptible tsk. It wasn't like he was jealous or anything. Where did you even get that photo? Don't tell me you secretly followed him and took it yourself. Of course not. I'm not that kind of person. Akahisa immediately denied it, puffing up with righteous indignation. However, his expression quickly shifted into a troubled look, as if he was debating whether or not to reveal the truth. After hesitating for a moment, he finally made up his mind. The photo. What photo? What are you guys talking about? A sudden voice interrupted them. From behind Akahisa, Aoi Hinami appeared, her face full of curiosity. Startled, Akahisa visibly stiffened, turning slowly to meet her questioning gaze. And no, nothing at all. What photo? We weren't talking about Hideyoshi's maid outfit. I don't have a picture of it. Both Aoi and Haruto were at a loss for words. It was hard to say whether Akahisa was just bluntly honest or simply too dense, but before Aoi could even ask, he had already confessed everything. Though she didn't press the matter further, Aoi glanced at Haruto, her expression shifting into one of mild surprise, almost as if to say, I didn't think you'd be into this kind of thing too. Haruto, having no intention of explaining himself, simply pretended not to notice her gaze and remained silent. Realizing he had slipped up, Akahisa awkwardly glanced at Aoi before tightly sealing his lips. He quickly scurried off toward Yuji Sakamoto, escaping the situation entirely. With just Haruto left behind, Aoi didn't seem to know how to continue the conversation. She gave him a slightly awkward smile before swiftly walking away. Since Haruto had a decent understanding of Aoi's personality, he wasn't particularly worried that she'd spread weird rumors in the class. Letting out a small sigh, he glanced toward Akahisa, who was now clinging to Yuji, before lowering his gaze and quietly opening his book. As soon as class ended, Haruto left the room alone. Today, neither Akika nor Ariri were around, leaving him to walk home by himself. Passing through the nearby shopping district, he casually browsed a few stores, picking up some groceries, condiments, and household essentials like toilet paper. Once his shopping was done, he returned to his apartment. After setting down his bag, he poured himself a cup of tea and took a seat at his desk, staring at the blank sheets of paper in front of him. What should I write next? I have already written about his cousin and aunt. Now, the next part involved the neighbor. Initially, I had planned to make her a charming, mature woman, but now, I am considering something more unconventional. A woman who looks young and alluring, but once the clothes come off, the loose skin under her clothes. Well, there is still something. He trailed off, his thoughts forming an unsettlingly vivid image in his mind. His expression twisted slightly in disgust. Even so, he picked up his pen and started writing. A protagonist drawn in by beauty, only to face crushing disappointment when reality hit him. His mind clouded with regret, yet he pushed forward, forcing himself to see it through to the bitter end. After writing about 3,000 words, he finally set his pen down. Reaching for his tea, he lifted the cup, but upon seeing the murky color of the liquid, he immediately set it back down with a grimace. Standing up, he took a deep breath only to feel as if the very air was tainted with the stench of rotting seafood. What the hell am I even writing? Before anyone else could read it, he had already disgusted himself. Sighing, he crumpled up the pages and tossed them into the trash. Only then did he feel a sense of relief. Sitting in his dimly lit room, he remained motionless for a while, until the golden hues of the setting sun caught his attention. Looking up at his clock, he realized it's already evening. He wondered if Setsuna had made it home yet. Walking over to his balcony, he glanced toward the house across the street, the Kira residence. The lights were on. Someone was home. Was it Setsuna? Should he go over? As he hesitated, lost in thought, the sudden chime of his doorbell snapped him back to reality. Chapter 106, If the person you love loves someone else, what would you do? The sudden ringing of the doorbell took Haruto by surprise. He glanced toward the entrance before making his way over. When he opened the door, he found Sekai Saiyajin standing there. Saiyajin? Are you looking for Setsuna? She's not here right now. No, I'm not here for Setsuna. I know she's at home. Interrupting Haruto's words, Sekai lowered her head, biting her lip. Then, as if making up her mind, she clenched her fists, brushed past him, and stepped into the apartment, leaving him momentarily puzzled. After closing the door behind him, Haruto turned to face her, still unsure of her purpose. If you're not looking for Setsuna, then what brings you here? He moved to the kitchen counter, took out a teacup, and poured some tea before setting it on the table beside Sekai. Sekai walked toward the balcony, her eyes fixed on the Kira house across the way. Her gaze flickered with hesitation, but after a moment, She took a deep breath and pulled the curtains shut. Then, turning to face Haruto, she looked straight at him. Without a word, she reached for the buttons of her shirt. Her movements were slow at first but quickly became firm and resolute. Haruto, who had just set the teacup down, immediately noticed what she was doing. In the blink of an eye, she had unbuttoned her shirt and let her light blue dress slip from her shoulders, pooling at her feet. For a brief moment, his mind went blank. What is she doing? What does she mean by this? Is she hot? No, it's not even summer yet. It's definitely not that. Though he knew deep down what she was implying, his instincts rejected the situation outright. She had barely said a word before suddenly undressing in his apartment. His mind couldn't keep up. But after a brief moment of shock, he quickly regained his composure. The bathroom is over there, he said, pointing. Sakai's face flushed red at his reaction, but she took a deep breath to steady herself. At a time like this, you're still pretending to be clueless? I think this is exactly the kind of situation where I shouldn't be too direct. I thought I was already being subtle. I've come this far, there's no way I can just give up now. I'm ready to cut ties with Setsuna if I have to. Haruto sighed, glancing at the pale skin of the girl standing before him. Keeping his gaze on her for too long felt inappropriate, so he looked away, sat down at the table, and picked up his tea. His calm response caught Sakai off guard. She had imagined countless ways this could play out, but she hadn't expected this kind of indifference. Slowly, she moved toward him, crouching down beside his chair. She placed her hands on the floor for support, inching closer, her gaze locked on him. Haruto. Something must have happened between you and Setsuna, right? Haruto glanced down at the girl beside him, then let his gaze drift toward the ceiling before returning to her. The dimly lit room cast soft shadows across Sakai's skin. The faint light filtering through the curtain cracks made her seem almost unreal, like a white fox from his dreams, tempting him. He quickly averted his gaze. He reached for his tea, but before he could take a sip, Sakai's hand wrapped around his arm, pulling herself closer against his chest. If you're thirsty, I can quench your thirst. Her flushed face neared his, her lips just inches away. Her heart pounded with nervousness and excitement, a strange mix of fear and thrill. Bit by bit, the distance between them disappeared, but just before she could close the gap, a single finger pressed gently against her forehead. Setsuna is at home. She could come over at any moment. You should get dressed and go back. You're really saying that now? So if Setsuna weren't coming, then it would be fine? Haruto said nothing, but the sharp glint in Sakai's eyes made him suddenly wary. The lingering heat in his chest was instantly doused by an icy realization. Something about her felt off. What is it? Noticing the shift in his expression, Sakai tilted her head slightly, her gaze meeting his directly. Even if Setsuna weren't coming, I wouldn't do anything with you, he stated firmly. I'm with Setsuna right now. You know that. His own words struck an uncomfortable chord in his chest. Memories of Mai flashed through his mind, filling him with guilt. Who was he to say something like this? And yet, as he looked at Sakai, sensing the instability in her eyes, he knew he had to say it. For a moment, Sakai's expression wavered. She bit her lip, her eyes brimming with pain and confusion. Slowly, she pulled away and sat down beside him. I know. She murmured. I know, but even if I understand it's wrong, I still couldn't stop myself from coming here and doing this. Her voice was quiet, laced with sorrow. She turned her gaze toward Haruto, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Haruto. Can you tell me why? Why did you choose Setsuna? And not me? Haruto looked at her, at the sadness in her eyes, at the single tear trailing down her cheek. He sighed and rose to his feet, walking over to where her dress lay discarded on the floor. Picking it up, he returned to her side and placed it gently in her hands. Put this back on. Sakai gripped the fabric tightly in her hands. She hesitated, her lips parted as if to say something, but in the end, she stayed silent and quietly slipped the dress back over her shoulders. The soft rustling of fabric filled the air as she dressed. As he watched her, Haruto's emotions were tangled. He couldn't deny that Sakai was an attractive girl. Her personality, her looks, she had always been the kind of girl who naturally drew people in. But still, if the person you love loves someone else, what would you do? Sakai sat in Haruto's room, momentarily dazed by his unexpected question. She blinked at him, unsure why he had suddenly brought it up. His expression was serious, he genuinely wanted to hear her thoughts. Frowning slightly, she gave it some thought, sensing that Haruto was asking about her current feelings. It's painful. So, I'd probably do whatever I think would make things better. Like what? Sakai gazed at the young man sitting in front of her. Then, as if something had clicked, the pain and hesitation on her face vanished, replaced by a sudden smile. If Setsuna saw us together, she'd be furious, wouldn't she? If she couldn't accept it, she'd probably break up with you. And then, we could be together. Sakai's words sent an icy chill down Haruto's spine. For a moment, he felt like he had become the villain in someone else's tragic love story, scheming with Sakai to betray his girlfriend, Karasetsuna. His hand instinctively rose to cover his face. Ahahaha. Sakai burst into laughter, clutching her stomach as she rolled on the floor. Haruto, his hand still over his face, peeked through his fingers to glance at her. Relax, it was just a joke. You didn't actually take me seriously, did you? Well, I knew I didn't really stand a chance anyway. I just saw Setsuna today, and she didn't seem to be in a good mood. Thought it might have something to do with you, so I came to test the waters. You didn't betray her. That's good to know. Wiping the corners of her eyes, she got to her feet. Looking down at Haruto, she flashed him a soft smile. Take good care of Setsuna, okay? I'll be heading back. With a final, almost affectionate reminder, Sakai turned toward the door. Haruto remained seated, watching her with a mix of confusion and unreadable emotions. She slipped on her shoes, then turned back one last time, lifting her hand in a casual wave. Bye-bye. As she stepped out, she suddenly froze. Her eyes widened in surprise, her expression stiffening. Standing in the doorway was a familiar figure. The person didn't speak. Instead, they simply raised a finger to their lips, signaling for silence. Sakai hesitated, then, without a word, glanced back into the apartment once more before stepping out and gently closing the door behind her. Inside, Haruto looked toward the entrance, then sighed. Rising to his feet, he flicked on the lights and began preparing dinner. Meanwhile, outside the apartment, Sakai stood face to face with Setsuna. She hadn't expected to run into her the moment she walked out. How long have you been here? A while. Setsuna tilted her head slightly, gazing at the girl beside her. They had grown up together, side by side. And yet, here they were now, standing on opposite sides, separated by something as fragile and devastating as love. Did you hear everything? Sakai's voice was barely a whisper. Most of it. Setsuna glanced toward the stairwell, then began walking. Sakai followed quietly behind her. Haruto didn't do anything. He didn't agree to anything, either. Even though I had made up my mind, just a few words from him were enough to make me give up. Sakai let out a bitter laugh. Sorry, Setsuna. I've made so many mistakes these past few weeks. She had seen in Haruto's eyes the hesitation, the way he avoided looking directly at her. There was no hope for her in this. From the very beginning, she had been rejected. Even if she continued pushing forward, she would only become more of a nuisance. Loving someone wasn't wrong. But clinging to someone who didn't love you back? That was just painful. For everyone. I know. Setsuna had been standing outside her home when she saw Sakai arrive at Haruto's apartment. And so, she had silently waited outside, listening through the thin walls. The apartment's soundproofing wasn't perfect. As long as their voices were loud enough, she could make out fragments of their conversation. Haruto's firm rejection. Sakai's desperate attempt. The way it all fell apart in the end. Sakai, do you really love Haruto? Love? Sakai stopped walking, caught off guard by the question. She didn't answer right away. Instead, she fell into silence, staring at the ground. Then, slowly, she shook her head. I don't know. Her voice was soft. Uncertain. At first, it was just playful, kind of like a joke. But then, I think I started to feel something real. And when I got rejected, and then saw you two together, I couldn't accept it. It wasn't just about love anymore. I wanted to prove something to myself. She let out a small, breathless laugh. But now, I don't even know what's real anymore. Setsuna studied her friend's face, the dim glow of the streetlights casting soft shadows on her features. She didn't say anything for a moment. Then, she looked toward the setting sun, watching as the sky faded from orange to deep purple. Are you free tomorrow? Tomorrow. Sakai blinked, puzzled by the sudden question. She hesitated, then nodded. Yeah. Chapter 107, 100,000 yen per hour. By the time dinner rolled around, Haruto still hadn't seen any sign of Setsuna. Instead, it was Mai who arrived at his door, carrying a bento box. After he let her inside, she immediately expressed concern about him and Setsuna. What's going on between you two? I noticed something was off last night. I tried calling you, but your phone was busy the whole time. Then this morning, I didn't get a chance to talk to you. Did Setsuna see you with another girl? Mai placed the bento on the table, her eyes fixed on Haruto as she questioned him about the tension between him and Setsuna over the past 2 days. Seeing Mai, Haruto felt a complicated mix of emotions. He sat down, lifted the lid of the bento, and stared at the burdock root inside. His expression became slightly unreadable as it brought back memories of his first meeting with Setsuna. Then, who do you think that girl was? So you really were with someone else? Mai's eyes widened in surprise. She had only been making a casual guess, assuming that the only thing that could upset her daughter this much was Haruto being with another woman. But now, Haruto wasn't even trying to deny it. She looked at him carefully and noticed the subtle, almost unreadable way he was watching her. A bad feeling crept up inside her. Her mind flashed back to the conversation she had with Setsuna last night, and an unsettling possibility came to mind. Slowly, she raised her finger and pointed at herself. Me? Haruto gave a small nod. Mai's face turned pale in an instant. She pressed her lips together, momentarily at a loss. She had considered the possibility that something like this might happen, but she never expected it to happen this soon. How did Setsuna find out? How should I know? Haruto let out a small sigh. Thinking back, there were only 2 times it could have happened. Both times, I was careful I didn't leave any traces. Maybe she saw you coming over the other night. Or maybe she found something here. He couldn't put all the blame on Mai. Haruto knew he bore responsibility as well. He closed his eyes for a moment, contemplating his own role in the situation. He was supposed to be Setsuna's boyfriend, yet he had been secretly involved with her mother. It felt like something straight out of a forbidden romance manga, except this was reality. And unlike in fiction, there were real consequences. Watching Haruto's calm demeanor, Mai bit her lip. She couldn't understand how he could be so composed. But her initial panic faded, and she forced herself to think clearly. What now? She asked, voice quieter. Did Setsuna say anything about how she feels? What she's planning to do? She didn't say much. She brought it up yesterday, but she didn't seem particularly angry. If anything, she was strangely calm. Calm? Mai fell silent for a moment, her gaze locked onto Haruto's. Then she sighed. I understand. I'll go back and talk to her first. If there's no issue, I'll contact you later. And if there was an issue? She didn't say what would happen then. Without another word, she turned and left his apartment. Haruto remained at the table, staring blankly at the burdock root in his bento, lost in thought. The following morning, Haruto still hadn't seen Setsuna. She had left early for school, and by nightfall, Mai still hadn't contacted him. He wasn't holding out much hope, though. No normal girl would be able to accept something like this, right? At least, in Haruto's eyes, it was impossible for Setsuna to be okay with it. He walked to school alone and entered the empty classroom. He was the first to arrive. Outside the window, a light morning mist covered the town, and the sun was barely visible behind it. Haruto stared at the hazy sun for a moment before turning his gaze away. He had been considering what to do after school. There wasn't anywhere he particularly wanted to go. Maybe I should just stay home and write. The sooner I finish. His financial situation wasn't dire, but it wasn't exactly comfortable either. As a student, he had enough to get by, but as an independent young adult, it wasn't nearly enough to make him feel secure. You're here early today, Mimizu-kun. A voice called out. Haruto turned to see Hanami Aoi entering the classroom. You're early too, he noted. Do you get enough sleep? I go to bed early every night. A proper sleep schedule is the key to staying fresh and energized. Haruto glanced at her. Her hair was neatly styled, and her uniform was crisp. Clearly, she had put effort into her appearance. He had to admit, he admired her ability to maintain such a well-groomed look and still arrive early every morning. It must be nice, having that much energy every day. That makes you sound like an old man. Aoi giggled. You are a high schooler, you know. Haruto smiled faintly. He wasn't sure why, but sometimes he did feel older than his classmates. Still, he didn't dwell on it. Aoi, on the other hand, seemed to notice something in his expression. But instead of prying, she simply returned to her seat. As more students trickled in, the classroom gradually filled with chatter. Haruto sat quietly at his desk, resting his chin on his hand and gazing out the window in a daze. Then, a familiar voice called out. Got time after school? Haruto looked up to see Ariri standing in front of him. What for? Just keep me company. No thanks. You're not even doing anything. You just go home and sit around all day. Even if that's true, I'm still busy. 100,000 yen per hour. Haruto's expression twitched. I'm not that kind of guy. 150,000. 2 hours. I have things to do too. Deal. Sitting nearby, Nozaki Amitaru had been listening to their conversation. He stared at them in disbelief. Since when was making money that easy? Everyone in class already knew Ariri was a rich girl, but Amitaru had never imagined she would be this extravagant. Still, when he turned his gaze back to Haruto, he found himself nodding in understanding. Paying someone to spend time with you. Actually, that's a pretty interesting character concept. Might be worth adding to my manga. After sealing the deal, Ariri simply returned to her seat as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Haruto was already reorganizing his schedule in his head. A successful person needed good time management, after all. If he was spending 2 hours with Ariri, that meant his afternoon writing session would be cut short. He estimated he'd be home by 2 or 3. Plenty of time. During class, Haruto took occasional notes while mostly zoning out. When lunchtime arrived, students excitedly discussed their after-school plans. Haruto, however, turned down Yashai Akahisa and Sakamoto Yuji's invitation. "You're really not interested in seeing Hideyoshi in a maid outfit?" Akahisa whispered dramatically. "Have you betrayed us, Haruto?" Haruto chuckled. "I am interested, but I have to make a living, Akahisa. Watch him for me, and tell me all about it later." "Haruto." Akahisa clutched his chest, as if touched by his friend's hardship. Then, he nodded solemnly. "I understand. I will burn every detail into my memory for you." Haruto smiled. Just then, Ariri walked up to his desk, arms crossed. "Are you done? Let's go. Time's ticking." With a final nod to Akahisa, Haruto grabbed his bag and followed her out of the classroom. For a moment, Yashai Akahisa felt as if he had been completely deceived. His face twisted with a mix of emotions. "Akahisa, Yuji, I'm heading out first." Just then, Hideyoshi's voice rang out as he bid them farewell and left the classroom. The jealous flames that had just ignited within Akahisa were instantly extinguished, replaced by a gentle expression. He waved to Hideyoshi, his pure and affectionate gaze resembling that of someone saying goodbye to their first love. Outside the school gates, Ariri glanced at Haruto, who was walking beside her. "Got any plans? Aren't you the one calling the shots here? You're the sponsor. For the next 2 hours, I'm at your disposal. Once time's up, I'm heading home." Humphrey. With a faint huff, Ariri started planning how to use their time. Behind them, the 5 Nakano sisters walked together. Nino, watching Ariri and Haruto ahead, turned to look at Akiko beside her. "Looks like you lost. He seems closer to Sawamura now. There's something strange about their relationship." Akiko murmured. "Strange?" Itsuki furrowed her brows slightly. "I can't put my finger on it, but when those two stand together, it just feels off. Even at school, it's the same. They don't act like people who just met." She tried recalling her observations from school. By all accounts, Ariri and Haruto weren't supposed to know each other beforehand. And yet, whenever they interacted, they had an unspoken understanding like two people who had been familiar with each other for a long time. It was as if they had said something without saying anything at all. Nino glanced at Itsuki before shifting her gaze to Akiko. "So? Thinking of giving up?" "Give up on what?" "You know exactly what I mean. The situation isn't looking good for you. If you keep going, what do you think your chances are?" "I won't know unless I try." "Suit yourself." Nino stopped trying to persuade her. She had said plenty already. If Akiko wanted to persist, that was her choice. Once she hit a wall and faced rejection, she would naturally give up. Meanwhile, Ariri and Haruto, walking ahead, had also noticed the 5 sisters behind them. Using her peripheral vision, Ariri stole a glance back, then shifted her gaze toward Haruto. "They seem to be talking about us." "Yeah." Haruto had also noticed. The 5 sisters were clearly discussing him and Ariri. He turned his head slightly, gave them a polite smile and a small wave, then refocused on the path ahead. That should do it. Watching as the 5 sisters awkwardly averted their gazes, Ariri was a bit surprised. She hadn't expected Haruto to greet them so casually. You know, they're quintuplets. They look nearly identical, but their personalities are completely different. You really have no interest at all? If I said I did, wouldn't you just call me a scumbag or a pervert again? No. I've already accepted that about you. No need to repeat it. And yet the person who keeps talking about marrying this so-called scumbag is who, exactly? Ariri bit her lip, her expression turning sour. Without another word, she quickened her pace, walking ahead of him. So, what's the plan for today? Sakai looked at Setsuna, waiting for her answer. They had agreed yesterday to spend time together after school. Standing beside her was Kotonoe, who also seemed to be waiting for a response. 3 people. Again. Was it going to be like last time? Were they really all going to spend the night at Setsuna's place together? Not that she was completely opposed to the idea. But at the moment, Sakai found herself somewhat reluctant. Let's go to my place first. Setsuna's voice was soft yet certain as she looked at Sakai, who seemed hesitant. Beside her, Kotonoe appeared slightly puzzled, as if sensing that something was different about Sakai today. And so, the 3 of them walked together once more. Chapter 108, Inside and Outside. After spending some time wandering around Shinjuku with Ariri, having lunch at a restaurant, gazing at the cityscape from the SKY observation deck, And watching her pick out various spring and summer outfits at a trendy clothing store only to have them all dumped into his hands, Haruto finally found himself back at the Sawamori residence. By the time they reached the front door, Airi was holding the bags in her arms, while Haruto's arms felt as though they no longer belonged to him. Even curling his fingers had become a struggle, leaving behind nothing but an overwhelming soreness and exhaustion. "Want to come in for a bit?" Standing at the doorstep, Airi glanced at Haruto with a sly curve at the corner of her lips, her small white canine tooth peeking out mischievously. Her narrowed eyes carried a teasing glint. Haruto figured she was probably doing this on purpose, knowing full well that he wasn't keen on running into Sayuri. Sayuri isn't like you. Honestly, I wouldn't mind stepping inside for a while, but I wonder if this time, she'll be as forward as before. Forget it. Just go. Before Haruto could finish speaking, Airi had already shut the door in his face and disappeared inside. Watching her retreating figure, Haruto sighed with a wry smile and turned to head back to his apartment. Now that he had enough food in his fridge, his sense of urgency wasn't as intense as the day before. Walking quietly along the familiar streets, Haruto found himself at a loss for what to do next. He had told himself to focus on his studies, yet so far, he had made little real progress. My grades are about average for my class. Maybe slightly above average for the whole school. Estimating his current academic standing, Haruto recalled the results of their last small test. Though not exactly impressive, they were at least passable. Now that his memories of past school lessons were gradually returning, attending classes had become significantly easier. That is, at least for the subjects he was naturally inclined toward. As for the ones he had always struggled with, no matter how many times he reviewed the material, there were always problems he just couldn't solve. Should I enroll in a cram school? The mere thought of those elite institutions, where students were rigorously trained for prestigious universities, made Haruto grimace. With his laid-back personality, he knew he wouldn't survive in that kind of high-pressure environment. But if he didn't go, what would his future look like? For the greater good. After some brief contemplation, Haruto made up his mind and continued his quiet walk home. That afternoon, 3 girls gathered at the Kira household. With plenty of ingredients stocked in the fridge and both Setsuna and Sekai being skilled in cooking, preparing a delicious lunch wasn't a difficult task. "Kotonoa, are you not good at cooking?" While helping out, Sekai noticed that Kotonoa seemed completely lost when it came to meal preparation. The sheer amount of sugar and salt she had tried to add was enough to be lethal. Fortunately, Sekai had stopped her just in time. Otherwise, their lunch might have turned into a last supper. Hearing Sekai's blunt question, Kotonoa's cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. She lowered her head slightly and admitted, "My mother and our house's chef always handle the cooking, so I never really had to learn." "A true rich girl, huh?" Sekai nodded in understanding, while Setsuna merely glanced at Kotonoa before returning her focus to the food. "But your knife skills are pretty impressive." Sekai picked up a few slices of potato and examined them closely. Each slice was cut with near-perfect uniformity, the same thickness down to the millimeter. She tried again with another slice, same result. The precision left her astonished. "That's because I practice kendo regularly. If there's one thing I'm confident in, it's this." "I see." Sekai placed the slices back onto the cutting board, but for some reason, a faint chill ran down her spine. She quickly changed the topic. "By the way, Mimizu-kun still isn't home?" Bringing up Haruto in front of Setsuna was a bit of a sensitive subject at the moment, and Sekai knew that. But since she wasn't sure what else to say, she acted as though last night's events hadn't happened and casually asked anyway. "I don't know. I haven't seen him since last night, so I have no idea what he's up to." "Did something happen?" Kotonoa seemed surprised. In the past, Setsuna would often mention Haruto in conversation, which had made Kotonoa admire their relationship. She had even daydreamed about the day she might meet someone special like that. But now, hearing Setsuna speak so indifferently about him made Kotonoa a little uneasy. "Ah, sorry. I didn't mean to pry. That was rude of me." Realizing that she had overstepped, Kotonoa quickly apologized. Setsuna shook her head. "It's not that. I just never considered Haruto's feelings seriously. I've been too clingy, always staying close to him. So, I want to take a step back and reevaluate our relationship." Sekai fell silent. Something about Setsuna's words made it sound as though she was preparing to break up with him. Her heart tensed at the thought, though at the same time, she knew Setsuna wouldn't give up on Haruto that easily. If anything, this felt more like a warning, especially for someone like Sekai, who had almost crossed a line the night before. Kotonoa, meanwhile, didn't fully grasp the meaning behind Setsuna's words. She simply glanced between her two friends and decided to let the matter drop. Instead, she quietly helped prepare lunch alongside them. That afternoon, Kotonoa called home. Her younger sister, Kokoro, answered. Unlike Kotonoa, who still had school on Saturdays. Kokoro was in elementary school and had been home since morning. "Are you coming home tonight?" Hearing her sister's question, Kotonoha hesitated and glanced at Sekai and Setsuna in the living room. "I'm not sure yet. If I decide to stay out, I'll let you know." "Okay. Got it." Having a sweet and understanding younger sister was one of the greatest blessings in Kotonoha's life. She truly cherished their time together, but she also valued her new friendships. After finishing her call, she returned to the living room, where the three of them sat together, watching TV. As usual, Sekai led the conversation, bringing up various topics. But this time, both Sekai and Kotonoha noticed something unusual. Setsuna seemed completely distracted. Back at home, Haruto took off his school uniform jacket and tossed it onto a chair. After changing into his usual comfortable lounge chair, he felt an immediate sense of relief. Since he had already eaten, he sat down at his desk, pulled open a drawer, and retrieved his manuscript. With a quick glance at the clock, he noted that it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Deciding to make the most of his time before dinner, he focused on writing. Haruto had just written about the neighbor's lady's husband, who had returned from outside. He was considering whether he should add some NTR plots and have the husband peek from a corner of the room to add some special elements, when he was interrupted by the doorbell. Setting aside his manuscript, Haruto stood up and walked to the door. When he opened it, he found Setsuna standing there in a white dress, her expression as calm as ever. "Good afternoon, Setsuna. Were you out?" "No, I got back around 3. What's up?" Haruto wasn't particularly surprised to see her. Of all the people he knew, there were only a handful who would come knocking on his door unannounced. "I am not coming in. I need to talk to you. Can you come to my place?" "Your place?" Seeing her serious expression, Haruto glanced back into his apartment. There wasn't much for him to do here anyway. "All right." Locking his door, he followed Setsuna up the stairs to her apartment. As soon as the door opened, he noticed an unexpected sight: 2 extra pairs of shoes at the entrance. "Say Ing and Katsura are here too?" "Yeah." Responding with a soft acknowledgement, Setsuna walked straight into the living room without looking back. Haruto quietly slipped on the indoor slippers that Mai had thoughtfully prepared for him and followed her inside. In the living room, Sekai was sitting on the couch, with Kotonoha by her side. Unlike usual, Sekai didn't greet him with her usual lively energy. Instead, she remained silent, her mood visibly heavy as she sat there quietly. Kotonoha, on the other hand, cast her gaze toward Haruto. She already knew that something had happened between him and Setsuna, but she still greeted him politely. "Good afternoon, Mimizu-kun." "Hey, Kotonoha. You and Sei Ing are both here, huh? Come to my room." Setsuna barely gave him a second glance after greeting Kotonoha and immediately walked over to open her bedroom door, stepping inside first. Haruto hesitated for a moment, slightly puzzled as he watched her go. Then, he glanced at the 2 girls sitting in the living room. His eyes briefly met Kotonoha's, but she quickly averted her gaze in silence. Sekai, meanwhile, kept her head down the entire time, avoiding eye contact altogether. Seeing that he wouldn't get any answers from them, Haruto sighed inwardly and resignedly followed Setsuna into her room. "Close the door." Sitting on the edge of the bed, Setsuna looked up at Haruto and parted her soft lips, giving the quiet order. Haruto instinctively turned to glance at the door, then toward the living room again. Kotonoha and Sekai were still outside. Would it really be okay for him to be alone in Setsuna's room like this? And with the door closed, no less. His hesitation didn't last long. Taking one last look at Setsuna, who seemed slightly different from her usual self, more assertive, even a little domineering, Haruto reached out and shut the door. Just as he was about to ask what she wanted to talk about, Setsuna, still seated on the bed, suddenly reached for the buttons of her dress. "Setsuna." Haruto blinked, momentarily stunned. His mind went blank for a second as he stared at her. His gaze flickered toward the closed door behind him, as if confirming that it was, in fact, shut. "What's wrong?" Setsuna calmly asked, slipping off her dress in one smooth motion. Sitting there on the bed, her petite and delicate figure was now fully exposed under the soft glow of the afternoon light. She looked up at him, her expression unshaken. "Sei Ing and Kotonoha are still in the living room." Haruto muttered, his voice uncertain. "I know." "Then why are you?" Before he could finish his sentence, Setsuna rose from the bed and took a step closer. Her white cotton socks pressed lightly against the wooden floor as she stood in front of him, tilting her head up to meet his eyes. Then, without hesitation, she reached out, took Haruto's hand, and pulled him toward the bed. Before he knew it, he had been pushed down onto the mattress. Chapter 109, 3 people in the room? As the door to Setsuna's room closed, Kotonoha and Sekai's eyes inadvertently met. They exchanged a brief glance before Sekai pressed her lips together and slowly lowered her head, while Kotonoha turned to look at Setsuna's closed door. Setsuna and Mimizukan went into the room together. I know. What's the matter? Are you curious about what they're doing in there? No, not at all. Kotonoe shook her head. She wasn't a child anymore. Though she had never been in a relationship herself, years of health education classes and the whispered conversations of her female classmates had made her quite familiar with such matters. Even so, her face involuntarily flushed, and she lowered her gaze. Suddenly, the TV show playing in front of her lost all its appeal, and she found herself feeling restless. You're not curious? Because I kind of am. Sakai leaned back on the couch with a playful smirk. I mean, going over there alone to eavesdrop wouldn't be right, but if you're interested, we could go together. With nothing better to do, Sakai found herself growing bored. Seeing the embarrassed blush on Kotonoe's face brought a bit of amusement back to her, and she couldn't resist teasing her. Eavesdrop. Kotonoe gave Sakai a questioning look, but when she saw the mischievous smile on her lips, she immediately understood that she was just being toyed with. Yet, for some reason, a strange sense of disappointment settled in her chest. She felt ashamed of that fleeting feeling but still found herself stealing another glance toward the closed door. Deep down, she really was curious. Besides, she never would have expected Setsuna to be alone with Mimizukan while both she and Sakai were still present. I shouldn't jump to conclusions. Maybe they just need to talk in private. The living room remained silent, offering no hints about what was happening behind that closed door. Kotonoe glanced at Sakai beside her. Sakai, who had been observing Kotonoe this whole time, noticed that despite her composed exterior, Kotonoe was far from calm. She was probably just as curious and anxious as she was. Smirking, Sakai subtly scooted closer, leaning against Kotonoe's side. Pressing her lips near her ear, she whispered in a teasing tone, if we just walk by casually and pause for a moment, we might hear something interesting. That wouldn't be wrong, would it? Warm breath tickled Kotonoe's ear, Sakai's soft voice luring her toward temptation. Even so. It's still eavesdropping, isn't it? Kotonoe hesitated. She did want to know, but her upbringing told her that this was improper. Well, if you're not coming, I'll just go on my own. Seeing her hesitation, Sakai got up and quietly tiptoed toward the door. Kotonoe sat stiffly on the couch, watching as Sakai crept closer to the room. Her emotions were tangled. She didn't want to feel left out, yet she also found sneaking around like this terribly improper. Sakai reached the door and pressed her ear against it. At first, she heard nothing. She frowned, then leaned her whole body against the door, trying to pick up any sounds from inside. Sitting in the living room, Kotonoe watched Sakai's back as she eavesdropped. She bit her lip, still debating whether to join in or not. Inside the room, Haruto lay on the bed with his eyes closed. At the faint sound of movement near the door, he slowly opened them and turned his head toward the entrance. Setsuna had also noticed. She glanced down at Haruto, then brought a finger to her lips in a silencing gesture before standing up. Without warning, the door swung open. Caught completely off guard, Sakai, who had been leaning against it, lost her balance and tumbled forward onto the floor. Looking up, her gaze met an unexpectedly provocative sight. Setsuna glanced at her before peering out into the living room. She adjusted her position just enough to block Kotonoe's view, then calmly extended her hand, grabbing Sakai's wrist and pulling her into the room. And then the door shut firmly behind them. Sakai. Kotonoe blinked, frozen in place. She had barely registered what had just happened when she saw the door closing once more. In that brief moment, she had caught a glimpse of Setsuna's face, her slightly exposed, snowy white shoulder, and her hand pulling Sakai inside. And then, she was left alone. Kotonoe sat there, her face burning, feeling more restless than ever. From behind the door, she could hear Sakai's startled exclamations. This is so unfair. Setsuna, wait, shut up. Haruto, you don't get to speak. But are you giving up? On such a rare opportunity? Their voices filtered through the closed door, making Kotonoe's cheeks turn crimson. She clutched the hem of her skirt tightly, pressing her lips together as if she wanted to disappear into herself. On Saturday, Mangekyō finished her work early, leaving the office ahead of schedule. Since she had time, she decided to stop by Haruto's place to check in on him. On the way home, she passed through the shopping district and bought some groceries before heading back to her apartment. Just as she stepped inside, she noticed 4 pairs of shoes at the entrance. 2 of them belonged to Setsuna and Haruto, but the other 2 were unfamiliar. Curious, she glanced toward the living room and spotted a young girl sitting on the couch. Oh? You must be one of Setsuna's classmates. Your name was Kotonoe Katsura. The girl replied, standing up politely. I'm a friend of Setsuna's. I apologize for the unannounced visit. Oh, it's no trouble at all. Any friend of Setsuna's is welcome here. But where is everyone else? Shouldn't there be 4 of you? Mai's puzzled expression deepened. There were 4 pairs of shoes at the entrance, which meant there should be 4 people inside. So why was Kotonoha the only one sitting in the living room? Where were Setsuna, Haruto, and presumably Sekai? For Setsuna, who had a rather small social circle, Mai didn't have to think too hard to figure out who the extra pair of girls' shoes by the entrance belonged to. Hearing Mai's voice, Kotonoha Katsura's face instantly flushed red. She cast a glance toward Setsuna's room but said nothing. Following her gaze, Mai also looked in the direction of her daughter's room. 3 people in the room? She didn't dwell on it. There was nothing particularly strange about it. Instead, she calmly placed the groceries in the fridge, deciding to prep the ingredients first before knocking on her daughter's door to ask why she had left Kotonoha alone in the living room. Meanwhile, inside the room, the 3 occupants had already heard Mai's voice. Setsuna, keeping her composure, nudged the dazed Sekai Saying to bring her back to her senses. Mom's back. Sekai, eyes tightly shut, felt her consciousness slipping into a haze. Upon hearing Setsuna's voice, she slowly blinked her eyes open, looking dazedly at her friend beside her. It took a moment before she snapped back to reality, quickly turning toward Haruto. Mai, having finished storing the groceries, walked up to her daughter's bedroom door and knocked lightly. Setsuna. Silence. Just as she was about to knock again, the door cracked open slightly. Setsuna peeked out, revealing only half of her face as she looked up at Mai standing at the door. What were you doing in there? Haruto and Sekai are in your room too, aren't they? Yeah. Mai frowned slightly. Something smelled off. She instinctively tried to glance inside, but before she could, Setsuna quickly stepped out, shutting the door firmly behind her. Is something wrong? What were you all doing in there? Mai sensed that something wasn't quite right. The way Setsuna was trying to hide things only made her more suspicious. She attempted to peer past her daughter, but the door was already closed, blocking her view. Fortune-telling. It doesn't work if someone else sees it. Fortune-telling? Mai was skeptical. However, Setsuna's expression remained calm and unwavering, showing no signs of lying. After a brief hesitation, she chose to believe her daughter. Then why is Kotonoha alone in the living room? No. That's my choice. I'm just not interested in that kind of thing, so I stayed out here. Kotonoha interjected before Setsuna could reply, helping to cover for her. Mai glanced at the girl, then at Setsuna, before nodding. I see. Still, you're not kids anymore. You shouldn't believe in things without any real basis. Anyway, I'll start preparing dinner. Sekai and Kotonoha are staying over tonight, right? Yes. Setsuna nodded. Kotonoha hesitated. She had originally planned to go home, but when she met Setsuna's gaze, she hesitated again before eventually nodding in agreement. In that case, I'll need to go back out and buy more ingredients. Setsuna, take care of Kotonoha while I'm gone. I'll be back soon. Got it. Mai had only bought enough for a small meal, but upon hearing that Kotonoha would be staying over, she realized she might not have enough. After giving Setsuna a quick reminder, she grabbed her things and headed out to shop again. Watching her mother leave, Setsuna closed her eyes and let out a small sigh of relief. Then, turning her gaze toward Kotonoha, she walked over to her, stopping right in front of the girl. A faint smile appeared on her lips. Thanks, Kotonoha. No, it's nothing. But... you guys. Are you really okay? Kotonoha hesitated. She wanted to ask something, but the words got stuck in her throat. She ended up simply voicing her concern. Yeah, we're fine. It's just that. It was Sekai's first time, so she wasn't used to it. Noticing Setsuna's gaze on her, Kotonoha pressed her lips together, her expression conflicted. After a brief silence, she finally spoke. Isn't this not really a good thing? It's not. Setsuna admitted. At least, to most people, something like this would be considered wrong. But for now, Sekai doesn't seem to hate it, and I don't really mind either. Her voice was calm as she met Kotonoha's eyes. If this can bring happiness to everyone, then I don't see a problem with it. After all, I grew up in a family like this, so I don't find these kinds of relationships particularly unpleasant. Kotonoha struggled to understand. She wanted to say something but hesitated, watching Setsuna's composed expression. In the end, she fell into silence. Seeing this, Setsuna smiled gently, offering reassurance. You don't have to think too hard about it. If you really can't understand, just pretend you don't know anything. I'll try. Setsuna didn't press the issue. Instead, she turned her attention back toward her room. It's been a while now. I should check on those two and see how they're doing. Yeah. Chapter 110, even Mai feels uncomfortable. While Mai was out, Kotonoha sat quietly in the living room, watching as the 3 of them moved in and out of Setsuna's room. she saw with her own eyes as Setsuna pulled Sekai into the bathroom, both entering together in a hurry and coming out just as quickly. As for Haruto, he exited the room with a complicated expression. Noticing Kotonoha sitting in the living room, he gave her a slight nod before leaving the Kira household. That Mimizu-kun. Watching Haruto leave through the front door, Kotonoha hesitated before directing a question at Setsuna, who had just stepped out of the bathroom. Yeah, Haruto went home for now to change his clothes. He'll be back later tonight, so don't worry about it. I still need to go back to my room and tidy up. It's a bit of a mess right now. Sekai will be out soon, you can talk to her. Since her room had become quite disorganized from the earlier events, Setsuna wanted to clean it up before Mai returned home. Without waiting for Kotonoha to respond, she headed straight to her room and shut the door. Watching Setsuna hurry into her room and close the door behind her, Kotonoha found herself unsure of what to do. It felt as though she was the only idle person in the entire house. Not long after Setsuna left the bathroom, Sekai also emerged, stepping into Kotonoha's line of sight. Haruto, now back in his apartment, closed the door behind him and walked straight to the bathroom. He turned on the shower, extending his hand under the water to check the temperature. The cold water quickly warmed up. He unbuttoned his clothes, placed them in the laundry basket, and stepped under the stream, closing his eyes. Water cascaded over every inch of his skin. Raising his hand to wipe the droplets from his face, he suddenly paused, sighing before grabbing the body wash nearby. He lathered his hands thoroughly, rinsing off the foam, then finally brushed the water from his face. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that visiting Setsuna's house would lead to that. If he had known in advance, well, he probably would have still gone anyway. Sekai, huh? The way things unfolded, how she had eavesdropped and then ended up being pulled into the room, was something he never could have predicted. His thoughts became tangled. Standing under the running water, Haruto spent a long time trying to make sense of what had happened. Why had Setsuna orchestrated everything so precisely? What was she thinking? What was her goal? Unable to come up with a clear answer, he decided to stop overanalyzing it. Instead, he focused on washing himself thoroughly before stepping out of the bathroom. Tossing his dirty clothes into the washing machine, he sat down in his room, staring blankly into space. For a while, he let his mind drift to the connection between individuals and the universe, the meaning of personal existence in this world, the conflicts between idealism and reality, the struggle between capitalism and human rights. By the time night had fallen, Mai had already returned from the shopping district and was preparing dinner. Setsuna helped her, while Kotonoha and Sekai remained seated in the living room, resting on the couch. When Haruto finally arrived at the Kira household, he acted as if nothing had happened. Greeting Kotonoha and the Sekai, who was lowering her head casually, he made his way to the kitchen, where he joined Mai in preparing dinner. You took a shower? Mai immediately noticed the faint scent of body wash lingering on Haruto. His slightly damp hair was another giveaway. Yeah. I sweated a bit earlier, and since you weren't home, I didn't really have anything to do here. So, I went back to freshen up. I see. Mai nodded, shifting her focus back to the food. Handing Haruto some tasks, she concentrated on the pot in front of her, adjusting the heat and checking the ingredients. Meanwhile, Setsuna stood beside Haruto, helping prepare the meal. Sitting quietly on the couch, Sekai lifted her head, gazing at the three of them cooking together in the kitchen. She then turned to Kotonoha, who was beside her. Hey, Kotonoha. Don't they look like a family? Huh? Caught off guard, Kotonoha followed Sekai's gaze to the three figures at the kitchen counter. She observed them for a moment, then glanced back at Sekai. Before today, she could have easily answered, yes. But now, she hesitated, unable to respond. Sekai didn't press further. Her eyes held a flicker of envy before she lowered her head again, sinking into silence. Dinner took quite a while to prepare, and when everyone finally sat down at the table, the spread was plentiful. Seeing the feast laid out before them, both Sekai and Kotonoha couldn't help but express their admiration. Sorry, this was all I could prepare on short notice. Just make yourselves at home. Mai said warmly. The two girls exchanged a look, then thanked her for the meal before picking up their chopsticks and saying, "Itadakimasu." Dinner was eaten in relative silence. When the meal ended, the same three who had prepared it took on the task of cleaning up, while Sekai and Kotonoha remained seated in the living room. It wasn't that Sekai didn't want to help, she was still feeling a bit sore and worried that Mai might notice something was off. So, she opted to stay put. Setsuna, clear the table. Haruto, help me with the dishes. Giving out instructions, Mai deliberately sent Setsuna away before taking Haruto to the sink. While washing the dishes, she leaned forward slightly, stealing a glance into the living room to confirm that Setsuna was occupied. Then, she turned her attention to Haruto. Haruto quietly placed the used pots in the sink. Since there were two sinks available, he and Mai worked side by side. Are you enjoying yourself? Huh? I don't think I understand young people anymore. My soft voice carried a hint of exasperation, making Haruto glance at her out of the corner of his eye. She was watching him intently. The moment their eyes met, Haruto saw the faint grievance hidden within her gaze. He let out a dry chuckle. What do you mean? I don't have the right to say much about this. But does Setsuna know? From her tone, it was clear that Mai had already pieced things together. Haruto sighed. Yeah. So she really had figured it out. Mai pursed her lips, a heavy expression settling on her face. And she hasn't said anything? No. Haruto's flat response made Mai glance at him again, her frustration evident. Is that all you have to say? I have plenty of thoughts about it. But overthinking won't change anything. For now, this is fine. He wasn't even aware of the term giving up, yet his words carried the same meaning. Watching him, Mai opened her mouth as if to say something, then closed it, choosing silence instead. The cleanup didn't take long. Within 5 minutes, everything was spotless. With Setsuna also finishing up at the table, Haruto glanced at the two girls in the living room before looking at Mai and her daughter. I should head home. So soon? Mai asked, surprised. Both Kotonoha and Sekai, along with Setsuna, turned to look at him. It's getting late. We'll see each other tomorrow. With a small smile, Haruto bid Mai farewell and walked toward the door. Setsuna watched him go, her eyes flicking toward Mai. Noticing her daughter's gaze, Mai hesitated. She had considered walking Haruto out to speak with him alone, but now, she dismissed the thought. Instead, she simply watched him leave. Would you two like some fruit? Turning back to her daughter, Mai smiled as she posed the question. By the time Haruto stepped out of the Kira household, the moon was already high in the sky. The dark night stretched above him, dotted with twinkling stars. A gentle night breeze swept past, bringing with it the fresh air of the outdoors. He took a deep breath, savoring the crispness before making his way back to his apartment. As soon as he entered, he poured himself a cup of tea, then quietly sat at his desk. Lowering his gaze to the tabletop, he spaced out for a while before finally pulling open the drawer. What should I write? He took out his manuscript, placing it in front of him. For a moment, he felt lost, unsure of where to begin. But he knew he had to write something, anything to make some progress. Staring at the pages before him, he fell into deep thought. From the moment he returned home around 8 o'clock, he remained at his desk, writing in silence. By the time he put down his pen, an hour had passed. It was already after 9. Tossing the pen aside, he blinked against the strain in his eyes, then leaned back in his chair, stretching his body into a wide, relaxed sprawl. Slowly, he moved over to his bed and sat down on the edge. Just as he was about to turn off the light and lie down, a thought crossed his mind. He reached into his pocket, pulling out his phone. It's been a while since I last reached out. Time has passed so quickly. I wonder what she's up to now. Ever since that time, Mitsuha hadn't taken the initiative to contact him. He wasn't sure if something had happened or if she was simply upset with him. Haruto found himself reminiscing about his days in Itamori. It had been so long since he last returned home. The thought of going back lingered in his mind, but as a student in Tokyo, he knew it wasn't possible, not until the summer break at least. Summer vacation is in July. Right now, it's April. There's still some time to go. The break starts at the end of June. That's 2 months away. Muttering to himself, he reached for the calendar on his desk, flipping through the pages until he found July. He marked a small note on the date before casually tossing it back onto the table. Forgot to turn off the light. Just as he lay down, he noticed the bright glow above him. With a sigh, he sat up again and turned off the lights. Meanwhile, in Setsuna's room, Sekai and Kotonoha shared the bed. Because the bed wasn't particularly large to begin with, having 3 people sleep on it would have been too much. To make things work, Mai had brought in an extra futon, setting up a makeshift sleeping spot on the floor for herself. That left Sekai and Kotonoha sharing the bed. Originally, Setsuna had been lying on the bed, but as they chatted late into the night, Sekai had eventually reached over, playfully pulling Setsuna down into the covers. Without warning, she wrapped her arms around her, holding her tightly. Chapter 111, a day at the manga cafe. Standing in front of the mirror early in the morning, Haruto brushed his teeth absent-mindedly, foam trickling from the corners of his mouth. He reached up to smooth out a stray lock of hair before spitting out the toothpaste and rinsing thoroughly. After washing his face, he stepped out of the bathroom. Walking over to the window, he pulled back the plain white curtains, letting the warm spring sunlight stream into the room. But the brightness was so intense that he had to close his eyes momentarily. After a brief pause, he slowly reopened them, gazing at the clear blue sky outside. Above, soft white clouds drifted lazily across the vast expanse, pure and serene. The sight stirred something deep within him, reminding him of his childhood, the days spent wandering through the fields of his hometown, staring up at the same endless sky. The homesickness he had managed to suppress the night before swelled up once more. His mind wandered to memories of those golden fields, the dense forests, and the shimmering surface of Itomori Lake, which gleamed like a mirror under the sun. But as much as he longed to return, there simply wasn't enough time. He walked over to his desk and flipped through the calendar. The nearest holiday was April 29th, but since it didn't extend into a long weekend, there was no way he could make a round trip from Tokyo to Itomori and back. As for May, thanks to the lineup of holidays, Constitution Memorial Day, Greenery Day, and Children's Day, there would be a 4-day break. Could I go home in May? Traveling from Tokyo to Itomori required taking the Shinkansen to Nagoya, then switching to a local train. The entire trip would take around 2 hours, and factoring in the journey from his apartment to the station, it would likely take closer to 4. That meant nearly 8 hours lost in transit for a 4-day break. If he left on the night of May 2nd, he would arrive in Itomori late at night. I'd have the 3rd to rest at home, then leave on the afternoon of the 4th to return to Tokyo. The 5th would be for adjusting, and on the 6th, I'd be back to school as usual. Today was the 13th. There were still about 20 days until May. At a glance, it seemed like a long wait, something difficult to endure. But there was no point in overthinking it now. Whether he could actually go home or not would depend on how things played out. Rather than worrying about that, it was better to focus on what to do today. Haruto stood still at his desk for a moment, staring at the calendar before flipping it back to April. Then, he walked over to his small wardrobe, took out a set of casual clothes, and changed. He remained in his room for a while longer, allowing his sluggish, just woken up mind to regain clarity. Finally, he grabbed his wallet from the desk and left the apartment. He didn't head to the Kira household. Setsuna might still be asleep, or she could already be awake, but with Kotonoha and Sekai staying over, she was probably still at home with them. If he went over now, he'd just be interrupting. Besides, after everything that happened yesterday, he needed time to sort out his thoughts. The impact of it all still lingered, and he couldn't deny that part of him wanted to avoid confronting it. In short, staying in his apartment wasn't an option. Haruto walked southward for a bit until he reached the bus stop. He came to a halt, waiting in silence. His gaze wandered across the street to the lush greenery and the flower beds beneath the trees. He found himself lost in thought. The scenery was familiar, something he had seen countless times before. But after everything he had been through, looking at this street again felt strangely foreign. A wave of nostalgia washed over him, as if he were flipping through the pages of an old photo album, comparing the faded images in his memory with the real world before his eyes. The faded images of his past were suddenly painted in vibrant colors once more. Closing his eyes, Haruto stood quietly at the bus stop. After about 10 minutes, a bus pulled up in front of him. Since he had already gotten a transit card when he first arrived in Tokyo, he simply tapped it and took a seat in the back, waiting in silence for the bus to start moving. His destination was Shinjuku. He had no particular plans, just a simple desire to spend the entire day at a manga cafe there. In the evening, he would return home, spend a quiet night alone, and then go to school the next day as usual. After transferring to the subway, he arrived in Shinjuku just as most shops were starting to open. Some stores around him hadn't even begun business for the day yet. But the manga cafe he had in mind was open 24 hours, so he didn't have to worry about being turned away. Wandering through the streets of Shinjuku alone, Haruto found himself struggling to locate the manga cafe. It wasn't where he remembered it to be. He ended up searching for nearly half an hour before finally stumbling upon a decent-looking one. Stepping inside, he didn't waste time on anything unnecessary. After checking the pricing chart, he quietly paid for a full day pass. Taking the numbered keycard handed to him, he made his way further into the cafe. Standing in front of the towering bookshelves filled with manga, Haruto scanned the shelves and selected 3 familiar volumes. With them in hand, he poured himself a complimentary cup of coffee and headed toward his private booth. Swiping the keycard to unlock the small booth, he stepped inside. The space was fairly clean, and a computer sat quietly in front of him. He had almost forgotten that manga cafes had computers as well. A computer, huh? Now that I think about it, I could probably afford a cheap laptop now. Internet fees are about 5,000 yen a month, right? That's 60,000 yen a year. Not too bad. Might be worth considering. He hadn't planned on getting a computer. When he moved in, most of his living expenses had gone toward furnishing his apartment with basic appliances, so he had decided to put off buying one. But now, thanks to Ariri's generosity, he wasn't as financially strained. Maybe it was time to reconsider. Sitting down, he powered on the computer and took a sip of his coffee. He typed in the address of a familiar website, clicked on a hidden extension, and a category labeled adult appeared. Without hesitation, he clicked it and checked the 18+ confirmation box. As various thumbnails and categories filled the screen, he scrolled through with an air of detached curiosity. Movies didn't interest him much. He had already seen too many of those types of videos over the years. It wasn't that he disliked them, just that he had long since grown indifferent. His gaze shifted downward, stopping at the online chat section. Now that caught his attention. Clicking into it, he was presented with several categories: premium, adults, married women, underage, and virtual. What really stood out to him was the last one, virtual. Huh? Since when did fictional characters start scamming people for money online? His eyes lingered on the virtual category for a moment, but he had little interest in it. Instead, he scrolled back up and clicked on married women. The moment the page loaded, the smirk on his face froze. He should have known better than to have any expectations when it came to these kinds of websites. He had gone through this before back in his past life. Every time he checked this category, he was greeted by, well, aging faces. He had thought that being reborn into his younger self would mean the women here would be younger too. But reality was cruel. Staring at the screen in bitter silence, his mood plummeted. With a deep sigh, he closed the page and, after a brief moment of hesitation, clicked on underage, hoping to lift his spirits. However, once again, he fell silent. Compared to the married women category, the people here were indeed younger and cuter, but only relatively speaking. His optimism took a heavy blow. No longer interested in exploring the other sections, he quietly exited the chat page and turned to the next category. Encounters. It was essentially an online matchmaking service like a dating site. But from what he knew, most of the photos and personal details here were likely fake. The classic 18 online, 81 in real life joke wasn't far from the truth. He didn't even bother taking a second look. Eventually, his eyes landed on a much more familiar category: books and magazines. I wonder what kind of works are popular these days. And if any of the authors I used to know have started publishing yet. Thinking back to his former peers in the industry, Haruto clicked into the section. Immediately, an ad popped up: first time purchase, 70% off. Which he dismissed without hesitation. Scanning the rankings, he spotted several familiar pen names. Kurihara Kenzaburo, Okazaura, Mangekyō. Seeing those names again left him momentarily stunned. These books were already being published this early. He had originally clicked in just to browse, not expecting to recognize so many works. Most of these, I've read before. He had once devoured countless books in pursuit of improving his writing. Now, seeing them again filled him with nostalgia. So they've already started their careers as low-tier authors, huh? The term low-tier author wasn't meant as an insult. It was a self-deprecating joke within the literary world, referring to those who wrote erotic novels or lowbrow fiction rather than high literature. Compared to authors who stood in the spotlight, winning prestigious awards and getting prime bookstore placements, erotic fiction writers were undeniably part of the industry's underbelly. Still, Haruto found himself reminiscing as he clicked through book descriptions. But when he saw the prices, some going for over 1,000 yen, even with discounts, he quickly lost interest. He had already read these books before, so there was no need to spend money on them now. With no further interest in the adult section, he switched over to a regular forum and started skimming through current news. Too much time had passed since his previous life. He wasn't sure what events had happened when, or what major incidents were unfolding in the world. Is this year a World Cup year? Yeah. In the summer, right? Frowning at the news article, he tried to recall any details. But he had never cared about soccer. Back then, he had been busy getting to know Sayuri, stepping into the early stages of their relationship. There was no way he had paid attention to the tournament. If he had remembered, he could have bet on an underdog team and made some easy money. It wasn't just the World Cup, he couldn't remember any major lottery numbers either. If he had known he'd get a second chance at life, he would have memorized at least a couple of jackpot numbers. Damn it. Frustrated, he sighed and closed the news page. Knock, knock. Just as he was lamenting his lost opportunities, a knock came from the booth door. Frowning, he stood up and walked over. Was it a staff member? Puzzled, he opened the door only to find the young girl standing before him, her expression calm and unreadable. Then, she spoke. Are you thirsty? Chapter 112, The Angel Burdened by Life. Haruto fell silent for a moment, gazing at the girl standing in front of his booth. She wore a crisp white shirt and black jeans, giving off a fresh and clean impression. Standing before him, her eyes held no trace of fear or shame. Her composed demeanor made Haruto briefly wonder if he had misunderstood her intent. He hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly, as if he had grasped the situation. Then, he let out a quiet sigh. Sorry, but I'm not hungry right now. No, that's not what I meant. Are you alone? The girl glanced past him into the booth before settling her gaze back on him. Facing a clean and delicate-looking young man, she figured that even if he didn't have much money, she could afford to lower her price a little. Isn't it lonely to sit here all by yourself? I can help keep you company. For just 150,000 yen, I can offer you my services. Her words were blunt, leaving little room for misinterpretation. Even if Haruto had misunderstood at first, he now clearly understood the purpose behind her approach. It was exactly what he had initially suspected. A girl who would openly ask if he was needy was clearly here to recruit clients. He had heard rumors about this sort of thing before, stories of women knocking on doors in internet cafes or manga cafes that offered overnight stays, asking if the occupants needed company. But encountering such a situation firsthand was a first for him, leaving him both surprised and somewhat curious. Looking at the girl before him, who could be considered quite cute, Haruto felt a strange mix of emotions. Her clothes were simple, not extravagant, and her face was free of heavy makeup. She looked like the girl next door, so ordinary yet standing here, offering herself so casually. The stark contrast between her appearance and her words sparked his curiosity. Come in. He stepped aside slightly, making room for her to enter his booth. The girl, who had assumed he might not have much money, was momentarily surprised. But she still stepped in and, without hesitation, closed the booth door behind her. Just so you know, I've never had a boyfriend before. I'm not very experienced with this sort of thing. I hope you don't mind. Once inside, she reached up and began unbuttoning her shirt. Haruto instinctively reached out and gently took hold of her slender wrist. No, that's not necessary. Oh? Do you prefer to keep clothes on? Is that your fetish? No, that's not it. Why don't we sit and talk for a bit first? You're not in that much of a rush, are you? His eyes met hers. She studied him for a moment before nodding. Without bothering to rebutton her shirt, she sat down against the wooden divider of the small space. A strand of black lace peeked through the gap in her shirt, drawing Haruto's eyes for a fleeting moment. At school, boys are always sneaking glances at this area. But boys have their own, don't they? What makes a girl's so special? She leaned back, her gaze meeting his as she voiced a question that had long puzzled her. She knew that boys and girls were different, but she had never understood why boys were so fixated on that particular difference. Maybe it's because we can see our own, but we can't see a girl's. That makes it more intriguing. That actually makes sense. She nodded, a look of understanding crossing her face. Her gaze shifted to the manga lying on the table. A hint of surprise flickered in her eyes as she reached out, picking up the top volume and flipping through the pages. A faint smile played on her lips. I've read this before. Oh? A long time ago, I think. When I was at home, feeling lonely and not knowing what to do, I found an old manga lying around. I think it belonged to my dad. It was pretty worn out, but when I started reading it, I found it really interesting. Do you like this one too? Haruto met her gaze and nodded. Yeah. It's an older series, so you don't see it in bookstores or on street stalls anymore. I happened to come across it earlier while browsing and decided to pick it up. So, you are reading manga just now? Yeah. Huh. That's unexpected. I haven't seen you around before. This must be your first time here? It is. I thought so. So you're just here to kill time? Yeah. Haruto nodded slightly in response to her question, his gaze lingering on her. Her pure and innocent smile contrasted sharply with the reality of their encounter, deepening the sense of contradiction he felt. Have you been here for a long time? His question made her pause. She caught the underlying meaning behind his words but simply smiled and nodded. Yeah, I've been staying here for quite a while. But this is my first time actually going out to find customers. You're the first one, a pretty good-looking guy, at that. Your first time? First time. She confirmed it with certainty. Seeing the crease in his brow, his confusion, his doubt, she gave a small smile and turned her gaze toward the bright overhead light. I ran out of money. If I don't figure out a way to make some soon, I won't even be able to stay here. I'll have to start sleeping on the streets. You live here? Yeah. Her soft response carried no trace of sorrow or bitterness. Yet, it was precisely this calm acceptance that unsettled Haruto even more. Are you curious? Noticing the expression on his face, the girl didn't seem to mind. Instead, she smiled playfully and turned the question back on him. A little. People don't usually care about others' lives, you know. You're kind of weird. Am I? Definitely. But. She hesitated for a moment before tilting her head with a teasing smirk. If you're really that interested, I can tell you my story. But. You have to promise not to tell anyone else. The girl raised her index finger to her soft, glistening lips, signaling Haruto to keep her secret. Looking at the girl before him, Haruto felt his curiosity growing. He had a feeling her story might be a heavy one, but even so, he nodded. I'll keep it a secret. Then let's seal it with a pinky promise. She extended her delicate hand, her small pinky finger reaching out toward him. Haruto glanced at her slender, snow-white finger before extending his left hand, gently hooking his pinky around hers. The warmth and softness of her touch lingered for a brief moment before they let go. With the promise made, the girl smiled faintly, her face tinged with nostalgia as she slowly began to recount her story. At first, she had a family like anyone else, her father, her mother, the three of them living peacefully together. Looking back now, she realized that was probably the happiest time of her life. When I was in middle school, my father got into an accident and ended up in enormous debt. At first, he reassured me and my mom that he would find a way to get through it. But when the debt collectors started coming after us, he and my mom both chose to take their own lives. Her voice softened as she lowered her head, resting her face against her knees. A moment of silence passed before she lifted her gaze to Sage once more, her lips curving into a bitter smile. After they died, some relatives helped with their funerals, but the debt collectors took everything we had. Without my parents, I had no way to stay in our home anymore. The neighbors had probably had enough of the constant harassment from the collectors, too. Her dry, hollow laughter made Haruto uneasy. He could imagine the kind of hardships she had faced but had no idea what to say. I had a little bit of savings, but it didn't last long. I wandered the streets for a while before discovering that internet cafes and manga cafes offered cheap overnight stays, along with places to shower. Even though the cost was low, I still needed about 50,000 yen a month to live there. On top of that, I was still in school, and even working part-time wasn't enough to cover everything. Then, one of my teachers noticed my struggles and told me about a way to make money. Haruto had already guessed what she meant. The girl, seeing his expression, slowly spread her arms, tilted her head back slightly, then lowered her gaze back to him. At first, I hesitated. But I was too hungry to care anymore. She ran a hand over her stomach. Haruto let out a long sigh. He had seen tragedies unfold online, but rarely in real life. And yet, that one simple sentence, "I was too hungry to care," somehow struck a chord deep within him. This place serves food, right? Huh? Yeah, it does. Then let's go. My treat. Consider it a thank you for sharing your story. Eh? We're not going to. Fill your stomach first. Then we can talk about the rest. That makes sense. The girl gave him a genuine smile, and together, they left the booth. At the cafe's dining area, Haruto told her to order whatever she liked while he simply got a fruit juice. He sat quietly, waiting as the food arrived. When the server placed the steaming plate of curry in front of her, the girl glanced at Haruto apologetically. Don't worry about it. I already ate this morning. Then, I'll dig in. Pressing her palms together in a small prayer of gratitude, she picked up her spoon and took a bite. A look of pure contentment spread across her face. Watching her, Haruto couldn't help but smile, too. By the way, I haven't asked for your name yet. After finishing her meal, the girl turned toward him. She hadn't intended to ask, but after he had treated her to a meal, she felt it would be rude not to at least know his name. This day, this small kindness would be something she would never forget. Mimizu Haruto. Just call me Haruto. And you? Mido. Mido Yuka. When they returned to the booth, Yuka started to unbutton her shirt again, but Haruto gently held her hand, stopping her. Stay with me for a while. Let's read some books or watch a movie together. She met his gaze. The warmth in his eyes, the softness of his expression, it made her pause. Silently, she nodded. For the rest of the afternoon, they sat together in a small booth, watching cute animal videos online. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, the evening had arrived. Hearing the sounds of people moving outside, Yuka finally realized how late it had gotten. When she was with Haruto, the world outside seemed to fade away. Her worries, her burdens, they all felt so distant. Sitting beside him gave her a strange sense of peace, a feeling she couldn't quite understand. It's already evening. I should get going soon. Haruto glanced at the clock, a little surprised himself. Being alone had always made time drag on, but with Yuka by his side, the hours had flown by. Are you leaving? Yeah, I should head back. But we haven't. You know. That's true. Yuka should have dreaded this part. But strangely, she found herself feeling expectant. And yet, the young man in front of her simply pulled out his wallet, took out 10 crisp 10,000 yen bills, and placed them on the table. I don't know how much this will help, but I hope that the next time I see you, you'll still be smiling. Then, standing up, he glanced at the pile of manga beside them. Could you return those for me? I'll be heading out first. Yuka sat frozen, watching as he stepped out of the booth. When she finally snapped out of it, she grabbed the money and rushed out, searching for him only to find that he was already at the counter, returning his room key. He was leaving. She wanted to run to him, to ask, "Will I see you again?" But remembering what he had said earlier, she suddenly felt her face flush. Wouldn't it be shameless to ask something like that? Hesitating for just a moment too long, she could only watch as his figure disappeared through the door. Chapter 113, The Meaning of Life lies in ordering some fries on the subway ride home. The train moved swiftly, but by the time he reached the entrance of his apartment, the sky had already turned completely dark. Reaching into his pocket for the keys, he unlocked the door, stepped inside, and shut it behind him. Walking to his desk, he emptied his pockets, placing everything on the table before casually tossing his coat into the washing machine. Staring at the empty apartment, he made his way to the fridge and pulled out a can of cola. Although he usually drank black tea, green tea, or occasionally milk, that didn't mean he never drank cola. Since he occasionally had guests over, he kept some stocked. He let out a long sigh. The fizzy cola jolted him awake slightly. Setting the can on his desk, he sank onto the floor, gazing at the quiet room, his mind completely blank. Even though he hadn't done anything strenuous, just sat in a manga cafe all day doing nothing for hours on end was, in itself, exhausting. Now that he was home and had a moment to reflect, all he felt was an overwhelming emptiness. Yuka, huh? Recalling the girl he had met today, he couldn't help but feel that he had acted somewhat pretentious. Deep down, he had his own thoughts, but in the face of that inexplicable kindness, he ultimately did nothing. Does this count as using a woman's money to support another woman? With mixed emotions, he sat back down at his desk, pulling out a fresh stack of manuscript paper from the drawer. After a moment of hesitation, he picked up his pen and began to write. He wasn't exactly a pure-hearted writer, but whenever something stirred him deeply, he couldn't help but pour his emotions into words. A single chance encounter had etched the name Yuka into his mind. He felt both sympathy and pity for her. And it was precisely those emotions that compelled him to write something. Still, I should change the name a little, at least the surname, or maybe the given name. And the title? How about The Defiled Angel? The outline of the story was already forming in his mind, inspired by Yuka's real-life experiences, with artistic embellishments added. She was the model for his protagonist, but not entirely. Closing his eyes, he let out a long sigh before putting pen to paper. Meanwhile, in the living room of another apartment, Setsuna watched her mother, Karimai, peeling an orange. "Do you want a piece, Setsuna?" Mai was initially unbothered by her daughter's gaze, but after a while, she started feeling uncomfortable. She looked up and handed half of the orange to her. Earlier that afternoon, when she realized Haruto wasn't home and still hadn't returned by evening, Setsuna grew slightly annoyed. Since there was no one else around, the other two girls, Kotonoha and Sekai, had already gone home in the morning. She directed her silent frustration at Mai. Setsuna took the offered orange without a word, peeling off a segment and popping it into her mouth before shifting her gaze back to her mother. Mai, already feeling somewhat guilty about her recent conversation with Haruto, avoided looking directly at her daughter. Even though Setsuna hadn't said anything, the weight of her own thoughts made her uneasy. She was afraid Setsuna might suddenly bring up Haruto. Did Haruto come home? I don't know. At this hour, he should be back by now, right? Without responding, Setsuna stood up from the couch and walked toward the door. She opened it casually and glanced at the apartment across the hallway, where the lights were on. He was home. But he hadn't come by to say anything. He hadn't told her he was back. That alone made her feel a small sense of dissatisfaction. No matter how close two people are, spending too much time together can become suffocating. Keeping a bit of distance might actually strengthen a relationship. Mai said as she joined her daughter at the door, offering what she had heard from others as advice. And that's when other women take advantage of the situation? Haruto isn't that kind of person, right? You have to learn to trust someone. Setsuna glanced at her mother, wondering if there was anyone in the world more worthy of trust than the woman who had raised her alone. But given the current circumstances, even her own mother needed to be treated with some degree of caution. I understand. She answered softly, as if she knew nothing at all. She chose not to confront her mother about her relationship with Haruto. Maybe that would make Mai feel guilty or remorseful, but that wasn't the outcome Setsuna wanted. All she wished for was to maintain the peace of their current life. She took one last look at Haruto's apartment before silently retreating back inside, heading toward the bathroom. Mai, standing at the doorway, watched her daughter leave before turning her gaze once again toward Haruto's apartment. She was curious about where he had been all day, but only mildly so. At least for now, for the foreseeable future, she had no plans to approach him again. Letting out a quiet sigh, she closed the door. While Setsuna took her bath, Mai sat down on the living room couch, absent-mindedly watching a television program. By the time Haruto put down his pen, he checked the clock and realized it was already 10 p.m. His stomach felt uncomfortably empty. Setting aside his unfinished manuscript, he went to the fridge and pulled out some udon noodles, cooking them quickly. After eating just enough to feel satisfied, he returned to his desk, looking over what he had written. So far, he had only managed to complete the opening scene. The entire story, set in a school environment, was already fully formed in his mind, but it was too late at night to continue writing. He still had school tomorrow. No matter how eager he was to keep going, he had to consider the reality that he needed to wake up early. I'll continue tomorrow. Organizing his manuscript, he placed it back into the drawer, but this time, one level lower before heading to the bathroom. After a solid 7 hours of sleep, Haruto woke up in the morning feeling reasonably refreshed. Dressed in his school uniform, he grabbed his school bag, prepared a simple breakfast, and tidied up his apartment before heading out. He didn't see Sakai outside, meaning he had woken up earlier than usual. His mind was too preoccupied with how to continue writing. The urge to sit at his desk and continue the story had made him wake up earlier than normal. But after glancing at the clock and realizing he wouldn't have much time left even if he stayed, he gave up the idea of writing in the morning, instead focusing on getting ready for school. I should introduce a boyfriend for her soon. It's about time. But what should his name be? He pondered whether he should just use his own name. But that felt a little too... No. Even he thought that would be too shameless. If the book ever got published and people found out his real name, he'd be bombarded with questions about whether the story was autobiographical. Forget it. I'll just pick a more distant name. Maybe a similar sounding one? Lost in thought, Haruto walked all the way to school, only snapping back to reality when he spotted a girl waiting at the school gate, sneaking glances in his direction. Good morning, Mimizu-kun. Good morning, Yoshida-san. You changed your hairstyle. Why yeah. I wanted to try something new. Hearing that he had noticed, Yoshida Saki's face lit up with delight. She pursed her lips and nodded happily, explaining that she wanted to make a change. A change, huh? Do you not like it, Mimizu-kun? It's not that. I can see that just a small change makes you stand out a lot more. You'll probably be really popular. Popular? Me? Yoshida Saki was a little surprised. It was the first time someone had ever said that to her. Well, I have other things to do, so I'll head back to class now. Okay. Watching Haruto turn and walk away, Yoshida Saki hesitated, her expression unsure. Even though he had acknowledged her, she could tell that his attention hadn't really been on her. In fact, he seemed even less interested than before. She had borrowed one of her mom's fashion magazines, carefully applied a touch of makeup, but in the end, it didn't seem to have made any difference. Forget it. I'll just go back to how I was before. With a hint of disappointment on her face, Yoshida Saki slowly made her way to her shoe locker, changed into her indoor shoes, and walked toward her classroom. Where were you this weekend? Not long after sitting in the classroom, Haruto propped his chin on his hand, gazing absent-mindedly out the window at the deep blue sky. He was lost in thought, contemplating the next development of his story, what kind of ending the heroine should ultimately face when a sharp, accusatory voice rang in his ear. Turning back, he saw Iriri standing beside his desk, looking thoroughly displeased. His train of thought derailed. Haruto sighed as he glanced at Iriri, as well as the other students whose gazes had shifted toward them. I went out for a walk. Why? Did you come looking for me? I waited for you for half an hour, and you were nowhere to be found. What do you think? That's unfortunate. I left in the morning and didn't get back until night. TCH. Clicking her tongue in annoyance, Iriri seemed slightly appeased after hearing his answer. Noticing the curious eyes of their classmates, she took a deep breath to calm herself. Though still sulking, she threw him one last glare before flipping her twin ponytails and stomping back to her seat. Haruto, on the other hand, watched her retreating figure, wondering what exactly she had wanted from him the day before. But after a brief moment, he turned back toward the window, letting his mind wander again. At lunchtime, after finishing a simple meal, Haruto made his way to the school library. He wanted to see if there was anything interesting to read, something to pass the time and, hopefully, spark some inspiration. The library was nearly empty, save for a lone girl with long, straight black hair, her head resting on the table in sleep. A white headband adorned her head. Seeing that she was asleep, Haruto instinctively quieted his footsteps. As he lowered his gaze, his eyes were immediately drawn to something beneath the desk, a pair of slender, well-proportioned legs wrapped in sheer black stockings, the fabric hugging her skin yet allowing a faint glimpse of its smoothness underneath. He stared for a moment, feeling a vague sense of familiarity. Lifting his gaze slightly, his eyes landed on the white headband again. A name surfaced in his mind, and his expression grew somewhat complex. He hadn't expected to run into her here. Kazekage Utaha. A prodigy at school, at least academically, where she consistently maintained top scores. But more than that, she was a best-selling female author. In a way, she and Haruto were peers. However, since they wrote in different genres, their paths had never really crossed. They were simply aware of each other's existence. His gaze drifted downward once more, lingering briefly on her legs before he finally looked away. Quietly, he turned toward the bookshelves. A beautiful girl was nice and all, but right now, what he really wanted to find was books. Ignoring the mystery of why she was napping in the library instead of the infirmary, Haruto focused on the rows of books before him. He occasionally pulled one out to skim through, but so far, nothing had caught his eye, nothing that truly sparked his imagination. Chapter 114, I let my guard down due to staying up late the previous night working on the next volume of her novel. Utaha had planned to use her lunch break to take a nap. She initially headed to the infirmary but found another student already consulting the nurse. Not wanting to disturb them, she instead opted for the rarely used library, hoping for some peace and quiet. She assumed this would be the perfect place to rest undisturbed. However, not long after she settled in, she heard the sound of the door opening. Closing her eyes, Utaha, who was already struggling to fall asleep, felt a little annoyed. Still, she had no intention of acknowledging the person who had entered. She remained silent, resting her head on the desk, pretending they didn't exist, and hoping sleep would come soon. But no matter how much she tried to ignore them, the subtle sounds they made while moving through the room kept drawing her attention. Eventually, she realized she was fully awake. Frustrated, she sat up, stretched her arms and legs, then rested her chin on one hand as she gazed toward the bookshelves. Peering through the gaps between the bookshelves, she caught a glimpse of the person's figure, a side profile partially visible. Utaha lightly clenched her fist, then relaxed her hand, silently watching the newcomer. The person hadn't noticed her yet. They stood quietly in front of the bookshelves, completely focused on selecting books, as if she wasn't even there. This surprised Utaha. She had always thought the library was merely decorative, practically unused by students. Aside from the occasional visit by members of the literature club searching for references, it was rare to see anyone here. The presence of another person piqued her curiosity. She remained completely silent, propping her cheek against her hand as she observed him, wondering how long he would stay. The boy took books off the shelf one by one, flipped through them briefly, and then returned them to their places. Finding nothing useful, he let out a quiet sigh and returned the last book to its shelf. Nothing useful here, huh? Looks like I'll have to check a second-hand bookstore. Maybe a regular bookstore will have something I can use. Despite the large collection in the school library, none of the books contained the reference material he needed. After skimming through a few, he gave up on searching and prepared to leave the reading room. Couldn't find the book you were looking for? Just as he was about to step out from between the bookshelves, a calm yet slightly lazy voice reached him from near the window. Looking up, he saw the girl who had been asleep at the desk was now awake. I only took a quick look, but it doesn't seem like it. Did I disturb your nap? I just didn't expect anyone else to be here. But, well, I did manage to rest a little, so it's fine. Utaha lowered the arm she had been resting her face on and slowly stood up. She walked over to him, studying his face thoughtfully before speaking. I don't think I've seen you around before. You must be a first year, right? Yes, Kazekage-senpai. You know me? Utaha raised an eyebrow, surprised that he knew her name. I've heard about you from my classmates. Honestly, I don't think there are many guys at Toyosaki Academy who don't know Kazekage-senpai. His tone made Utaha frown slightly. She wasn't particularly fond of the way male students gossiped about her. Though she knew it was normal, she disliked the crude gazes and objectifying stares some directed at her. But this boy, from the moment she had noticed him, had remained composed. His eyes hadn't darted around like most boys, instead, his gaze was steady and proper. That alone made her feel somewhat at ease. Your name? Haruto. That's a nice name. I'll remember it. With that, Utaha turned and walked out of the library, disappearing from Haruto's view. Left standing alone, he glanced toward the door where she had exited. He wasn't sure what she meant by "I'll remember it." But after a moment's pause, he also headed for the exit. By the time he returned to his classroom, lunch break was nearly over. Sitting at his desk, Haruto found his thoughts tangled and unfocused. His previously clear train of thought had become a chaotic mess. Nozaki, what do you do when you run out of inspiration and don't know how to continue your story? Huh? Inspiration? Behind him, Nozaki Amitaru had been deep in thought about his own stories when Haruto suddenly posed the question. Turning to look at his classmate, Nozaki seemed puzzled. Are you planning to become a mangaka too? Not really. Just asking. Well, since manga requires a long process to create, I always have plenty of time to think about where the story should go. Plus, I make it a habit to gather material regularly, so I don't usually struggle with ideas. Nozaki's answer was honest, but to Haruto, it felt like he hadn't actually answered anything. So, having plenty of time is key? Yeah, you could say that. The conversation hadn't given Haruto much to work with. He sighed and leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. The school bell rang, signaling the end of the day. As Haruto watched Kuryuzuki, the homeroom teacher, gather her materials and leave the classroom, he closed his eyes, considering what he should do once he got home. Knock, knock. A tapping sound on his desk made him open his eyes. Standing beside him was Ariri. He let out a quiet sigh. What now? You're free after school, right? I was, but do you have to sound so certain? It makes me feel like I have no life outside of school. Ariri smirked. But that's the truth, isn't it? Fair point. Haruto began packing up his books and supplies, glancing at her. Still, even if I have nothing planned, I have things to do. If it's not important, then 100,000 yen. For an hour? Ariri hesitated for a moment at how quickly he had assumed the time frame. She narrowed her eyes and studied him closely, as if re-evaluating the person she thought she knew. What are you looking at? Haruto asked. You weren't this concerned about money before, were you? Haruto chuckled but didn't answer. Ariri probably thought he had never cared about money, but that was only because back then, Sayuri had been around. She had taken care of all his basic needs, insisting he didn't have to worry about trivial things like expenses. She would often show up at his apartment, bags full of things he never even asked for. Haruto glanced at Ariri, but he didn't explain any of that. Instead, he grabbed his bag. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. 3 hours. He froze. Ariri pulled out her wallet and took out her bank card, flicking it between her fingers like a dealer at a casino. Haruto had been about to refuse. 3 hours was too long. But he couldn't. Damn. She's offering way too much. Resigned, he followed Ariri out of the school gates. Under the gazes of their classmates, they looked like a couple leaving together. Their destination? The bustling Minato ward. Specifically Ginza. Luxury shopping, fine dining, and an extravagant evening that didn't quite match their ages. As they sat in a private room of an upscale restaurant, Ariri suddenly spoke. Unbutton your school uniform a little. Huh? Just do it. Haruto hesitated but undid 2 buttons. Like this? Ariri grinned, stood up, and walked over to him. Crouching slightly, she took 3 crisp 10,000 yen bills, rolled them up, and slipped them into his open collar. Then, she suddenly leaned in back. Startled, Haruto clutched his cheek, staring at her warily. PFFT, your reaction is hilarious, like a little kid. You've got terrible taste in entertainment. But it's fun, isn't it? Laughing, Ariri straightened up. Come on, time to go home. Because it was already late at night, Ariri called a taxi to drop them off at the station near Haruto's apartment. Stepping out of the car, she waved at him before turning to head home. Under the night sky, Haruto stood at the station, silently watching her figure fade into the distance. After a brief moment of hesitation, he sighed quietly and made his way toward his apartment. Back in his room, he took off his school uniform and hung it neatly on the rack. Just as he sat down, barely touching the chair, the doorbell rang. Ding dong ding, ding, ding dong. The impatient, almost disruptive rhythm made Haruto glance toward the door. Without delay, he stood up and opened it only to see Setsuna standing there. It was another late night. Setsuna had been waiting at home for Haruto for a long time. Sitting in her dimly lit room, she occasionally glanced at the darkened apartment across from hers. Every now and then, she would step out to check, only to find that his room remained unlit. Even Mai had begun to wonder if she should call and ask where Haruto was. Then he's back. Hearing Setsuna's voice near the door, Mai looked up. The door closed behind her daughter, and before Mai could say anything, Setsuna was already gone. When she saw the lights flicker on in Haruto's apartment, Setsuna immediately stepped out of her own home and walked straight to his door. Her slender, fair finger pressed against the doorbell, repeatedly ringing it as if venting her frustration from waiting so long. Ding, ding, ding dong. The sound echoed persistently, until finally, footsteps could be heard from inside. As the lock clicked open, revealing Haruto behind the door, Setsuna's frustration eased slightly. She hesitated for a moment, wondering how she should start. Should she ask why he was out so late? The door swung fully open. Haruto stood there, unsurprised by her presence. Meeting her gaze, he smiled as usual. Good evening, Setsuna. Come in. He stepped aside, holding the door open for her like always. But even after the invitation, she simply stood there, staring at him intently, without stepping inside. What's wrong? Setsuna didn't answer. Instead, she quietly walked past him into the apartment. Haruto blinked in confusion, but closed the door behind her and followed her inside. Without a word, Setsuna went straight to the bathroom. Moments later, she emerged with a damp towel in hand. Walking up to him, she lifted her left hand slightly and spoke. "Lower your head." Haruto, still puzzled, complied. The next thing he felt was the warm, damp towel pressing gently against his face. Setsuna began carefully wiping his cheek. The atmosphere grew awkward. Watching her focused expression as she carefully wiped his face, Haruto was suddenly reminded of what had happened earlier in the private room at the restaurant. He wanted to explain, but for a moment, he wasn't even sure how. As he looked at the serious expression on her face, at the way her hands moved with such gentle precision, a wave of guilt welled up inside him. Chapter 115, a discussion with Mai and Setsuna. Even when he was with Sayuri, even though she trusted him, she would still casually ask about his interactions with other women. However, with Setsuna, despite knowing he had relationships with other women, she never asked. Haruto, who had initially intended to explain things, suddenly found himself at a loss for words in the face of this unspoken tension. He watched as the girl in front of him gently wiped his face clean, then casually placed the damp towel back in the bathroom, soaking it in hot water before returning to the living room. "Dinner? I already ate outside." "I see. Did you and Mai-san already have dinner?" "Yes." It was a simple exchange about mundane matters, yet the conversation felt strangely dry. Haruto hesitated, unsure how to proceed. "Is Mai-san home now?" "Yes." Glancing at the clock on his desk, Haruto noted that it was still early. He didn't feel like writing, nor was it time to sleep yet. He figured he might as well visit Mai. "There's something I need to discuss with Mai-san." "Let's go to your place, Setsuna." He gave her a faint smile before heading toward the door. Setsuna remained silent for a moment, standing in the living room, before quietly following him. When they arrived at the Kira household, Mai was sitting in the living room, pondering what Haruto and Setsuna might have been doing together. The sudden sound of the door opening made her glance up. Seeing Haruto step inside, she was momentarily taken aback. "Huh? Haruto? And Setsuna?" It wasn't surprising that Setsuna had come home, but she hadn't expected Haruto to be with her. His unexpected visit immediately put Mai on guard, worried that her daughter might have come to confront her. "Good evening, Mai-san. Sorry to drop by so suddenly." "Good evening. Did you just get home, Haruto? Have you had dinner?" Mai observed Setsuna for a moment, noticing her calm demeanor, though she seemed a little distracted. Seeing this, Mai relaxed slightly and turned her attention back to Haruto. "Yes, I've eaten. I just had a few things I wanted to ask you, so I came over. Hope I'm not intruding." "That's a bit too formal. If it's just a question, you could have called." "So, what's on your mind?" Looking at Mai, then glancing at Setsuna beside him, Haruto felt a headache coming on. After a moment of silence, he decided to speak openly without hiding anything from Setsuna. That night, the lights in the Kira household stayed on until late. It wasn't until past 10 that the front door opened, and Haruto stepped out. Setsuna stood behind him, watching him leave with an unreadable expression. "Well, see you tomorrow." Haruto turned back and smiled at her. The girl standing in the doorway gave a quiet nod, watching as he walked away before slowly closing the door. Feeling somewhat relieved after his conversation with Mai and Setsuna, Haruto returned to his apartment, took a shower, dried his hair, and lay down to rest. That night, he had a good dream. At least, it started that way. But by the end, a sudden flash of a blade and a crimson hue shattered the peaceful slumber, jolting him awake with a shudder. He looked toward the window and saw that dawn had barely begun to break. He shut his eyes, trying to go back to sleep, but the vivid memory of that sharp glint kept him wide awake. With a sigh, Haruto sat up in bed. The clock read 4:50 a.m. He turned on the lamp, pulled out his chair, and sat at his desk. So, after all, emotions are complicated. She's dating him, but she still likes someone else. Love triangles always create countless stories. A girl with a boyfriend who secretly admires her gentle, mature teacher of pure yet wistful emotion. Haruto felt that was the correct way to depict it. Picking up his pen, he reviewed what he had written earlier and continued. At 5:40 a.m., the sudden sound of the doorbell interrupted his writing. Haruto frowned, glancing toward the entrance. At this hour? Could it be a neighbor? But he barely interacted with them. His neighbor worked at a ruthless company, often coming home late and leaving slightly later than he did in the morning. They hardly spoke, and he rarely saw them on weekends. Doubtful, he went to the door and opened it only to find Sekai standing there, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Say ing. What brings you here so early?" "Just call me Sekai now. I happened to wake up early and saw your apartment light on, so I decided to come over." After resting over the weekend, Sekai had mostly recovered. But seeing Haruto still reminded her of what had happened on Saturday, bringing a flush of embarrassment to her face. She never imagined she would lose her first time in such an absurd, unexpected way, and with Setsuna present as well. Yet, looking at Haruto now, that strange and surreal event somehow felt acceptable. "Come in." Seeing her standing outside in the morning chill, Haruto let her inside and closed the door. They moved to the living room, where he poured her a cup of tea. Sakai took the cup, her eyes scanning the apartment. Not seeing Setsuna around, she felt a bit more at ease. To be honest, she had been afraid that upon entering Haruto's home, she might find Setsuna asleep in his bed. Taking a small sip of tea, her gaze shifted to the desk, where a thick stack of manuscript pages lay. She approached and caught sight of the freshly written text. Mido's father became a guarantor for a friend's debt, so the liability fell onto him. Debt collectors hounded him at work, making it impossible for him to continue his job. Intrigued, Sakai was about to read further when she heard footsteps beside her. She looked up and met Haruto's gaze. "Ah. Am I interrupting your writing?" "Not really. I usually wake up around this time anyway. Have you had breakfast yet?" As he spoke, he gathered his manuscript and stored it in the drawer before looking back at her. "Not yet." "Then let's have breakfast together." Having breakfast with Haruto, something she had only dreamed about before, was suddenly happening. A sense of elation filled her, making her feel lightheaded. Looking at him, she shyly nodded. Cooking breakfast wasn't a hassle for Haruto. Whether it was for one or two didn't make much of a difference. As he stood in the kitchen preparing food, Sakai sat in the living room, watching him work, her eyes gleaming. "Was that your new story just now?" Haruto looked up from his cooking, meeting her gaze. After a brief thought, he nodded. "Yeah. It doesn't seem like a happy story. It's a bit heavy, but I think it's still somewhat healing." "Healing?" Haruto didn't elaborate further. He simply smiled and lowered his head again, continuing to prepare breakfast. Sakai, on the other hand, pondered the meaning behind his words. What exactly did he mean by healing? After a long moment of contemplation without reaching an answer, she decided to stop thinking about it. Instead, she let her gaze settle on Haruto. Watching him quietly prepare breakfast, such a gentle and composed young man, she felt warmth stir inside her chest. She wanted to do something for him, yet she was also afraid of overstepping and making him uncomfortable. So, she simply sat in silence, watching him work from the living room. She wondered how many times Setsuna had watched him like this before. Just the thought of it made a subtle ache rise within her heart. "It's ready. Go wash your hands, and let's eat," Haruto said. After about half an hour, breakfast was finally ready. He placed the simple meal of grilled fish and miso soup on the table, along with some pickled vegetables neatly arranged in small dishes. Only after everything was set did he sit down and begin eating quietly. Looking at the meal he had prepared himself, Sakai felt a deep warmth and satisfaction welling up inside her. She silently picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of the grilled fish, and placed it over the warm, white rice before taking a bite. Haruto, meanwhile, remained focused on his own meal, paying little attention to her. "It's delicious," she murmured. "I'm glad it suits your taste," he replied, glancing at her with a small smile before returning to his food. There wasn't much conversation between them. The events of Saturday still lingered unspoken between them, and Sakai had no idea how to bring it up. In truth, she wasn't even sure how she was supposed to feel about it herself. And so, the two sat in quiet companionship, finishing their breakfast with only a few words exchanged. "Are you making a bento?" she asked as she watched Haruto tidying up the table and taking out a lunchbox. "Yeah. This way, I won't have to worry about lunch later." After packing the remaining rice and side dishes into a bento box, he placed a single pickled plum in the center of the rice before securing the lid and wrapping it neatly in a furoshiki cloth. Then, he slipped it into his school bag before turning his attention back to her. "Say ing. No, Sakai, do you and Setsuna usually bring bento to school?" "Yeah, we both bring lunch. But I left in a bit of a rush today. I'll just grab some bread from the school store." "You didn't bring one?" Haruto looked slightly surprised. He paused for a moment, then turned toward the cupboard. Without a word, he took out another lunchbox and began preparing a second bento. Once it was wrapped in a furoshiki, he handed it to Sakai. "Here, take this. When you come back in the evening, just give the empty bento box to Setsuna." Originally, this extra bento was meant for Setsuna. But since she didn't need it today and Sakai hadn't prepared her own lunch, Haruto figured he might as well put it to use. "Are you sure?" "Yeah, take it. Then, I'll accept it." Sakai's eyes shimmered as she looked at Haruto. She bit her lip lightly, feeling a little shy as she reached out with both hands to accept the bento box. Haruto." What is it? Haruto glanced at her, then at the clock on the table. It was only 6:40 a.m. still early. Even if they left now, they'd end up waiting at school for almost an hour. It's still not time for school yet, so, should we? Chapter 116, of course, we're friends. When he arrived at the school, Haruto sat down, slowly folded his arms, and buried his face in his arms. He had a tired look on his face and seemed to have no energy. Spending time with Sekai that morning had not only taken a toll on his stamina but also left him mentally exhausted. The walk from home to school hadn't helped either. Right now, he felt completely devoid of any motivation, his mind blank, his heart heavy, and a deep unwillingness to engage in anything. Suddenly, a slender, fair finger lightly tapped his shoulder. Haruto slowly lifted his head, turning toward the person beside him. The first thing that came into view was a pair of long, pale legs, leading up to a black skirt. Wrapped around the waist was a light yellow knitted cardigan, and above that, the slightly open collar of her shirt revealed a teasing glimpse of fair skin. Finally, his gaze met her face. No surprises here, it was Akiko Nakano. What is it? Seeing Akiko standing before him, Haruto's voice was calm, his reaction composed. He was still in that post-exhaustion daze, his emotions steady and unreadable, like a deep, undisturbed lake. Normally, Akiko already thought Haruto carried himself with a maturity beyond his peers, but today, there was something even more different about him. He seemed even more detached than usual. I just came over to check on you. You looked really tired when I walked in. Most people wouldn't disturb someone who looks exhausted. Haruto sighed inwardly. He really wasn't in the mood for conversation right now, but since it was Akiko, he forced himself to respond. Are you alone? Your sisters haven't arrived yet? Yeah, I woke up earlier than usual, so I headed out first. They should be on their way soon. You didn't wake them up to leave together? Well, about that. Akiko trailed off playfully. It wasn't as if she hadn't tried waking her sisters up before, but they had an incredibly strong resistance to early mornings. Even if she barged into their rooms, they'd just ignore her. And if she resorted to something drastic, like pulling off their blankets, well, let's just say that would trigger a long, icy war in the Nakano household. Interrupting someone's rest isn't very polite, don't you think? Haruto remained silent. Then why did you just interrupt mine? He thought about saying it but decided against it. If there's nothing else, I'm going back to sleep. Don't be like that. It's still morning, you just woke up. As a guy, shouldn't you at least try to be more energetic when a cute girl is talking to you? Before Haruto could respond, Akiko suddenly leaned in, resting her arm on his shoulder and pressing herself against him. The weight of her body against his back was enough to snap him out of his detached state. He opened his mouth, about to tell her to be more mindful of her behavior, but before he could, she moved even closer, her face near his ear. Hey, Haruto, how does a girl's body feel? Her warm breath brushed against his ear as she whispered playfully. A tingling sensation ran through him, and Haruto instinctively shifted away. However, Akiko only pressed closer, tightening her hold around his arm and closing the distance between them even more. What's wrong? Are you getting flustered? She teased. That's strange. You never seem embarrassed when we talk about stuff like this. Flustered? Not in the slightest. Haruto was simply feeling ticklish from her breath against his ear, that was all. You're overthinking it. I just can't feel anything through the fabric. For the first time, Akiko was caught off guard. She blinked, processing his words, then examined his expression carefully. He was completely calm. For a moment, she thought she had the upper hand, that she could make him blush, but it seemed she had underestimated him. Haruto wasn't like the other guys in their class, the ones who would panic at the slightest flirtation. His composure was on another level. Sexual harassment? She joked. You're the one who started it. Haruto glanced at her with a neutral expression. She was the one who had leaned in close, whispered into his ear, and made suggestive remarks. And now she had the audacity to play the victim? Akiko, feeling the weight of his stare, averted her gaze, tapping her finger against her cheek in mock innocence. Ahaha, well, oh. Looks like Nino and the others are here. I'm gonna go chat with them. By clearly seeing no way to win this exchange, Akiko used her sisters as an excuse and swiftly made her exit. Haruto watched her retreating figure with a sigh. He was about to rest his head on his arms again when he felt another pair of eyes on him. Lifting his head, he met Eriri's cold, scrutinizing gaze. She wasn't saying anything, but the slight smirk on her lips carried an air of ridicule. Haruto raised an eyebrow. Seeing that he had noticed her, Eriri merely smirked wider before turning away. Haruto stared for a moment, then simply shrugged, lowering his head back onto the desk. He couldn't be bothered to deal with her right now. Throughout the morning, his focus wavered during classes, though he still kept up. The material was familiar things he had already learned before, so even if he wasn't fully paying attention, he could still follow along. During a break, he borrowed some notes from Nozaki Amitaro to fill in the gaps, quickly grasping the parts he had missed. And so, the morning passed uneventfully. When lunchtime arrived, Haruto quietly left the classroom on his own. Watching his departing figure, Hinami Aoi turned to Ariri, her eyes filled with curiosity. Lately, he's been leaving the classroom alone every lunch break. Does he have other friends outside of class? Aoi knew that Ariri had feelings for Haruto. She had been paying close attention to the dynamic between them, eager to watch their relationship unfold. In high school, there weren't many exciting things happening. For Aoi, the love lives of others were a source of entertainment. Since she had no romantic interests of her own, she found amusement in watching Ariri's. Who knows? Ariri muttered, not looking up. Her tone was indifferent, but there was a sharpness in her eyes. Aoi simply smiled knowingly. Ariri wasn't in the best of moods. She glanced at the curious Hinami Aoi beside her but didn't bother explaining. She already knew where Haruto had gone, and that knowledge only soured her mood further. If she could, she would have liked to ask him directly why was he having lunch with another girl? Wasn't she cute enough? But just imagining herself asking that question to his face made her feel utterly embarrassed. She bit her lip, swallowed her frustration, and stood up without a word. Let's go find a place to eat lunch. Seeing that Ariri didn't want to talk about the issue with Haruto, Hinami Aoi chose not to pry further. Instead, she simply smiled and followed Ariri out of the classroom. In the quiet, empty laboratory, Futaba Ryo watched the boy in front of her. Ever since he had stumbled upon this lab and learned it was her private workspace, he had started visiting her regularly at noon. Aren't you going to eat with your classmates? She couldn't quite understand his reasoning. She was happy that he came to see her, of course, but he had friends in his own class, didn't he? Haruto unwrapped his furoshiki, opened the lid of his bento, and saw that it was still warm. Looking up at the girl standing by the podium, he smiled. Normally, people eat lunch with their friends. But my two friends are a little too energetic. Since lunchtime is my only real break, I prefer a bit of peace and quiet. Also, his gaze settled on her. Aren't we friends too, Futaba? Well, I suppose. Maybe. Just barely. That uncertain, huh? It's not. Meeting Haruto's eyes, Futaba's cheeks flushed slightly. She lowered her head, her glasses reflecting the light as an uncertain glimmer flickered beneath them. She was known as a genius, a specially recruited student, and she had always carried herself with confidence. Yet, when she faced this boy, she found herself feeling nervous and shy. She feared that he might suddenly disappear like the wind, fleeting and impossible to hold on to. Did you forget your lunch today? He asked. It was just a coincidence. Did you make your bento yourself? Yeah. I woke up early today and had nothing better to do, so I made one. Otherwise, I probably would have just bought some bread or something. Wouldn't it be better to wake up early every day? That's not the problem. I just don't like making my own bento all the time. It's not something to be proud of, but yeah. I can be a little lazy. Hearing that, Futaba had the sudden urge to tell him, if you don't mind, I could make your lunch for you. But considering how short a time they had known each other, and the nature of their current relationship, she worried that saying something like that out of the blue would be too forward. Not knowing how to respond, she fell into silence, simply watching him. Haruto, noticing her sudden quietness, raised an eyebrow. What? Do you hate lazy people like me? No, of course not. Her immediate response was so forceful that she felt embarrassed by her own reaction. She pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, then quickly changed the subject. Speaking from a quantum mechanics perspective, though. After finishing lunch in the lab, Haruto returned to the classroom. He could feel Ariri's subtle gaze on him but remained unbothered as he took his seat. With a yawn, he settled in, waiting for the afternoon classes to begin. Are you free today? After school, just as Haruto was about to pack up and leave, Ariri spoke up. Lately, she seemed to have developed a habit of dragging him out for shopping trips. Glancing at her, he let out a small sigh. I don't have any plans, but we don't have to hang out every single day. Why don't you head home with your friends today? His gaze flickered toward Hinami Aoi, then he stood up and walked off without another word. Ariri, who had been about to follow him, hesitated. Watching his retreating figure, she fell silent for a moment before turning back to Hinami. Let's go home together today. Mimizu-kun, does he have plans? Yeah. Hinami hadn't been paying much attention to their conversation earlier. She had only noticed Ariri's eyes following Haruto as he left. In that case, let's go. I just found out about a new dessert shop. Their sweets are really good. Haruto, on the other hand, had no particular plans. Previously, He had avoided going home too early because he didn't want to deal with Setsuna. But now that last night's situation had been resolved, he didn't see the need to wander around until nightfall. Still, he realized his fridge was nearly empty, so he figured he might as well do some grocery shopping. Making his way to the shopping district, he went straight to the seafood shop. Fresh sori, 3 should be enough. Other than that, I'll pass on everything else. 3 sori, got it. Haruto wasn't particularly fond of seafood. The only one he could tolerate was sori, and his favorite seafood dish was simple grilled sori over charcoal. After paying and letting the shopkeeper clean the fish for him, he picked up his purchase and moved on to the vegetable section. I should buy some fruit, too. Entering the fruit shop, he scanned the neatly arranged display, selecting a few apples and bananas before heading to the register. Just as he turned around, he bumped into someone. It wasn't a hard collision, but the person in front of him, a girl, stumbled backward. Her paper bag tipped over, spilling apples onto the floor. For a moment, Haruto froze. Then, snapping back to reality, he crouched down and picked up the fallen apples. Handing them back to her, he extended a hand to help her up. Haruto quickly apologized, his voice calm yet concerned. I'm really sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Are you alright? The brown-haired girl pursed her lips, her eyes flickering with a hint of panic as she looked up at him. She shook her head repeatedly, waving her slender hands in front of her, an unspoken assurance that she was fine. Chapter 117, The Poor Women. Hueco is not home. Seeing the girl wave her hands, Haruto let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to apologize for his carelessness, his eyes caught a glimpse of her knee beneath her short skirt. Tiny spots of crimson dotted her skin. His brows furrowed, and his expression grew serious. You're hurt. Please wait here for a moment. Following Haruto's gaze, the girl looked down at her own knee. Noticing the scrape, her expression flickered with surprise, but there was no trace of annoyance in her eyes, only a growing sense of unease. She wanted to gesture that it wasn't a big deal, but before she could, Haruto had already turned and walked into a nearby drugstore. Her lips parted slightly, but no words came out. Are you okay, Hueco? Andy, the owner of the fruit shop, stepped out and immediately recognized the girl. Seeing the injury on her knee, she gasped in concern. You got hurt? That boy, Haruto, bumped into you just now, didn't he? He probably didn't mean to. He went to the drugstore likely to buy something for your wound. Just wait here for a bit and be careful not to hurt yourself again. The girl hesitated, shaking her hands to indicate that she was fine, but under Auntie's insistent concern, she was eventually led into the store and seated on a small stool. She looked around anxiously, unsure of what to do. Meanwhile, in the drugstore, Haruto quickly asked the staff for disinfectant, cotton swabs, and bandages. After paying for everything, he hurried back to the fruit shop. Haruto, over here. The fruit shop's auntie waved at him as he approached. He followed her gaze and spotted the girl sitting on the stool, looking visibly unsettled. Sorry for taking a bit of time. Let me take care of your wound. Kneeling before her, Haruto didn't pay much attention to the girl's anxious expression. He soaked a cotton swab with water and gently wiped away the dust and dirt from her knee. The rough pavement must have scraped her skin, leaving small spots of blood. Fortunately, the wound wasn't deep, so a simple cleaning should suffice. This might sting a little. Please bear with it, he said, looking up at her. The girl's eyes wavered with hesitation and concern, but after a moment, she nodded. As the disinfectant misted over her wound, her legs tensed slightly, her entire body stiffening, though she made no sound. Impressed by her resilience, Haruto looked up at her once more. When their eyes met, he saw a hint of grievance in her gaze, making him feel a twinge of guilt. After wiping away the excess alcohol, he took out a bandage and carefully placed it over her knee. As she watched his serious and meticulous expression, Nishimiya Hueco's emotions grew complex. She sat in silence, observing him until he finished tending to her wound and stood up. Can you walk? She looked at the boy in front of her, slowly standing up. The sting from the disinfectant still lingered, making her knee ache slightly, but it wasn't anything unbearable. She nodded. If you don't mind, I can walk you home. Since you're injured, I'd feel more at ease if. Before he could finish, the girl shook her head vigorously, waving her hands to decline. But as he watched her, Haruto noticed something peculiar. From the moment they met, she hadn't spoken a single word. His gaze drifted to her ears, where he thought he caught a glimpse of something white. Before he could get a closer look, she abruptly covered her ears, clutching her paper bag tightly as she hurried away from the fruit shop. Haruto instinctively wanted to follow her, but something told him that doing so might only make her dislike him more. He stopped and turned to the shop's auntie instead. That girl's name is Hueco. She's had a difficult life. The woman sighed. She's been unable to hear anything since birth. Haruto's eyes widened slightly. She lives with her mother and grandmother, and she has a younger sister. They don't go out much, but sometimes she comes here to buy groceries for her family. Everyone in the neighborhood tries to look out for her. She can't hear? When she was in elementary school, she was bullied because of it. In the end, she had to transfer. Those kids were just awful. Haruto, if you ever see her again, promise me you won't bully her. Haruto was never the type to bully others, but hearing her words, he nodded firmly. It was an accident just now. I didn't notice her behind me. But if I see her again, I'll be more careful. I know you're a good kid. But still. That girl is so pitiful. After learning about Shouko's circumstances, Haruto turned toward the direction she had run off in. He fell silent for a moment before thanking the fruit shop's auntie and heading back toward his apartment with the groceries he had bought. As he walked, he recalled the flustered expression on her face when he helped her up the unease in her eyes. With a sigh, he muttered to himself, if I see her again, I should apologize properly. Back at his apartment, Haruto put away the groceries, washed some rice, and set it in the cooker. As he contemplated dinner, he leaned back in his chair. I guess there's no rush. I'll wait for Setsuna and the others to get home before deciding. Sitting at his desk, he pulled out his manuscript, flipping through what he had written earlier. With his thoughts in order, he picked up his pen and continued writing. I feel like I've become like Raoul, jealous of Christine and the Phantom, filled with unease. Even when I try to save Christine from the Phantom, I'm completely powerless. There are many protagonists like that. As his ideas grew clearer, Haruto immersed himself in his writing. Time passed quickly, and before he knew it, it was 5 in the evening. A knock at the door pulled him from his thoughts. Thinking it was Setsuna, he set down his pen and walked to the entrance, only to be surprised when he opened the door to find Sekai standing there. Instead of speaking, she lifted a wrapped bento box and handed it to him. Aren't you going to let me in? She teased. I'm worried that sitting for a while might turn into doing for a while. He quipped. Huh? Sekai blinked in confusion, not catching the wordplay. But as she thought about his meaning, her face flushed red, reminded of their conversation that morning. She had acted impulsively, driven by the rare opportunity of having Haruto to herself. Though she didn't regret it, thinking back on it was undeniably embarrassing. I do have some sense of shame, you know. She huffed. Seeing her flustered reaction, Haruto decided not to tease her further and let her inside. After pouring her some tea, Sakai's eyes wandered to his desk, where his manuscript lay. You're still working on that story? Yeah. I'll be focusing on this for a while. Also, I might go out this weekend for research. Research? Just walking around, looking for inspiration. Then. Can I come with you? She asked hopefully. Haruto raised an eyebrow and shook his head. I prefer to do it alone. If I go with someone else, I'll miss the little details. I see. Ahaha. Sekai forced a laugh, trying to cover up her disappointment. She hadn't been holding out too much hope, but having her expectations dashed still stung a little. Wasn't Setsuna with you after school? We walked home together at first, but I had something to do, so I left early. She should have reached home by now. I'm a bit surprised she's not here with you. Haruto stepped onto the balcony and glanced at the house across from his. The lights in the Kira residence were on. Setsuna was definitely home. She's there. Should we go check on her? Yeah. Haruto thought about it for a moment. He hadn't noticed earlier while writing, but now that he knew both Sekai and Setsuna were home, there was no reason not to drop by. It would also be better to go together rather than have Setsuna come over and find Sekai at his place. Even though Setsuna had once said she didn't care about things like this, her expression at the time had told a different story. To Haruto, it seemed more like she was forcing herself to say it. He sighed, unable to fully grasp Setsuna's feelings, then turned to Sekai. Let's go. Okay. Sekai didn't mind either way. Spending time with Haruto was nice, but she knew she couldn't get too close. If she overstepped, she risked making him grow tired of her. Together, they left for the Kira house. Standing side by side at the entrance, Sekai reached out and rang the doorbell. A soft ding-dong echoed through the house, and soon, the door opened. Setsuna appeared before them, now dressed in casual homeware instead of her school uniform. She blinked at the two of them standing together, her brow furrowing slightly in surprise before quickly smoothing out. Good evening, Setsuna. Hope we're not intruding. Sekai greeted her with a bright smile. Setsuna glanced at her before silently stepping aside, holding the door open for them. Is Mai-san home? Haruto asked. She just got back. She's changing now. Setsuna replied in her usual calm voice. As she walked ahead, Sekai followed behind, suddenly feeling like an unnecessary third wheel. The light from Mai's room spilled into the hallway. Since her door wasn't completely shut, she must have heard the commotion, because soon, Mai stepped out, Haruto, Sekai, you're both here. Did Yoko make it home yet? Mom's still at the restaurant. She always gets home late. I doubt she'll be back before 9 tonight. She's as hardworking as ever. Wouldn't it be easier to leave things to the staff? I've tried convincing her, but she insists on managing it herself. The only time she comes home early is on holidays. Sekai sighed. Being alone at home every night was dull and lonely. Maybe that was why she spent so much time watching over keeping an eye on Haruto. Not sure if that's dedication or just stubbornness. Oh well. If you're ever bored, feel free to come over. You're always with Setsuna anyway. Mai said with a knowing smile before shifting her gaze to Haruto. Chapter 118. He already knew everything about these three women. Sekai's arrival took Mai by slight surprise. However, since Sekai and Setsuna were already close friends and Mai herself was also on good terms with Sei and Yoko, she didn't pay it much mind. Instead, her gaze shifted toward Haruto. The conversations and moments the three of them had shared the previous night were still fresh in her memory. As she glanced sideways at her daughter, she noticed Setsuna's calm and indifferent expression and let out a quiet sigh. Well then, why don't you two stay for dinner tonight? Yoko usually gets home quite late, doesn't she? Are you sure we won't be intruding? Sekai hesitated. While she was close to Setsuna and had indeed spent the night here on Saturday, she rarely stayed over at the Kira house on regular weekdays. It's not like you're a stranger. You stayed over on Saturday, didn't you? If you don't have anything urgent, you can stay the night again. If there's anything that needs to be passed on to Yoko, I can let her know. I'm sure she wouldn't mind. If Mai said so, Sekai was inclined to believe her mother truly wouldn't object. In fact, she might even be happy about it. But even if she understood that, whether she was willing to do so was another matter entirely. Sekai glanced at Setsuna's back, then at Haruto standing beside her. In the end, she shook her head. Dinner was fine, but staying the night was another story. She didn't want to let Setsuna keep holding the reins like this. If things continued this way, she feared she might lose sight of herself. Then, I'll stay for dinner, but I'll head home afterward. If I leave my mom alone all night, she might feel lonely. Mai remained composed, but deep down, she had her doubts. Based on what she knew about Yoko, whether she'd actually feel lonely without Sekai at home was highly questionable. Since it was already decided that Sekai would stay for dinner, Mai got to work preparing the meal. She asked Setsuna to fetch some ingredients and had Haruto help with the cooking. As for Sekai, being the guest, she was only assigned light and simple tasks. As the preparations went on, Mai eventually let both Sekai and Setsuna rest on the sofa, taking full charge of the kitchen with Haruto. The delicious aroma of the food soon filled the room. Seated on the couch, Sekai gazed toward the kitchen, watching as the two of them worked together. The way they moved so naturally in sync, with an almost intimate air, made her narrow her eyes slightly. She suddenly recalled a conversation she had overheard in the restaurant's office, one between Mikira and her own mother, Yoko Sei-ing. At the time, she hadn't given it much thought. It had seemed unimportant. But now, looking at those two, could it be? She turned slightly to glance at Setsuna, who was sitting beside her watching television. A strange, almost inconceivable thought surfaced in her mind. She parted her lips, her tongue pressing lightly against her teeth, about to ask Setsuna something. But just as the words reached her lips, she couldn't bring herself to say them. Before she could dwell on it any further, Setsuna, having sensed her unease, turned toward her with a puzzled look. What's wrong? No, it's nothing. Shaking her head, Sekai lowered her gaze. Perhaps she was overthinking things. She fell silent, no longer paying attention to Haruto and Mai. Dinner was ready before long. Mai called them over, and the four of them gathered around the table to eat. As they ate, Haruto noticed that Sekai seemed a bit off. When their eyes met, she quickly forced a small, awkward smile before turning away, as if avoiding something. Then, out of nowhere, Mai brought up a rather casual yet pointed question. Since Setsuna and Haruto are already dating, what about you, Sekai? Is there anyone in your class or school that you like? Sekai stiffened slightly at the sudden topic. Glancing discreetly at Setsuna's expression, she hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. There isn't really anyone I'm particularly interested in, she replied. I think it's better to focus on studying for now. As for love, I'll think about it later. Setsuna, who had been quietly eating, looked up at her for a brief moment before lowering her gaze again, resuming her meal without a word. Meanwhile, Mai seemed slightly disappointed by Sekai's predictable response. She had been hoping for something more interesting. But youth only comes once, Mai remarked. If you find someone you like, you should go for it. You might not get another chance later. She spoke as if offering advice, but as she finished, she suddenly noticed Setsuna looking at her with an odd, unreadable expression. Did I say something wrong? No. Setsuna simply shook her head. Neither she nor Haruto had ever told Mai about Sekai's situation. Setsuna knew all too well that revealing such a thing to her mother would only make things more complicated. Just as she had no intention of telling Sekai about what was going on between Haruto and Mai. Haruto, for his part, remained silent, keeping his head down as he ate. He had no intention of getting involved in this conversation. Mai had asked the question out of ignorance, but as someone directly entangled in all of this, Haruto knew better than to voice his thoughts. At this table sat 4 people. 3 of them were women who, in different ways, were deeply connected to him. Setsuna Kira, his official girlfriend. Mai Kira, Setsuna's mother. Sekai Ing, Setsuna's best friend. The relationships between these 3 were already complicated enough. Though he wasn't fully aware of all the history between the Kira and Ing families, he did know that there was a certain degree of blood relation. Thinking about it all, about their connections, and his own involvement with each of them, sent a shiver down his spine. If everything were to come to light. Even just imagining that scenario made him uneasy. So, he quietly ate his meal, doing his best to minimize his presence. Chapter 119, You didn't think I wasn't home, did you? Leaving already? It's still early. My mom should be home soon. If I'm not there, she'll feel lonely, won't she? From the start of dinner to the very end, nothing unusual happened. The concerns weighing on Haruto's mind were his alone. None of the 3 girls at the table seemed to share them. Dinner passed quietly, and as soon as they finished, Sekai Ing was the first to stand up and excuse herself. Mai, seeing that Sekai was leaving, made a polite effort to ask her to stay a little longer. However, Sekai declined with a gentle smile. Sitting on the sofa, she rose to her feet, said her goodbyes to both Mai and Setsuna, then made her way toward the door. Standing to the side, Haruto glanced at Setsuna and Mai before shifting his gaze to Sekai's retreating figure. After a brief moment of thought, he stepped forward and offered, "It might not be safe for you to walk home alone at night. I'll walk you back." Mai turned to look at Haruto, slightly hesitating at his sudden suggestion. After considering that Sekai was, after all, a girl walking home alone at night, she glanced at Haruto once more. "Are you sure?" "It's no problem. I was planning to stop by the convenience store anyway. I'll take her home on the way." "All right, then I'll leave it to you." Haruto turned toward Setsuna, who was still sitting on the sofa, unmoving. He leaned down, whispering something in her ear. Setsuna gave him a small nod, and in response, Haruto lightly kissed her cheek before smiling at her. Then, without another word, he walked toward the door. Sekai had only just stepped outside the Kira residence when she heard the sound of a door opening behind her. She turned back and, under the glow of the porch light, saw Haruto stepping out. He gave her a small wave. "Let's go. I'll walk you home." Sekai blinked in mild surprise before smiling and nodding. "Don't you want to go with Haruto to walk Sekai home? You'd be able to come back together afterward." After Haruto left, Mai turned her gaze toward her daughter, asking Setsuna. The girl, still sitting on the sofa, popped a chocolate ball into her mouth. Tilting her head back slightly, her pale neck was exposed as she gazed up at her mother. Mai sat down beside her daughter and reached out to pinch Setsuna's soft, round cheek. The smooth, delicate texture reminded her of when Setsuna was still a small child. "I don't feel like going out," Setsuna muttered as she let her mother squeeze her cheek. "What did Haruto say to you before he left?" "It's a secret." "A secret? Even from your own mother?" Setsuna fell silent. Gently freeing herself from her mother's grasp, she lowered her head and resumed watching TV. Mai, realizing that her daughter wasn't going to say anything more, sighed inwardly. She sat down beside Setsuna and joined her in watching the show. Under the night sky, streetlights illuminated the path ahead. Walking side by side, Sekai would occasionally glance at the boy next to her, her emotions subtly shifting. "Won't Setsuna mind you coming out with me? I already told her I was walking you home. It's not too far, but still, it's safer if you're not alone. Besides, I needed to drop by the convenience store anyway, so I figured I'd take you home on the way." "Just on the way?" Haruto glanced at Sekai for a moment but didn't answer, keeping his gaze forward. Seeing his sudden silence, Sekai's lips curled up slightly. She continued walking alongside him with a light-hearted smile. It didn't take long to reach her home. Since Haruto had already walked her back once before, he still remembered the way. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the apartment building where Sekai lived, and Haruto stopped in his tracks. "We're here. I should get going now." Looking at him, Sekai hesitated for a brief second before reaching out and grabbing his wrist, stopping him from leaving. Haruto turned around, meeting her gaze. In her eyes, he saw a faint trace of expectation. "Is there something else? You've already walked me all the way here. Last time, you didn't even come inside." Why don't you come up for a bit? Just for a little while, it won't take long. Haruto didn't say anything at first. The way she phrased it didn't sound wrong, but something about it still made him feel uneasy. After silently watching her for a moment, he sighed and nodded. All right. Oh. Okay. Sekai's face lit up with joy. Though she wasn't sure what had made Haruto change his mind so suddenly, she was none less delighted. She turned and led him inside. At the restaurant, Yuko stretched her arms and let out a deep breath. As the closing hours approached, she finally allowed herself to relax. It's about time to head home. I wonder if Sekai has gone to bed yet. Usually, her daughter would stay up late watching TV, only going to bed after Yuko returned home. But lately, she'd been acting differently, going to bed earlier, lights off, and no response when Yuko knocked on her door. Her sleep schedule had abruptly become far too healthy. At first, Yuko found the change amusing. But after coming home to an empty-feeling living room night after night, she started to feel a little off. Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought. She grabbed her bag, switched off the office lights, and gave some final instructions to the remaining staff before heading out. Driving home, she pulled into her usual parking spot and glanced up at her apartment. The lights were still on. Still awake? That's unusual. Normally, she'd be in bed by now. Surprised, she parked her car and walked into the building. Upon stepping inside her apartment, she immediately noticed something unusual. There were 2 pairs of shoes at the entrance. One was Sekai's. The other was unfamiliar. Yuko narrowed her eyes, her footsteps light as she entered the living room. The place was empty, but a cup sat on the table. She touched it cold. Then, she walked toward her daughter's bedroom. Just as she reached the door, she stopped. From inside came the faintest of sounds, soft whimpers and breathy sighs, mingled with barely suppressed murmurs. Yuko stood frozen. At first, she thought she might be imagining things. But as the muffled sounds continued, she had no choice but to accept reality. Her daughter had brought a man home. A quiet sigh escaped her lips as she leaned against the door, listening. Are you sure? If we keep going like this, I think it's fine. NN. It's The boy's voice was unfamiliar, hesitant. But Sekai's? She sounded utterly lost in the moment. Yuko pressed her lips together, suppressing a mix of emotions. She sighed again and silently turned away, retreating to her own room. The night deepened. Haruto stood by the door, putting on his shoes. Just as he reached for the handle, he hesitated. His eyes drifted toward the entryway. There should have been only 2 pairs of shoes, his and Sekai's. But there was a third. A pair of elegant, mature high heels. Haruto stood there in silence for a moment before turning back toward the living room. After a brief pause, he decided to pretend he hadn't seen anything. Without another word, he left. Click. The door closed with a distinct sound, echoing through the silent living room. Yet, even with its clarity, the space remained still, untouched by any movement. It wasn't until about half an hour later that Sekai finally emerged from her bedroom, her legs still weak as she carefully stepped forward. The living room lights shone brightly, illuminating her hesitant expression. She bit her lip, inching her way toward the bathroom. Only after she disappeared inside did another door in the apartment slowly creak open. Hearing the subtle yet unmistakable sound of the bathroom door, Yuko stepped out of her room. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, her gaze following the direction of the noise. She approached the bathroom, reaching out to push the door open, and there, under the warm shower spray, stood her daughter. Sekai hadn't noticed her mother's presence at first. She was still lost in the lingering sensations of the night, her mind drifting, her body absorbing the warmth of the water. But Yoko's sharp eyes immediately took in everything. The faint marks on Sekai's skin, small, barely noticeable, but still fresh. Too recent to have faded completely. Then, the abrupt creak of the door. The sudden noise made Sekai shudder, a tremor running through her as she instinctively placed her hands in front of herself, shielding her body. Wide-eyed, she turned toward the entrance, only to see her mother standing there, watching with an unreadable expression, a mix of amusement and something else. Mom. Her voice was barely above a whisper, filled with uncertainty. A boyfriend? Huh? What? You heard that? When did you get home? Sekai stared at her mother in shock. She hadn't even realized her mother had come back. I've been home for a while. Yuko said with an amused tone. I heard noises from your room, but I didn't want to interrupt. My little Sekai has grown up bringing a man home now, huh? Seeing that her mother wasn't upset, if anything, she seemed to be teasing her, Sekai felt slightly relieved. Silently, she lowered her arms from where they had been covering her body, picked up the body wash, and continued showering as if nothing had happened. You're really not mad that I brought him home? She glanced sideways at her mother, who had now stepped into the bathroom, even closing the door behind her. As Yoko started unbuttoning her shirt, preparing to bathe as well, Sakai hesitantly asked. I was a little surprised. Yoko admitted. But I wouldn't say I'm particularly upset. You're still just a student, and you don't have much money. Going to a hotel or somewhere else isn't easy. It's understandable. So, what kind of person is he? Peeling off the last of her clothing and placing it in the laundry basket, Yoko stepped into the shower, her gaze settling on her daughter. Chapter 120, Saturday. Do you have time to tutor me? How should she respond to that? Should she tell her mother the truth? That he was actually Setsuna's boyfriend and that the two of them weren't in a serious relationship at all? If she really said that, her mother would probably kick her out of the house on the spot. Rationality won out, and Sakai decided to modify her answer slightly. She told her mother about Haruto, leaving out the part about him being Setsuna's boyfriend. Sounds like a very capable young man. I haven't had the chance to meet him today, but next time I'm free, be sure to bring him home. I'd like to get a good look at my daughter's boyfriend. After hearing her daughter's explanation, Yoko sensed that Sakai was hiding something. But she didn't press the matter. All right, I'll let him know. The thought of her mother wanting to meet Haruto made Sakai's heart pound. It seemed like she wasn't completely against their relationship. That thought suddenly reminded her of the conversation she had with Haruto before about the conditions under which he had started dating Setsuna. If she had taken the initiative back then, would she have been his official girlfriend instead? A strange sense of regret settled in her chest. She bit her lip and sank into the warm water of the bathtub. Meanwhile, Yoko, wrapped in the misty steam of the bathroom, watched her daughter staring blankly ahead and felt a small pang of concern. What's wrong, Sakai? Huh? It's nothing. Just spaced out for a second. Are you pregnant? Yoko narrowed her eyes in suspicion. After rinsing herself off, she walked over to the bathtub, crouched down, and reached out to gently touch Sakai's smooth, flat stomach under the water. But she didn't feel anything unusual. Feeling her mother's hand moving over her belly, Sakai quickly grabbed Yoko's wrist and pushed it away, her face burning red. Of course not. Haruto and I only. On Saturday no. I mean, I'm always careful about these things, so there's no way I'd get pregnant. She had wanted to explain that her first time had been on a Saturday, but that was when she had stayed over at Setsuna's house. Her mother knew that detail all too well. If she told the truth, Yoko would undoubtedly start suspecting Setsuna and the others. That was something Sakai wanted to avoid at all costs. It's nothing. With that, she dunked her face under the water, blowing bubbles in embarrassment. Yoko watched, her concern still lingering, but since Sakai clearly didn't want to talk about it, she didn't push further. When Sakai finally ran out of air and resurfaced, Yoko simply reminded her to be careful not to get pregnant before standing up and leaving the bathroom. Left alone in the bath, Sakai sat there with her long, wet hair clinging to her back, her face full of complicated emotions. She let out a deep sigh. Honestly, she wouldn't mind getting pregnant. No, now wasn't the time. It was better to wait. But maybe after graduating high school, she could consider it. 2 years from now. When I'm close to graduating, I could try. Meanwhile, Haruto, completely unaware that someone had already been making plans for his future 2 years down the line, was at a convenience store picking up some daily necessities. He grabbed a carton of milk and headed to the register, where he found a familiar face. You again? Is there a problem with that? The female cashier smiled, not showing any irritation but clearly exasperated. Seeing him again made her feel awkward. From what she had observed so far, this guy was definitely not the innocent type. No, not at all. Sorry, that came out weird. Watching her quietly scan his items, Haruto offered an apology. The cashier didn't seem too bothered and simply packed up his groceries before handing them over. Taking his bag, Haruto left the store and began his quiet walk back to his apartment. When he reached his building, he glanced toward the Kira household across the street. Their lights were still on. He wondered if Setsuna had gone to bed yet. He hesitated for just a moment before turning away, stepping into his apartment, tossing his clothes into the laundry basket, and heading straight for the bathroom. The warm water cascaded over him as he let out a quiet sigh. All right, here are the test results. If I call your name, come up and get your paper. Standing at the podium, Fukuhara scanned the classroom. Normally, he didn't care too much about test scores. He believed that no matter how bad a student's grades were, there was always a limit. But when that limit turned into a whole group of students struggling together, well, even he started questioning whether his teaching methods were the problem. When he called the Nakano sisters' names, he watched them walk up one by one to collect their test results. He had so many things he wanted to say to them, but when the moment came, all he could do was swallow his words and sigh. He didn't dare ask. He was afraid his entire worldview might collapse. Silently, he handed each of the sisters their papers. Watching their various reactions, he remained standing at the podium, unmoving like a weathered statue that had endured countless storms. Yashai Akahisa. Yashai was the kind of student who did turn in his homework on time. But his accuracy was another matter entirely. Fukuhara wasn't particularly surprised by his score. Even though it was bad, it was still better than the Nakano sisters. At least his grades were comparable to two of them. Seeing Akahisa frown at his test paper, Fukuhara felt a small sense of relief. At least he cared about his results. Sensei, are you sure you didn't mix up my test? My score can't be this low, right? Fukuhara stared at him in silence for a long moment before calling the next name. Ariri's scores had always been excellent. This was all material she had studied before, so the test was easy for her. Haruto, on the other hand, had been putting in quite a bit of effort lately, so his results weren't bad either. In fact, he ranked among the top in the class. During lunch break, Haruto was debating whether to get bread from the store or eat in the cafeteria when someone suddenly approached him. Hey, how do you do? Hearing the familiar voice, he glanced at Akika. He already knew her level, so he didn't bother playing coy. Without hesitation, he slid his test paper toward her. Akika, who had been feeling slightly anxious, took one look at his score and instantly deflated. Ugh! She stared at the paper, let out a deep sigh, then slowly shifted her gaze toward him. Aren't you going to ask me how I did? Your expression already tells me everything. The exact number doesn't really matter. Ugh! Geez. You know, you'll never get a girlfriend with that attitude. Resting her chin in one hand, Akika pouted. But Haruto just smiled at her. That calm, unbothered attitude of his, it was seriously annoying. Akika bit her lip and glared at him. But then, a thought crossed her mind, and her eyes sparkled mischievously. Her initial frustration over her grades had completely vanished. Instead, a mischievous smile played on her lips as she gazed at the boy in front of her. Sensing Akika's intense stare, Haruto felt an ominous premonition. His smile faded slightly, but Akika simply leaned in closer, shortening the distance between them. Without hesitation, she draped herself over his back, resting her chin on his shoulder. Her left hand lightly poked his cheek with her index finger. Hey, Haruto, I already have a bad feeling about this, but fine. Let's hear it. What do you want to say? You're free this Saturday after school, right? Akika's eyes gleamed as she smiled at him. Haruto's gaze subconsciously flickered toward Ariri, who was seated diagonally in front of him. She hadn't asked to meet up on Saturday yet, but if nothing unexpected happened, she would probably invite him out for some shopping. But thinking about it, was there really any need to keep going out with Ariri like this? Their usual outings consisted of wandering aimlessly through the streets, occasionally stopping for a meal. Given the nature of their relationship, there was no reason to feel guilty, but they had undeniably been spending a lot of time together. I guess I don't have any plans for now. Why do you ask? Haruto turned his attention back to Akika, catching a faint whiff of her subtle fragrance as it drifted toward him. The warmth of her body pressed against his back, making him wonder, was she planning to ask him out for a day of shopping? He also noticed that she had briefly glanced at Ariri when he mentioned being free on Saturday before quickly refocusing on him. That tiny reaction made Haruto suspect that Akika was somewhat concerned about his relationship with Ariri. Well, in any case, if he was free on Saturday. My test scores were really bad this time. Akika sighed. And this is just the start of the semester. If my grades don't improve soon, I might have to spend my holidays stuck at school for remedial classes or even get sent to a private tutor. So, I was hoping you could help me with some studying. You want me to tutor you? Haruto blinked in surprise. He hadn't expected that. His own grades weren't the best in class, but compared to the average student, he was definitely among the top scorers. Akika looked at him with hopeful eyes, waiting for his response. He hesitated for a moment. This wasn't necessarily a problem, but still. If you need tutoring, wouldn't it be better to ask someone with higher grades? Like Ariri? You'd probably have more common topics to talk about since you're both girls. Akika stared at him in stunned silence, unsure if he was being serious or if he simply had no clue about the current class dynamics. For someone usually so perceptive about social matters, Haruto's response was shockingly blunt. At the start of the semester, most of their classmates had assumed that she and Haruto would end up together. But then Ariri had entered the picture, and soon, more people began to believe that Haruto and Ariri were the more likely pair. Especially recently, Haruto and Ariri had been spending a lot of time together. Their closeness didn't go unnoticed, and before long, the majority of the class had started treating them as an unofficial couple. Akiko hadn't cared at first, but after hearing about it over and over, she couldn't help but start paying attention. She found herself unconsciously comparing herself to Ariri, wondering what set them apart. And now, there was no way she would ask Ariri for help. Well, Arari and I aren't really that close, Akika said cheerfully. Compared to her, I'd say my relationship with you is much better. Besides, you've never been to my house before, right? If you'd rather, I could even came to your place instead. Haruto fell silent. He pictured Akika showing up at his apartment, running into Setsuna, and possibly even encountering Sakai if she decided to drop by unannounced. Yeah. That scenario was a disaster waiting to happen. Fine, I'll help you study. But just so you know, my own skills aren't anything extraordinary. And I'm not great at teaching, so don't blame me if your grades don't improve much. Of course. Akika grinned. Her grades weren't the point. From the start, she had never seriously considered excelling academically. Unlike her sisters, who were still figuring out their own futures, Akika had already made up her mind. She didn't want to walk the path of a scholar, she wanted to shine on the silver screen. More than anything. She glanced at Haruto. She wanted his eyes to linger on her for just a little longer. Haruto, oblivious to Akika's true intentions, simply viewed this as an opportunity to improve her studies. Teaching others was a skill he was curious about developing, and after gauging her current level, he could help her focus on her weak points. A few hours of tutoring, and he'd be free to head home and continue writing his novel. Alright. Let's talk again on Saturday. You have a phone, right? Of course. Akika grabbed Haruto's pen and jotted down her number in his notebook before flashing him a smile and heading back to her seat. Haruto watched her retreating figure, then looked down at his notebook. After a brief silence, he sighed and closed it. A minute later, he reopened it. Staring at the hastily scribbled phone number, he reached into his pencil case, pulled out a ruler, and carefully tore out the entire page. Then, without another word, he folded it neatly and tucked it into his bag. Chapter 121, Yotsuba, go tell Miku. Did you understand any of that? Inside the science lab, only two people remained, Haruto and Ryo Futaba. With no other students around to interfere, the two sat facing each other in silence for a moment. Ryo, noticing Haruto's blank expression, let out a sigh of exasperation. Do you need me to repeat it? No, it's fine. Haruto quickly waved his hand dismissively. I was just asking out of curiosity. But this stuff. It's way beyond a high school level, isn't it? Too technical for me to grasp. He shook his head, feeling slightly overwhelmed. What had started as a casual question asking Ryo what she usually worked on in the lab had quickly turned into a barrage of highly specialized scientific terms. It was as if she were speaking an entirely different language. It wasn't that he couldn't understand any of it, he recognized every individual word she said, but the moment those words were strung together into complex sentences, their meaning became frustratingly elusive. After finishing lunch and finding himself with nothing to do, Haruto had wandered into the science lab. Standing before the lectern where Ryo was stationed, he casually glanced over the neatly arranged lab equipment. Reaching out, he lightly flicked a transparent beaker with his finger, listening to the soft, clear vibration it produced. I'm really not good at this kind of thing, he admitted. Ryo stared at him for a moment, then fell silent. She understood science wasn't for everyone. Not everyone had the patience or interest to dedicate themselves to this field. Seeing Ryo Futaba suddenly fall silent, Haruto smiled and changed the topic. When lunch break ended, Haruto left the lab. Ryo remained standing inside, watching his departing figure. She lowered her head, staring at the beaker he had just flicked. Slowly, she reached out, lifting it in front of her. Staring at her own reflection in the transparent glass, she let out a quiet, low sigh. On the way home from school, Haruto used the corner of his eye to observe the girl following behind him. He had already told her he had things to do at home, yet she was still tailing him. He wanted to say something, but he knew it wouldn't make a difference. So, without a word, he continued walking until he reached his apartment. Standing at the entrance, he glanced at the blonde twin-tailed girl still following him, sighed, and finally spoke. What do you want? Nothing. Can't I come here for no reason? Of course you can. The moment he finished speaking, Haruto opened the door, stepped inside, and swiftly shut it behind him. Caught off guard, Arari had just reached the entrance when bam! The door slammed shut right in front of her. She stood frozen, eyes wide in disbelief. A few seconds later, as realization hit her, her face turned red with frustration. Clenching her delicate fists, she started pounding on the door. Thud. Thud thud. Inside, Haruto glanced toward the door. He knew that if he opened it, the girl outside would barge in and unleash all sorts of grievances on him. So he simply pretended not to hear, quietly taking a seat at his desk. Outside, Arari kept hammering on the door, but after a while, realizing there was no response, she stopped. Instead, she bit her lip, revealing sharp little canine teeth. Humphrey marking down this grudge of being shut out, she gave up on knocking and left in a huff. Silence returned. Haruto sat still at his desk, his closed eyes slowly opening as the quietness settled. Reaching into his drawer, he resumed his writing. That evening, he ended up having dinner at the Kira household. Lost in his writing at his desk, he had completely lost track of time. By the time he raised his head, feeling dizzy, it was already past 6, and the sky had turned dark. Having no time to prepare dinner, he decided to drop by Kira's place, where he managed to score a meal. In exchange, he helped clear the table and wash the dishes. After lingering in Setsuna's room for a short while, Haruto left their house and returned to his apartment. After resting briefly, feeling refreshed and clear-headed, he wrote a little more before taking a shower and heading to bed early. Friday arrived. Nothing noteworthy happened at school. Haruto quietly sat in his seat, finished his morning classes, and, in an effort to avoid Ariri, who was undoubtedly looking for trouble, hid in Ryo Futaba's lab during lunch break. He chatted with her for a while and only returned to class after the break ended. Feeling Ariri's gaze burning into him, Haruto pretended not to notice. When school ended, he was well prepared. He quickly left the classroom before Ariri could get to him. Left fuming, Ariri could only glare at his retreating figure in frustration. Meanwhile, Aoi Hinami, observing the situation, was curious about what had happened between them. She was curious, but she also had a feeling she'd be stepping on a landmine if she asked. So, wisely, she decided to act as if she hadn't seen anything and quietly left school alongside Ariri. Upon arriving home, Haruto found Sekai waiting outside his apartment. He glanced around but didn't see Setsuna anywhere. "Setsuna's at home," Sekai said with a small smile. "We split up earlier." "But you didn't give her a spare key?" "I left it back in Itamori. That way, if my family ever comes to visit, they won't be locked out." "Ah, I see." Sekai tilted her head slightly, watching him with a playful expression. Haruto, unfazed by her gaze, simply walked to the door, unlocked it, and stepped inside. Just as he was about to close it, Sekai suddenly clung to him. Unlike Setsuna, who was only proactive at first, Sekai was always the one taking the lead. Even if she was still a bit inexperienced, she was clearly trying her best to satisfy him. It felt different. Different from Sayuri, different from Setsuna, different from Mai. Everyone had their own unique presence. As the sky darkened, Haruto finally got up to prepare dinner. He let Sekai stay over for the meal before planning to escort her home afterward. While they were eating, Setsuna dropped by. She glanced at Sekai, then at Haruto. "Mom asked me to call you for dinner. But I guess that won't be necessary now." "Yeah." Seeing Sekai sitting in Haruto's room, Setsuna sighed. She didn't say much and quietly left, leaving behind a somewhat awkward-looking Sekai. Even though they all understood the situation, being caught in the act still made Sekai feel guilty, like a child caught stealing someone else's favorite dessert. Even after Setsuna left, she just sat there, sulking. It wasn't until after dinner, when Haruto walked her home, that she seemed to be in a better mood again. As Sekai stepped into her house, Haruto stood under the glow of the street lamp for a moment before slowly making his way back to his own apartment. Meanwhile, Nino stepped out of the bathroom. She wore only a thin shirt, her fair legs still glistening with drops of water. But she didn't seem to care, simply drying her long hair with a towel as she walked into the living room. There, she heard Itsuki's displeased voice. "Even so, isn't it a bit inappropriate for a guy to come over to our house alone? If it's Mimizu-kun, I don't mind." "Yotsuba, I don't really have an opinion on it. But since our house is full of girls, having a guy over does feel a bit improper. See? Even Miko thinks it's not appropriate. If he comes over, I'll just take him to my room. So he won't bother you guys." You're not planning to do something with him here, are you?" "Huh?" Even Ikiko herself was stunned by what Itsuki had just said. She stared blankly at her younger sister, unable to believe such a bold statement had come from her mouth. It was something Ikiko had never even considered, and as the realization sank in, her face flushed red, partly out of embarrassment, partly out of annoyance. Her gaze toward Itsuki grew sharp and unfriendly. Realizing she had misspoken, Itsuki became visibly flustered, struggling to find a way to explain herself. "Itsuki, Ikiko and Mimizu aren't even dating. How could they just skip straight to that step?" "You're overthinking it." It was Miku who came to Itsuki's rescue, glancing toward Ikiko while subtly backing down. What Itsuki had just said was too much, and if they didn't smooth things over now, Ikiko might hold a grudge. Miku didn't want any lingering resentment over a boy. It simply wasn't worth it. "Well then, just be careful tomorrow." Miku got up, as if ready to head back to her room. Yotsuba watched her for a moment, then glanced at both Itsuki and Ikiko, only to notice that at some point, Nino had come out of the bathroom and entered the living room. "Nino, you were talking about Mimizu just now? Is he coming over tomorrow?" Itsuki fell silent for a moment, shifting her gaze from Nino to Akika before finally answering. Yeah, I invited him over to help me with math. My test scores were terrible this time, so I asked him to tutor me. There's nothing wrong with that, right? Nino, whose own grades were far from good, furrowed her brows slightly. If this was just about studying, there shouldn't be a problem. Getting help with tutoring was completely normal. But the fact that it was Mimizu Haruto, and that Akika had been the one to invite him, made things feel different. We've never had a guy over before. And now you want to bring him here? I'll take him straight to my room. He won't be a bother to anyone. Fine, he can come over, but not in your room. If this is really just about tutoring, then let's all study together in the living room. Our grades aren't great either, so we might as well make use of the opportunity. Nino's gaze shifted from Akika to Yotsuba and Itsuki. Miku had already left, so only the four of them remained in the room. The moment Nino finished speaking, Yotsuba visibly stiffened, while Itsuki seemed to understand but showed clear reluctance. If it were a regular private tutor, she wouldn't have minded as much. But having a classmate, a boy her age, help her study, it made her feel inexplicably uncomfortable. No way. He's our classmate, someone our age. I hate stuff like this. I mean, I think I'll pass. Yotsuba and Itsuki's reluctance was clear, but Nino didn't seem the least bit annoyed. Instead, with a single casual remark, she made Yotsuba sigh in defeat and left Itsuki speechless. What do you think Dad would say if he saw our grades? Nino said flatly. We were never great at academics back in middle school, but we managed to get into Toyosaki Academy thanks to Dad's connections. If things keep going like this, what do you think he'll do? Even Yotsuba was well aware of her poor grades, and Itsuki couldn't deny it either. Deep down, she had the desire to improve, but every time, she lied to herself, telling herself that as long as she worked hard, she could achieve good results. Yet she always ended up wasting time on variety shows and magazines, only to regret it when she saw her test scores. Yotsuba was similar, though instead of variety shows, she was completely engrossed in manga, rarely giving much thought to her studies. Ugh. The two exchanged glances and sighed in resignation. Then, looking toward Akika, who was leaning on the couch with an amused expression, they nodded reluctantly. Getting tutored by Mimizu-kun. Actually sounds kind of interesting. I'm in, just so we're clear, it's not like I expect him to improve my grades or anything. I just want to study on my own, so don't bother me. Seeing them finally agree, Nino turned to Akika. It's just studying, right? Yup, just studying in any case. Since you invited him over, make sure you tidy up your room. If he accidentally sees it, he might be seriously disappointed in you. I know. Akika smiled sweetly at Nino, a little surprised and pleased that she had backed her up. She hadn't expected Nino to take her side, but it made her happy. Now, she couldn't help but look forward to seeing Haruto's reaction when he came over tomorrow. What about Miku? If we're all studying in the living room, what's she going to do? Yotsuba suddenly raised her hand, as if she had just thought of something. She looked at Nino and Akika, then at Itsuki, who gave her a sidelong glance. Seriously? Even Miku? Was Yotsuba devil? Nino, catching on to Yotsuba's intent, gave her a knowing smile. Then it's up to you, Yotsuba. Go tell Miku that we're having a study session in the living room tomorrow. Eh? Me? Yotsuba pointed to herself in shock, completely caught off guard. Chapter 122, You have too much free time. Cold water splashed against his face, clearing Haruto's mind as he sat in his room. He glanced at the fridge. This was about the time he should be preparing breakfast, but he didn't really feel like moving. Back when he lived at home, his grandmother and mother, and sometimes even Mitsuha, would help with meals. But now, living alone in Tokyo, he had to prepare breakfast himself every day. There were food stalls outside, of course, but they weren't cheap. Compared to that, making his own meals was the more practical option. For some reason, at that moment, an image of Sayuri in a black and white maid outfit popped into his head. His expression stiffened slightly. Shaking off the thought, he stood up and began making breakfast. I should probably get a toaster next time. Cooking every morning was becoming a hassle. A cheap toaster wouldn't cost much, and as long as he had bread at home, he could just pop it in every morning. That would save him a lot of time. Seated at the table, Haruto quietly ate his breakfast, sipping miso soup with a blank expression. He wasn't just indifferent toward life, he was also annoyed by the fact that he had to attend school on a Saturday. After finishing, he left the dishes in the sink, planning to clean them when he got back. He wrapped up the leftover food with plastic wrap and stored it in the fridge before heading out of his apartment. As he stepped outside, his eyes landed on Sekai, standing across the street. He absent-mindedly stared at her legs for a moment. Haruto. What are you looking at? Sakai's face turned slightly red. Noticing his gaze, she started to feel self-conscious. Was he seriously thinking of doing something like that? Right here? Nothing. Has Setsuna not woken up yet? Those legs, standing stiffly in front of him, reminded Haruto of that day, the way they had trembled and twitched. His mood became somewhat complicated. It was only when Sakai spoke that he finally pulled his gaze away from what could have been considered a questionable stare and looked up at her face. Asking about Setsuna was just an excuse to change the subject. The fact that Sakai was here meant that Setsuna was probably already awake but hadn't come outside yet. She's probably up by now, but she hasn't come out yet. You're not going to check on her? I'll pass. It wasn't that Sakai disliked Kirmai. She didn't have any particular reason to avoid her. But for some reason, being around people older than her always made her feel strangely uncomfortable. Alright then. I'll leave you to it, I'm heading to school. Haruto never really understood why Sakai always waited outside for Setsuna instead of going into the Kira household. But since it was her choice, he wasn't going to interfere. As usual, after exchanging a brief greeting, he turned and walked toward the school, leaving Sakai behind to continue waiting for Setsuna. Watching his retreating figure, Sakai sighed, then turned her gaze toward the apartment behind her. She wondered if, one day, Setsuna might finally come out just a little bit earlier. When Haruto arrived in the classroom and took his seat, he immediately noticed something felt off inside his desk. Glancing around at his classmates, he slowly lowered his head and reached into the desk's compartment. Inside, he found a plain white envelope. Quietly pulling it out, he weighed it in his hand, feeling its thickness. Without a word, he opened it and checked the contents. It wasn't money, which was slightly disappointing. But as he examined it more closely, a strange sense of familiarity crept over him. Photos? He took one out and gave it a glance. It was a picture of him, walking home after school. Thinking back to the photos he had found in his shoe locker last time, Haruto fell silent for a moment. He placed the new set of photos back into the envelope and casually slipped them into his bag. Who would be so bored as to follow him around and take so many pictures? There was no doubt that stalking and taking photos without consent was a crime. But, he had to admit, the photographer had some impressive skills. Thinking it over carefully, he couldn't recall anyone he knew who was particularly skilled in photography. It definitely wasn't someone from Itamari, which meant that it had to be someone he had interacted with recently, someone with a talent for photography who, for whatever reason, had started following him and taking secret photos. Were they doing it for the thrill? Or was there some other reason? The corners of his lips curled up slightly. If he ever met this person, there was only one thing he wanted to say: you sure have a lot of free time. When class started, the students had all arrived. Sitting at his desk, Haruto couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. Every now and then, he sensed pairs of eyes sneaking glances in his direction. At first, he ignored it. But after a while, it became too much. One person staring at him was one thing. 2 or 3 people taking turns, as if they were on some kind of shift rotation now, that was overkill. Following his instincts, he turned toward the source of those gazes only to see 4 nearly identical faces quickly snapping their heads forward, pretending to focus on the blackboard. Nino, Miku, Yatsuba, and Itsuki? Haruto blinked. He hadn't expected the ones watching him to be the Nakano sisters. If it had been Akika, he might have understood. But why these 4? Frowning slightly, he recalled his prior conversation with Akika and suddenly understood it must be about the tutoring. But why would tutoring Akika have anything to do with them? Still puzzled, Haruto returned his attention to the front of the classroom. Once they noticed that he had caught on, the 4 sisters also stopped staring for now. However, during break time, they huddled together, whispering among themselves until school ended. As soon as the final bell rang, Akika stood up and walked toward Haruto. But before she could reach him, another figure appeared at his side first, thanks to their closer seat placement. Seeing this, Akika furrowed her brows, an unmistakable trace of displeasure surfacing in her expression. From Akika's perspective, she and Haruto had already made plans. From the moment school let out, the rest of Haruto's day should have belonged to her. Normally, she wouldn't have cared if someone else approached him. But this particular person, call it a woman's intuition or just pure instinct, but the sight of Ariri standing next to Haruto, chatting with him in a familiar and close manner, sent a wave of unease through Akika's heart. Especially after what she had witnessed that day in the gym storage room. I don't have time. I did, but not anymore. I already have plans with someone. Who? Akika, who had been listening in as she approached, overheard Haruto rejecting Ariri. Why is it that the first thing you assume is that I have plans with another girl? Couldn't it be something else? I never said it was a girl, did I? So, who is it? Completely unaware that Akika was now standing right behind her, Airi continued pressing Haruto for answers. If you're asking about Mimizukun's plans for the afternoon, that would be me. With a warm smile, Akika stepped forward, inserting herself between Haruto and Airi. She turned to face the blonde girl, her expression gentle, but beneath that kindness lay the unshakable pride of a woman who refused to back down. Airi, caught off guard, turned around and found herself face to face with Akika. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Though Akika's demeanor seemed pleasant, there was an unmistakable firmness in her gaze. Airi shifted her focus between Haruto and Akika, taking a moment to assess the situation. Then, fixing her gaze on Haruto, she suddenly asked, "Does she know?" At first, Haruto didn't quite grasp what she meant. But when he saw the sly curve of her lips, he immediately understood. She wasn't just asking about Setsuna. She was also asking about Akika. Airi already knew about his relationship situation. But Akika clearly did not. A seemingly simple question, yet it carried the weight of a warning, perhaps even a threat. But Haruto remained completely unfazed. Meeting Airi's gaze, he simply smiled and responded, "No idea." Akika, who had been watching the exchange with caution, now saw Airi's expression shift slightly. The blonde girl stared at Haruto for a moment before silently turning back to her desk, grabbing her bag, and leaving the classroom. Akika frowned. "What were you two just talking about?" It felt like I was listening to an entirely different conversation. Looking at Haruto, she could tell that there was something between him and Airi, something hidden. And the fact that she wasn't in on it left an uncomfortable feeling in her chest. Haruto, as composed as ever, answered casually, "She was just asking about my family. But don't worry, it's nothing important." Oh. Akika didn't quite understand, but she could tell that Haruto wasn't lying. Still, it bugged her that she didn't know what was going on. But instead of dwelling on it, she quickly changed the subject. "So, you're coming to my place this afternoon. Are you mentally prepared?" "Mentally prepared for what?" Haruto cast a quick glance at the four Nakano sisters still sitting motionless in the classroom before shifting his gaze back to Akika in front of him. "You should be preparing to visit my house," Akika said with a playful smile. "We don't usually have guests over. It's always just the five of us, so having a boy come visit is kind of a big deal. Couldn't we just go to a fast food place or a cafe?" Haruto asked. "We could, but home is quieter. Isn't that better for studying?" With her hands clasped behind her back, Akika leaned down slightly. The open collar of her shirt revealed a hint of her cleavage. Even though Haruto tried to keep his gaze steady, the moment she leaned in, a glimpse of pale skin inevitably entered his field of vision. His eyes flickered up and down for a brief second before he forced himself to meet Akika's eyes again, only to find a mischievous glint in hers. "Haruto, you're such a perv," she teased. So this was what they called a baited trap, huh? Originally, the plan was for Akika to text him the address in the afternoon so he could head over for tutoring. But apparently worried he might run away, Akika took matters into her own hands quite literally by looping her arms around his and locking him in place. "Lunch is a minor issue. We haven't eaten yet anyway. And since you're tutoring me, it's only fair to show my gratitude with a meal. Lunch is on me," she declared cheerfully. "No, that's unnecessary. I don't let girls pay for my meals." Airi's so-called treat didn't count. He had bartered away his precious time and physical labor for that meal. It was nothing less than fair compensation. "Didn't you say before that you'd let me take care of you in the future?" Akika smirked. "Think of this as an early practice run. What do you say?" "I'll consider it." He let out a small sigh, glancing at Akika, who was now clinging to his arm with a triumphant smile. After a brief moment of silence, he nodded in reluctant agreement. He wasn't particularly eager to go back and make himself a meal anyway, and judging by how tightly Akika was holding on to him, it didn't seem like she was going to let him leave any time soon. And so, with his arm still in her grasp, Haruto allowed Akika to lead him out of the classroom, heading toward her home. Meanwhile, the other four Nakano sisters trailed behind them at a subtle distance. Watching Akika's bold initiative, they could only sigh inwardly before following along in silent resignation. When they finally arrived at the towering, luxurious apartment complex, Haruto couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. Once upon a time, his dream had been to live in a place like this, a high-end apartment, a life of freedom and ease. "Are you shocked?" Akika, standing beside him, noticed the change in his expression. "Not really," he replied. "I was just wondering. If I married you, would I get to live in a place like this?" "Of course." Akika chuckled. "So, do you want to marry me?" Recognizing that Haruto was just joking, she turned the question back on him with a playful smirk. "Unfortunately, I'm not old enough to get married yet," he replied dryly. Before Akika could respond, a familiar voice cut in. "Can we go in already? We've been standing here forever." It was Nino, arms crossed, her tone laced with impatience. She had been watching the two of them chat about marriage of all things, and honestly, she just couldn't understand them. Chapter 123, We're Sisters. Invited by Akika to visit the Nakano household, Haruto followed them into the apartment building. Once inside the elevator, all 5 sisters and Haruto squeezed in together. Though the elevator was spacious, with 6 people inside, it suddenly felt quite cramped. Since Akika led the way in, Haruto ended up being pressed into a corner. Facing him with a playful smile, her eyes glimmering with mischief, she slowly inched closer. As her body leaned toward his, Haruto tilted his head upward, trying to avoid her approaching face. However, there was no escaping the refreshing citrus scent that lingered on her. While it was true that the crowded elevator left little room to move, it wasn't so cramped that they needed to be pressed this closely together. Haruto noticed subtle glances from the other sisters, as if they were observing the situation, making him sigh inwardly in exasperation. Ding! The elevator arrived at their floor, and the doors slid open. The 4 other sisters stepped out first. Akika, who had been resting her head against Haruto's chest, finally glanced toward the elevator doors before putting some distance between them. Flashing him a smile, she then exited as well. Standing at the elevator entrance, Haruto took a moment to look around. "This is our floor," Akika said. Stepping out, he glanced at the floor number displayed on the panel 30. That was quite high up. He then took a quick look around the hallway. The design was surprisingly understated and simple, lacking the extravagance he had expected. The 4 sisters who had stepped out first were already waiting at their apartment door. Only Akika and Haruto remained by the elevator. "We're going in first," Nino said, glancing back at the two of them before stepping inside, leaving Haruto and Akika at the doorway. Watching her sisters disappear inside, Akika finally turned toward the door. "Shall we?" "Yeah." Haruto followed Akika to the entrance and stepped into the Nakano household. Unlike the modest hallway outside, the interior was unexpectedly spacious. Sunlight streamed through large glass windows, illuminating the living room. A massive sun-facing glass wall ensured that the entire apartment was bathed in natural light. The other girls, who had entered ahead of them, were nowhere to be seen. Akika, seeing the empty living room, didn't seem surprised. "They've probably gone to their rooms to change," she explained. Then, shifting her gaze back to Haruto, she added teasingly, "Do you want to watch me change? It would be a special VIP show, just for you." Hoping to catch him off guard, she threw in a suggestive wink. However, when Haruto remained completely unfazed, she looked slightly disappointed. "No thanks," he replied flatly. "Aw, that's too bad." She sighed playfully. "Well, I'll go change too. You can wait here for a bit. Oh, and if anything happens, you can find me in the room at the end of the 2nd floor," pointing toward a direction upstairs. She left him with that information before heading up. Left alone in the living room, Haruto took a seat on the couch and patiently waited. Not long after, Yotsuba appeared before him. Teas ready. Carrying a teacup, Yotsuba approached and placed it on the table in front of Haruto. Then, instead of leaving, she leaned in closer, staring at him intently. Her curious gaze bore into him, making him feel a little uncomfortable. "Something wrong?" he asked. "Nope, I'm just surprised you actually agreed to come over," Yotsuba replied. "Is that so?" "Yeah. We've never had a boy visit our house before. This is kinda exciting." Haruto wasn't sure what was so exciting about it. He found it hard to follow Yotsuba's train of thought even though her name happened to be the same as his younger sister's. "Speaking of which," Yotsuba suddenly said, "last time, you mentioned that my name is similar to your sister's. Is she like me?" "No, just the name. Do you have a photo?" "I left home in a rush when I came to Tokyo, so I didn't bring any. Oh, I really want to meet your sister someday. If there's a chance, I'll bring her to Tokyo. Then you two can meet." "Really?" "Yeah." Seeing Yotsuba's eyes light up with excitement, Haruto found himself looking forward to the moment when his sister, Yotsuba, would meet Yotsuba. They shared the same name but had completely different personalities. He was curious about how they'd react to each other. At that moment, a voice interrupted them. "What are you two talking about?" It was Nino. Dressed in a soft red knit sweater, she descended the stairs, looking curiously at Haruto and Yotsuba. "Nino, I was just talking to Mimizu-kun about his little sister, the one who has the same name as me." "Oh, right. I think I remember you mentioning that to Akika before. You have 2 younger sisters, don't you?" Wearing over-the-knee white stockings that accentuated her shapely legs, Nino walked into the living room. Her gaze settled on Haruto, who was sitting on the sofa. His face perfectly matched the image she had in her mind. It was a shame, really. Akika had already set her sights on him. "I think their names were Yotsuba and Mitsuha." "Yeah, Mitsuha and Yotsuha. That's kind of similar to our family. But, Mimizu-kun, Why aren't you called Futaba? That was my mother's name. Oh. I see. Nino studied Haruto for a moment, then gave a slight nod before turning toward the kitchen. At the same time, Miku descended the stairs, and only after she was fully downstairs did Akiko make her appearance in front of Haruto. Dressed in her usual casual loungewear, Akiko approached the living room. She walked over to where Haruto sat and quietly took a seat beside him. So? How do you feel? Not much different, honestly. Even though it was a high-end apartment, vastly different from where he lived, Haruto had been to the Sawamura family home before. Compared to that, this place lacked a certain atmosphere. It wasn't particularly surprising, nor did it evoke any strong emotions in him. Huh? You're in a room with 5 beautiful girls, and you don't have any special thoughts? Akiko playfully poked Haruto's cheek with her finger, narrowing her eyes mischievously as she gazed at him. You must have a lot of confidence in yourself to call yourself a beautiful girl so casually. Oh? You disagree? Haruto glanced at Akiko beside him but decided not to comment. If nothing else, the fact that they were 5 sisters was certainly a bonus factor. The brief silence made Akiko's brow twitch slightly. She gave Haruto a meaningful look, and the playful smile on her face turned subtly dangerous. However, she didn't say anything, instead shifting her gaze toward Miku and Yotsuba. Nino was absent, and only now was Itsuki making her way downstairs from the 2nd floor. What should we do for lunch? Should we cook, or? Let's order takeout. Yeah, takeout sounds good. Let's just order something simple. What about Nino? No idea. The 4 sisters quickly reached a consensus on ordering takeout. But just as they were about to decide what to get, Haruto witnessed firsthand what it meant to have sisterly love. So, what should we order? Pizza. Sushi. Ramen. Curry. 4 different voices, 4 different choices. For a brief moment, silence fell over the room. Then, all 4 girls turned their eyes toward Haruto. Well? What's your pick? Having the decision forced onto him, Haruto suddenly felt like he had chosen the wrong day to visit. Maybe he should have come another time instead. 4 pairs of eyes locked onto him, making it clear that they were entrusting the choice to him. Just as Haruto was contemplating the best way to respond, Nino, who had been missing, suddenly emerged from the kitchen. Wearing an apron over her clothes, she looked at everyone in the living room. You guys. Come help me make lunch. Are you seriously just planning to sit around until dinner? Huh? Nino, you're cooking? Standing in the kitchen doorway with her arms crossed and an annoyed expression on her face, Nino's words took Yotsuba by surprise. Is there a problem? You're not doing anything, right? Come help me. Oh. Okay. Yotsuba got up and headed toward the kitchen. Nino, knowing that Yotsuba was the only one among them with decent cooking skills, didn't even bother asking the others for help. Watching Yotsuba join Nino, Haruto glanced at the remaining 3 sisters in the living room before slowly standing up. I'll help too. I'm fairly good at cooking. You? Well, I guess it's fine if you want to help. Whatever, come on in. Nino shot Haruto a skeptical look but, after hesitating for a moment, agreed to let him join them in the kitchen. The 3 of them began preparing lunch together, while Akiko blinked in surprise as she watched Haruto leave. She then turned to look at Miku and Itsuki. Miku, however, ignored Akiko's glance and simply lowered her head, focusing on the book in her hands. Itsuki, on the other hand, met Akiko's gaze. Does Mimizuka know how to cook? He seems pretty skilled in cooking class. But I didn't expect him to volunteer like that. Remembering that Akiko wasn't particularly good at housework or cooking, Itsuki gave her a strange look. Back in the kitchen, while tying her apron, Yotsuba casually asked Haruto, do you cook often? Initially, Nino had been watching Haruto closely, half expecting him to be just showing off in front of Akiko. However, as soon as she assigned him some simple tasks and saw his precise knife skills and confident movements, she had to admit she had misjudged him. As Haruto diced a carrot, he paused slightly at Yotsuba's question and glanced at Nino. He nodded. I cook all my meals myself. Why? No reason. Nino was surprised, but not overly so. She simply lowered her head and focused on stirring the curry. Seeing that Nino had gone quiet again, Haruto glanced at her briefly before continuing to chop the vegetables. Initially, Nino hadn't paid much attention to Haruto, but after realizing that he was skilled in cooking, she suddenly found herself noticing him more. When she wasn't busy, her eyes would naturally drift toward him. He already matched her type visually, but now he had an extra layer of appeal. As for Yotsuba, the other assistant in the kitchen, she had been completely overlooked by Nino. Curry, huh? When the meal was finally ready, Akiko gave the plate of curry a subtle look. It wasn't that she disliked curry, it just felt a bit too simple. Is that all we're having? The ingredients at home were limited, so this is what we could make. If you have a problem with it, you can cook your own meal. Nino wasn't in the mood to indulge Akika, giving her a pointed look before sitting down. Miku, Yotsuba, and Itsuki, who actually liked curry, had no complaints and took their seats.